keep the Russians smashing against the rocks, keep the Russians degrading not only their military but their industrial capabilities, keep them politically, tire them out politically, all the while destroying their economy with sanctions. What we will end up with when Ukraine finally wins is a Russia that is an absolute shadow of her former self, and therefore less capable of attacking our allies in Eastern Europe than she was when she started the war. So it could well be, and this is Spidey senses, I've got no evidence that this is the case beyond a naive hope. It could well be that the strategy being pursued by the West is a lot better coordinated than we think it is, and what they are doing is they're supplying Ukraine with aid at a very slow and deliberate rate in order to attrit the Russian army and the Russian state as thoroughly as they can, and render Russia militarily incapable of repeating this 5 years down the line. Now, again, don't really have any evidence that the latter is the case, but I prefer that theory over the apparent reality that NATO just doesn't have its head screwed. We just don't have our head screwed back on properly, and the strategic leadership and the strategic foresight just isn't there, right? So, yeah, it's a tricky one. I can see advantages of both courses of action. The latter course of action, of course, is steeped in cynicism, because the longer Russia occupies Ukraine for, the more complete her genocide of those territories will be. And that's something we do have to consider, right? Russia repeats the same pattern of behavior in every part of Ukraine that she occupies. She kills people, destroys things, displaces people, deports and kidnaps and murders. And that's before we even start on the cultural stuff, on the propaganda stuff. So this is a very, very wicked thing that Russia is doing. We can prevent that wicked thing by arming Ukraine very quickly and allowing her to liberate her territory. However, if that victory happens very quickly, Russia will be pushed back very quickly with her formations broadly intact. So she will still have the capability and the military tradition to be able to pursue this course of action again in 5 or 10 years or however long it takes. Whereas attriting Russia slowly will probably destroy Russian power for at least a generation, if not destroy and collapse Russia herself. So what kind of game are we playing here? I don't know. But I suppose there's no nice answer to that question. Let's go to Bulteria, please. Bulteria.
Oh, sorry, I had a bit of a change of subject, actually. I've been suffering from a chest infection and horrible coughing today. So I've been listening to you for most of the day, and I just wanted to say thank you for your amazing analysis. I mean, I'm actually a history teacher, and Tim, I mean, the stuff that you know and the stuff that you come out with is just amazing. Thank you for that. Was it you that said earlier something about peace breaking out in the Caucasus?
Sorry, I don't recall. We've talked about so many things today. Can you give me some more details, Terry?
Okay, so somebody said, it may have been your predecessor, but somebody said something about peace breaking out in the Caucasus. But all that happened was that the Armenian Prime Minister Pashinyan went to an informal meeting of the CIS and met on the sidelines with Aliyev from Azerbaijan. That was it. And Putin didn't attend that meeting, so it was just the two leaders. It was notable because and reported in the press because the two leaders haven't met for a long time. But I think that what's happening here is that Putin wants to take credit for any peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, because Pashinyan got the EU and the US involved as observers, various different missions, and organized talks and things like this. So I think Putin is now, the reason it's getting into the news is because Putin is desperate to be seen as the peace broker between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Okay. Well, I don't fully understand the Novo-Karabakh thing, um, the um, uh, the Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict. I understand it to be. Sorry, am I audible? It just went suddenly very quiet, and I'm wondering if I've lost audio. I'm fine. Okay. I don't fully understand it. I don't know what it's about. I understand it's about territorial enclaves that are not, that are part of Azerbaijan, but naturally part of Armenia, but ethnically Azerbaijani or something like that. I understand it's very complicated, but I don't fully understand the conflict in any way, shape, or form. So I'm not going to comment on the nuts and bolts. What I do understand it to be is that there is a degree of proxiness about it, in that Azerbaijan is backed by Turkey and Armenia is backed by Russia, and Russia has formal security guarantees to Armenia under the CTSO, so their version, their kind of pound shop NATO that they have going on in Central Asia, and that Russia is failing in those duties. Um, so, yeah, I think Russia will be approaching it from that perspective. So she will be looking to restore her credibility when it comes to defense guarantees, because as it stands, she's simply incapable of providing the kind of guarantees the kind of action that Armenia needs to beat Azerbaijan, because they are near as damn it perfectly matched, and Azerbaijan is backed by a very, very capable ally indeed in the form of Turkey. Um, Beyond that, I wouldn't really like to comment military because I'm not that familiar with the politics around the Azerbaijan Armenia thing. Voltaire?
Yeah, I mean, basically, you can forget Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, it was always legally part of Azerbaijan. Armenia was holding several areas around Nagorno-Karabakh for several years to try and guarantee its security. Azerbaijan took it away a couple of years ago, so it's gone. But what's happening since is that Azerbaijan has encroached on Armenian sovereign territory, like a few hundred square kilometers. And so there have been talks going on between Azerbaijan and Armenia about, where do we draw the line? Everybody's going back to this period in the Soviet era, the 1950s, the 1920s, whatever it is. And so the danger has been that another war will kick off over borders, or Azerbaijan will invade Armenia. So I think what happened today was significant. It got into the news because it was the first time that Pashinyan has met with Aliyev from Azerbaijan, at least even informally, for a long time. Putin, I think the reason that Putin is involved in this is because Pashinyan, from the Armenian side, has very cleverly involved the EU and involved the US and invited, peacekeeping missions and observers and stuff like this. So I think what's happening now is that Putin is just desperate to be seen as the person who solves this, and it's not the EU or the US that does it.
Well, an interesting wild card in this particular one is France. So France has kind of lost an empire and is scrambling around for a role. So France has been fairly comprehensively edged out of their traditional stomping ground in North Africa, largely in fact by Russia. And so Macron has been making dashes to Armenia in particular. And of course, there is quite a big French-Armenian connection in that there are an awful lot of French establishment figures with Armenian ancestry. I think a previous prime minister of France in the 90s was literally Armenian, like not even French. He was literally Armenian, albeit albeit naturalized French. So there kind of is a connection between Armenia and France, and Macron has been going there and doing French things there. So I think this is perhaps a push by the Western powers into one of Russia's traditional spheres of influence that Putin is trying to scramble back from. Voltaire?
Yeah, absolutely. There are very strong connections between Armenia and France. And I think Macron has been trying to be seen as, playing a role in this. I'm not sure, to be honest, how much he has. Apparently, France donated some weapons to Armenia recently. But the main wild card actually is Iran, because Iran has been putting out regularly, almost weekly, very strong messages of support for Armenia. And the reason is because, Azerbaijan is in two parts, right? And there's Azerbaijan and there's Nakhchivan, which is the other side of the border between Iran and Armenia. And Iran does not want to lose the border with Armenia, because what Azerbaijan wants, basically, they keep talking about this corridor. They want to own the land between Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan. And Armenia obviously doesn't want this to happen. They keep saying, no, what we agreed to was to open communications. We'll have a railway system. We'll allow Azerbaijani citizens and Nakhchivan citizens to move across this. And Iran is the wild card. They're like saying, absolutely not. We don't agree to any change in the border between Iran and Armenia. Which, of course, if Armenia agreed to give the land between Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan, it would mean that there would be an Azerbaijan border between Iran and Armenia.
That is interesting. It's one of those issues I wish I knew more about, because it is interesting and it is kind of a potential flashpoint right there, right? It's also the fact that Russia is almost an irrelevant bit player in that particular conflict, I think, is very, very telling about the state of Russian power and influence for all their pretenses. And I think it's possibly symptomatic of Russia pointing in a fundamentally different direction and lacking just the hard power to get all of these things done at once. So thank you very much for that, Victoria. Please do stick around if you've got any more takes on what Caucasus is doing. In the meantime, let us go back to Fjordfella. Fjordfella.
Oh, I think did I forget what I forgot? No, I didn't. Yes, sorry. About the Western strategy in Ukraine. You said something like that they want to attrit the Russian army, and it does. I mean, I was quite shocked quite early in the war that Lloyd Austin said that was one of the goals, to attrit the Russian army. So as far as that goes, the US strategy has been perfect. I think it's been really, really good. They have not let Ukraine overwhelm the Russians. They haven't been supplied weapons enough to overwhelm them, to defeat them outright very quickly. But they haven't let Ukrainians be defeated. So it's relatively, even though a lot of things are happening, at least the front line is relatively static, except with the exception in September, where the Ukrainians gained a lot of territory. And I think, to be honest, I think the West got really nervous when that happened. They really shit their pants when Ukraine really completely ran over. It's called routed the Russians. I think there were a lot of Western leaders shaking in their pants when that happened, because they thought, oh shit, they're now going to defeat Russia very quickly. Even though I'm sure they were kind of happy, but they were also very nervous. So, and if this is a real strategy by the West or the US to attrit the Russian army, that is horrible. I really hope that is not true, because they are then sacrificing the Ukrainians to do it. And that is incredibly, that's terrible. So I hope that's not true. The Russians, of course, they are what they are. They're snakes, they're orcs. They are what they are. We know what they are. They know what they are. They are horrible. But if the West is that's very cynical if they're actually slowing things down to trick the Russian army. That would be absolute. That would be worse than what the Russians are doing. I think almost. I don't want to compare, but it would be very, very bad. I don't know. I believe they are very nervous about defeating Russia. I think they're more worried about the collapse. And I hope, I believe they hope that Russia will see reason and just get out of Ukraine because it's going to cost them too much, which is folly as far as I'm concerned. The Russians will never give up. They have, that's the advantage of being an authoritarian. They can do whatever they want, and they don't need to care about what the people think. There's people can be starving in the streets. There could be disease. There could be anything. As long as they have an army and they have some kind of income, they can do whatever they want, and they don't. And it goes very quickly to do it. For the West, you have democracies, much more complicated. You have disagreements, long processes, which is a strength. But in war, in this kind of war, this is a weakness. And the West looks weak, I think. Anyway, whatever the reason, for whatever reasons they have, for doing what they're doing, the West looks very weak. And about it's not just militarily that they look weak, but also they look very weak to vulnerable to propaganda as well. And that is something that Russia is learning. They're learning that the West and the US very vulnerable to propaganda. And I worried, for example, if Russia should attack a NATO country, then they will discuss what to do. And maybe, I don't know, maybe US will be talking about border security. Well, we're not going to do that. First, fix the border. Or I don't know, give cuts to Social Security in America before we're going to do anything. So the US will come out of this as very unreliable. And that this is a big problem. And this is what also is very good for Russia and very good for China. So that's the. I'm sorry, I've taken a lot of your time here, but I think it's a very interesting discussion. Thanks.
No, that's no problem at all. There's a lot of interesting food for thought there. I think you've touched upon something very important that I overlooked, in that in this dichotomy, this apparent dichotomy the Western alliance has between defeating Russia quickly on the battlefield, or rather Ukraine defeating Russia quickly on the battlefield, and doing so slowly and thereby attriting the Russian army and their state capacity to wage war. There is, of course, a third option, like a third explanation, which you mentioned, which is maybe they are simply scared of Russia collapsing, right? They are scared of the consequences of a Russian defeat. And I think this is an important point you make, because this is a thing in Western politics, right? It's the idea that Russia is somehow a kind of stabilizing factor in regional and global affairs. And we see, I mean, it's an utterly ridiculous idea, of course, but it is a real existing idea. And we saw this in the 1990s when the Soviet Union collapsed. You know, the famous speech by George H.W. Bush, the Chicken Kiev speech, so called because it was made in Kiev and it made him look like a chicken. You know, where he argued against the separation, essentially argued against the breakup of the Soviet Union vis-a-vis Ukraine. Right? He said, you know, we don't want to see you separate from the Soviet Union. Right? We want the Soviet Union to remain, if not intact, but including Ukraine at least. So, there's this meme, particularly in American politics, that Russia is somehow a stabilizing factor. Now, this obviously isn't true. Russia always and everywhere is a destabilizing factor, a destabilizing force, a force for chaos, a force for conflict, a force for death. And another manifestation of this foolish idea is, what if Russia has lots of nuclear weapons? What if they end up in the hands of terrorists? Well, I've got news for you, buddy. They're already in the hands of terrorists, right? They're already in the hands of a state that has shown itself willing to murder civilians in mind-boggling numbers, and to attack its neighbors and to destabilize entire regions of the world, right? So never mind nuclear weapons getting into the hands of terrorists. The terrorists have already got them, and those terrorists are far more capable and far more scary than anything the Islamists can put into the field. So yeah, there is that third option, that there is a lack of testicular mass among the politicians of the Western allies, and that they still are clinging to this old thinking, that there is somehow a global interest in the Russian state existing more or less in its current form. So that's probably, I don't want to believe it, but that's probably what's going on here. You know, it's probably just cowardice, Fjord fella. Okay, thank you very much for that. I see Ola is up, our man in Africa. Ola, how are we doing?
Hey Tim, I am doing amazing. I am so excited. It's been almost 1.5 years of advocacy for this, and finally 3 hours ago, guess what? Ukraine opened an embassy in Ghana almost 1.5 years ago. I am so excited for this. This is in our best interest as Ghanaians who want to move forward as a country. And I hope the relationship that we have started with Ukraine would yield positive, results. I am so excited. You have no idea. I remember coming onto this space and talking about how this needs to happen, when Foreign Minister Kuleba came to Ghana to talk to our president and our Shirley, our Minister of Foreign Affairs. And finally, 3 hours ago today, a Ukrainian embassy is up and running in Ghana, in the capital. I'm so excited. You don't know. I am very, very much excited. This is historic. This is a big day.
Absolutely, that is indeed very, very, very good news, especially from the perspective of Ghanaian politics, right? Because you've got attempted Russian influence there. A couple of months ago, we talked about this, Wagner Group activity in Ghana, them trying to corrupt, local political figures into the service of chaos. And now with the Ukrainian embassy there, presumably the Ukrainians will be keeping a very, very close eye on this sort of thing and taking whatever soft power measures they can to counter it, right, Ola?
Exactly. Spot on. They are here to, kick back Russian influence, especially in Ghana. They couldn't do it for the whole of West Africa, but at least if the West's most reliable partner in West Africa, and for that being Ghana has been for over 20 years. For the past 20 years, Ghana has been the most stable democracy. After post-colonial Africa, Ghana has never been in a civil war. Ghana is a very, very close ally of the Western world. So for that, it is huge. It is huge and big and very, very important that Russian influence needs to be, handled head on. Right now, the Ukrainians are here. Right now, they are here. Right now, if there are talks on radio and TV, Ukrainian representatives would be invited. Right now, sorry to say, let the Russians spew their bullshit, but the Ukrainians are here. They are here to tell us the truth. They are here to prove to us. They are here to show us what the evil Russians have done in their country. So this is so huge. Russian influence is going to be, rooted out of the country. I'm so excited. And it's not just about Russian influence. You look around Africa and you look at what Ukraine is given. Look at grain. Look at the Horn of Africa. How much grain Ukraine has given to Africa free of charge. That is what I'm hearing. So this is huge. It is in our personal interest as a country that is facing difficult times and Russian influence that they open and have, you know, their presence in our country. It is strategic. Everything you can think of, we would benefit from the Ukrainians. Be it they successfully defeat the Russians and our soldiers need training, we are going to get training from arguably the best army in Europe because they are facing and defeating the Russians. Arguably, guys, arguably. No one should come for me with my words, but with what the Ukrainians have done, I can argue that they are the best. You know, they are laying down their lives. And this is so huge. You know, I don't know who heard me, but you guys must have heard me. I've been on this space so much always. Ukraine needs an embassy in Ghana. Finally, 3 hours ago, it's official. I'm so excited. Very, very bummed.
Excellent. This is really good news. And of course, it's a good news on the political front as well, right? Because, you mentioned Ukrainian voices. Ukraine is going to be a voice in Ghanaian political debate. And of course, when it comes to the promotion of modern Western interests and modern Western political culture in Africa, particularly in Ghana, Ukraine neutralizes a key plank of Russian, Russian influence, and that is, the post-colonial attitude, right? That you see among bad actors in African politics. If you want a civilized perspective on something, right, and you wheel out the British ambassador, then people acting in bad faith will simply say, well, that's just the voice of neocolonialism, right? They can dismiss spokesmen for Western European countries, dismiss spokesmen for American countries, American culture, Western culture. They can't do that with Ukraine because Ukraine fundamentally doesn't sit in that basket of countries. And so what Ukraine gives is a sort of independently liberal voice to African politics that cannot simply be Mugabe'd away, if you'll pardon the expression. I'd like to know your thoughts on that, Ola.
Yes, definitely. It is important, because you look at the bad actors in Africa, and sorry to say, on was it in January this year, right? When I started school, I I I took a course in international relations, and the course was taught by a professor who had his PhD in China. And I was like, oh God, why this? And he was clearly a bad actor. Every Russian propaganda you can think about, that was his opinion in the war in Ukraine. And I couldn't stand it. A lot of bad actors down here in Ghana and West Africa spew that bullshit. We are far beyond colonialism. We need to see beyond that. And that kind of spewing hate and the West colonized us, so we should go running with the Russians is nothing but bullshit. Sorry, excuse my French. I'm so sorry for using that. But it is. It is. We can't say that because of Europe's dark past in Africa, we should side with a genocidal regime that is killing babies, that is abducting innocent children, that is shelling cities, that is claiming that they have conquered a city that is literally rubble. They've shelled the city to the ground and they claim they've conquered it. So it is very, very important that we have a partner like Ukraine, whereas, that kind of political sphere where you have people spewing rubbish around, the West colonized us, so we should not side with the West. We need to hear Ukrainians' opinions too. Ukraine was once colonized by Russia, right? We need to hear their opinions. Now, TVs are going to be now writing letters to the representatives at the Ukrainian embassy, and we are going to have a more balanced argument on TV. Now let us hear the bull crap they have to say. Let us hear what they have to say. That is why I'm so excited. I am very much excited. You know, Asia has moved past colonialism. I don't get why Africa is not doing that. It's been ages. It's been years. We need to move past it. You look at countries like, Indonesia. You look at countries like that. They've moved forward so much. But Africa is not moving forward and is being a victim of Russian influence and, spewing so much Russian trash on TV saying that we were colonized by the West. So why should we support I've not really liked the current Ghanaian government's domestic policy. It's been horrible. We are in a very, very worst time in say it in our economic period in our history, in Ghana's history. But their foreign policy has been impeccable. You could go to the United Nations and see the votes that Ghana has given, the Ukraine. It is clear our stance on this. But the problem is, it is not enough. And the Ukrainian embassy being open in Ghana is enough. It is where things can be better. It is where we can hear the struggles of the Ukrainians. We can hear what they are going through. So man, it's super good news. I don't know who made this happen, but I'm sure Western nations were involved in the negotiations. I'm sure our presidents and our foreign ministers and even President Zelensky himself, he made it clear when he invited a group of African journalists to the presidential palace in Ukraine that we need a good relationship. We need to start establishing ties with our African partners. So it's very, very important. I think this is my Christmas present. This Ukraine just gave me the best Christmas present ever. I'm so excited, and I'm hoping, I hope it manifests in other African countries. That would be the most important win. That is when you would also see me come up this space when I hear, a Ukrainian embassy has been opened in Ivory Coast. The Ukrainian embassy has been opened here. The more embassies we have here, that is when we are going to see the collapse of the Russian backed coups in Africa. Because in as much as Ukraine is coming, the soft power that they also wield, the things that they can do, right? So I'm gassed, I'm excited, and yeah, cheers to a very, very fantastic relationship, Ghana, Ukraine, and we move forward as a people. Thank you.
Awesome. It is very, very cool news, very exciting news indeed. And I think there's been a problem in kind of global South politics in general, but particularly in African politics, if we can speak of Africa monolithically for a moment. So please do pardon that. Now, the problem as I diagnose it, as we touched on earlier on, has been this post-colonial funk that African politics has been in, right? So there were colonial injustices, and nobody serious denies them. On the other hand, there was the question of, right, so this thing happened. What do we do about it? How do we one, expunge the thing, and two, how do we craft something new? And there was the tendency to look to the Soviet Union for answers during the Cold War. And one of my least favorite people was Frantz Fanon. He was a Frenchish writer from Martinique. I'm sure Ola is very, very familiar with Frantz Fanon, but for those people who are not, he wrote a book called The Wretched of the Earth, it's basically the foundational text of post-colonial theory. And his argument was basically the colonial adventures of Western countries in Africa created a mindset that is so deeply ingrained and so deeply harmful to Africans that it must be completely expunged and replaced with something else. Right? So his fundamental thesis was there is nothing good about Western stuff vis-a-vis Africa, and that includes Western ideas, and that includes Western ways of thinking and Western ways of government. So he thought that these ideas, be they imperialism, be they liberalism, be they Western conservatism, whatever you like, democratic socialism, whatever you want to do, these are fundamentally African ideas that harm Africans, and therefore they need to go. The problem with Frantz Fanon was he was a Marxist. So his thesis was basically all of these Western ideas are not African. They're so bad for Africans, they have to go. And we have to replace them with another set of Western ideas in the form of Marxism, Leninism. So the idea was just utterly, utterly absurd. And nobody in the Western Western Academy seemed to have seen through this fundamentally absurd thesis that still influences African politics and still damages the lives of Africans and the political development of Africans to this very day, and is still so very Russian in its way of thinking. And it's at every stage it tries to discredit positive influence of Western countries and genuine and sincere desire to help Africa, right, on the part of Western countries. And I think that's something that Ola and I touched on just now, right? This is where Ukraine can help. Ukraine provides a positive voice for development outside of the framework of the Western alliance as typically understood. And I think that is enormously positive. So brilliant news from Ghana. Mockers.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw your attention to the tweet I put in the nest as well, that not only in Ghana, but there are plans to open 10 new embassies in Africa. Ukraine have already obtained all permits to open diplomatic missions in Mozambique, Mauritania, I don't know, Botswana, Ivory Coast, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Sudan. So they're, making, I think, a really strong step, a sensible step. Africa is important, and Russia has, used Africa for such a long time to plunder, basically. And Ukraine offers an alternative to Russia, which is altogether better, I feel.
Absolutement. I couldn't agree more, Mockers. I've just retweeted that with an invitation to join us for a chat. In the meantime, let's go to Voltaire.
I wanted to talk about the election, so if anybody wants to carry on this conversation, please do.
Okie dokie, let's go to Nancy. Nancy, what up?
Thank you, Tim. And Ola, I am so glad to hear you expressing the news about the embassy opening, and you clearly understand the significance behind that and the strategic value to both nations as well as to the entire region of Western Africa. So I'm absolutely delighted by that. And I know how much you have wanted to go to Ukraine and have not yet been able to. And I am so delighted to hear that instead, Ukraine has now come to you. So congratulations to Ghana and to you personally. I know that that they will know your name and how much you care, and that's an absolute delight.
Yes. I don't know whether you guys can tell the excitement in my voice, but you guys have no idea. I am very excited.
I can't tell the excitement at all.
I'm so excited. This is huge. Yeah. Super, super good to hear from you too, Nancy. I hope you're doing great.
Okay, splendid. I've just had a comment from somebody who follows me on my post, and I'm going to read it out because it's really quite a doozy.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. And to be frank with you, that is actually what I want, I want direct contact. I want the best of the Ukrainian tip of the spear, dealing with Wagner here. That is what I want. He wants to be engaged. People like that wants to be engaged. But, just ignore him. You look at Wagner, right? And you look to the north of Ghana. To the north of Ghana, you have Burkina Faso. To the north of Burkina Faso, you have Mali. To the east of Mali, you have to the east of Mali, you have Niger. All these countries have been ravaged by coup d'etats. That points to one place. And Wagner Group. Is Wagner Group not a mercenary group? But just when Ukraine signs a deal and opens an embassy in Ghana, people have something negative to talk about. Tim, you have to ignore that person, and it's important. That's the most important thing. The embassy has finally been open. I'm sure things would start operating. I'd find time and make it there myself. I'd be very, very lucky to meet the ambassador. I hope it happens, and I'd send pictures to this amazing community. I'd send pictures, and yes, Ukraine is finally in Ghana. And yes, this is great. This is huge. And yeah, Merry Christmas to this amazing community. I've had a lot of inspiration. I've had people from this community push me so much to, at even on my university level, to run for president in my university. It's just amazing. It's just an amazing thing. I'm just being grateful. That's all. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the amazing things that would come after this embassy has been opened. I'm sure a lot of seminars. That is what I'm looking forward to, and a lot of press conferences with the media. That is also something I'm looking forward to. To finally let Ghanaians hear the truth, hear the Ukrainians. Ukraine has trained a lot of Ghanaian doctors. It's very, very, very important. I'm just so excited about this. You guys have no idea.
Brush up on your
Anyways.
Ukrainian and get a job.
Oh, you want to hear something? Do you want to hear something? Tim, can I surprise the space?
Please do.
Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this in the most flawless, perfect way? Oh, you Luzi Chevrona Kalina Pokolilasia Chos nasha slavna Ukraina Zazurilasia I might to you Chevronu Kalinu Pidi Memo I might nasha slavna Ukrainu Hey Rose Selemo Oh, you Luzi Chevrona Kalina Pokolilasia Chos nasha slavna Ukraina Zazurilasia I mean to you Chevronu Kalino Pidi Memo I mean, nasza slavna Ukrainu. Hey, hey, rozewse lemo.
Oh, oh,
Splendid.
I'd just
Splendid,
sing
Ola.
along with you.
That's probably the first time the Ukrainian national anthem has been sung by a Ghanaian on Twitter Spaces. So breaking new ground yet again. Thank you so much, Ola.
That one's not the national anthem, but it's
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is it not?
an identified national song as such. Yes.
How splendid. How splendid. A timely correction from a listener. I earlier referred to the British ambassador to Ghana. Of course, there isn't a British ambassador to Ghana. There is, in fact, a British High Commissioner to Ghana. We Commonwealth bros, we exchange High Commissioners instead, who outrank all other diplomats in each other's countries. There is also a Ghanaian High Commissioner to our United Kingdom. So thank you for that correction. That was a mere slip of the tongue, not a betrayal of the eternal Commonwealth Brotherhood. Okay, we've got a couple of hands. Let's go to David, please. David.
Yeah, there's a lovely bit of pedantry corner there about the High Commissioner. I think that's fantastic. But more fantastic is Ola's contribution, and he said that this space was a wonderful community and an amazing space, and it's exactly because people like Ola joined the community, and we are truly a global community. And frankly, Ola, your voice has been a massive reason why, why I'm still listening to the space. And it's been very, very refreshing to hear somebody from West Africa speaking sense in a way that you don't often hear. So, I'm sure that there are lots of people in Africa who share your opinion, in particular in Ghana and West Africa. But we don't hear from them. We hear from the Marxist influenced people who have been schooled by, exactly as you say, the Russian influenced people. And that's what we hear a lot. So it's fantastic to hear you. Thanks for being in the space. Thanks a lot. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Splendid. Ola, I've sent you a DM, by the way. So please do check that. Okay, so let us go to Bull Terrier then, who has his hand up. Bull Terrier.
Yeah, thanks you, Ollie. And I just wanted to second that, well done, Ghana. And that's fantastic news. And let's see more of that. I wanted to return to the presidential elections. Ekaterina Duntsova, whose paperwork was not accepted, didn't just shut up. Apparently, on Telegram, she actually complained about this, and she said that she was going to set up a new political party for people who wanted, quote, peace, freedom, and democracy. Ideas, Duntsova said, were attractive to tens of millions of Russians whose voices, she said, were not being represented. Now, I just really, my question about this is that some people had suggested that Duntsova was, what do you call it? I don't know, but put up there against Putin just for show. But she seems to be not shutting up. She seems to be continuing her, which could get her into a lot of trouble. So what's the opinion? Is she just a Putin shill, or is she actually genuinely opposition to Putin?
Oh Lord. Well, she's presenting an alternative point of view, but is she really there because she really wants that, or is she really there just to present a semblance of opposition? What do you think, David?
Sorry, you caught me out a little bit there. Yeah, Essentially, I think that it doesn't really matter whether she's genuine or not genuine, because she's there to serve a purpose within the system. And so, let's say for the sake of argument that she's genuine, and she genuinely believes what she's doing. She's not doing it in any kind of, subversive way. She's just doing what she believes is right. And that all the people that are associated with her are also just doing what's right, or what they believe to be right. In that situation, she basically acts like a safety valve within the system. So all of the people that support that kind of idea flood towards her, and make themselves immediately visible to the state. And this enables them to start infiltrating that organization. So you might say, well, you've got to bear in mind that, these organizations, anything outside of the Putin organization, has zero power and zero possibility of getting towards anything approaching it, right? So in that context, it's kind of convenient to have these voices. It could be that things start to crumble and there is one or other faction within the crumbling state which sees her as being a viable alternative to Putin as kind of a figurehead. But basically, I don't want to be depressive about this, but the fact that she's still alive is one thing. So could mean one of two things. Either the state doesn't think she's serious enough to be a threat, or it could mean that the state thinks she's not serious enough to be a threat, but she's useful because all of the mothers and people, all of the mothers' organizations will suddenly come out and start supporting her. And as long as they keep a kind of a lid on the degree to which that can extend, then basically that just acts as like a honeypot for anyone who wants to come out and support them. And then they can start, work on corrupting individuals within those organizations and regaining control of them. So that's what I'd say,
Thank you, David. Paul Terrier, back to you.
I just wanted to comment that Yekaterina Dunstova, in my opinion, is a serious opposition to Putin. And let me qualify that statement. I don't mean serious in terms of numbers or percentages. I mean serious in terms of she's willing to tell the truth, even though she's been disqualified from the election, even though everybody knows that she's opposing Putin. She hasn't been arrested yet, but I just find that very, very interesting that there is somebody willing to stand up to Putin, despite the fact that she knows probably she will lose the election, but she's willing to stand up to him.
David, did you want to come back?
Yeah. Well, so not only that she'll lose the election or not be allowed to participate, but she's putting herself at a considerable risk in saying the things she's saying, because if she does become a serious threat, then she'll be eliminated one way or another. Unless there's some kind of collapse of the system. But the way the system works means that she'll be allowed to kind of play her game in her little sandpit. And as long as that's kind of interesting and amusing for the people who watch television, then that's great. There's kind of another bit of entertainment for people to look at, and that's it. So I'm not instantly undermining her as a person and saying that she's corrupted. She might have completely genuine motivation, and she might be completely genuine. But she has absolutely no chance of getting into power directly within the system in which she's operating. And so, you know, you have to question, you know, why is she there altogether? Why hasn't the state kind of moved her off and got rid of her? So the reason she's allowed to do what she's doing is because the state allows her to do what she's doing. If they didn't want her to do what she's doing, then they would have taken her out some other way, right? I mean, they can do that. So there's some reason, and the reason is basically television, is to give people the idea that there's something going on politically. And, you know, in the context of this particular example, the entertainment is basically, does she get the votes or doesn't she get the vote, or does she get the signatures or doesn't she get the signatures to qualify for the further stage? And oh dear, she didn't get it. So that's the entertainment part. But the whole thing's, whether she's genuine or not, is my point, is totally beside the point, whether she's genuine or not genuine. The point is that there's this sand pit that's created for people to play in, and there are limits to it. And when she hits the limits, she's gone.
I would certainly agree with that take, David. I mean, you know, the people who are credible threats to the political order in Russia end up dead very, very quickly. Boris Nemtsov was one example. And I think a good barometer of the extent to which people are a threat versus house-trained opposition is whether indeed they are alive in it. And I think that tells us a great deal about Mr. Navalny. Notwithstanding our conversation yesterday with Aloysius, I would beg to disagree with his take on that. Okay, I'll go back to Voltaria, then we'll go to Raver and Sherelle. Voltaria.
Yeah, Donstava doesn't seem to have been arrested and put in the Arctic Circle like Navalny, or put in prison like Gherkin. Sorry, I have to say Gherkin lol every time I say his name. So I'm just wondering why she's still allowed to be, you know, wandering around and making these statements.
Well, I think, as David has said, she's allowed to wander around and make these statements because she is a part of the political system in Russia. She is a regime person. David, what do you reckon?
Yeah, so sorry if there's background noise, by the way, but I'm trying to make sure that I'm in a fairly quiet place. I said earlier, you know, everything's for television, and I'm a little bit, it's a little bit overstating the case, but kind of only a little bit. So, sorry, there's a hot mic.
Always Bull Terrier, don't worry. Carry on.
Okay, so yeah, as I say everything's for television, and it's kind of overstating it a little bit, but only a little bit. So, on the grand scale of things, even the war in Ukraine is only existing because of television. This is saying it, you know, really extreme, but everything is there to make sure that the system still exists, and all of the things that happen are just there for that reason, and that's all. And so, you know, Elena Dontsova, what she does or doesn't do is there for entertainment purposes. That's what I'm trying to say. So there are very few people that have any influence over what goes on in the Russian state. Most of them are paid for already. They're already either taking money and therefore susceptible to being caught for the fact that they're taking money, or they're taking money and they're therefore pliable. Anything else is either completely irrelevant or it's there for a reason. And there's a huge machine within the Russian state was there to organize this theater. So, in fact, there's a guy called Vladislav Surkov who is kind of in the shadows at the moment, but he's kind of emerged recently within the political circle. So he's come out with some very strange kind of philosophical pieces about what's going on, and it's strange that he's popped up again because he's kind of the guy that orchestrated all of the apartment bombings, the Chechen war narrative. So I'm not saying that he was responsible for actually doing those things or commanding people to do those things, but he's a guy that kind of paints the backdrop in a theatrical sense. And he is, in fact, a theatre director by trade. And so there's this kind of theatre which is going on in the background, which is deliberately cultivated. And this is part of that. Now, I'm not saying that they can control everything that happens on the stage at any one time, but there are certain safe zones which they can allow to kind of improvise. And Dontsova is one of these improvisation parts of the piece. And that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, David. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take a slightly different tack. I mean, if we assume that Navalny and the parties in the Duma exist to provide the illusion of choice, so that people can give, voice to a range of choices from Imperium Light to Imperium Heavy, but never in a way that threatens the state, somebody talking about peace and democracy is outside of those. She's coloring outside the lines. Now, do I think she'll get the chop the way a male candidate would? Probably not. But I would be looking for stories to start surfacing that put her in morally compromising positions, even if it's just by innuendo, to destroy her image as a virtuous Russian woman. I think this is how it's probably going to play out, because you're not allowed to talk about democracy. You're not allowed to talk about peace. That's coloring outside the lines, and it could end up giving voice to the wrong type of voices that would then threaten the regime.
Thank you, Raver. I mean, another take, as has been mentioned in the blue pill, is potentially that Duntsova is kind of the new Navalny, right? So Duntsova is about to embark upon this political journey of house-trained opposition, where Navalny seems to be running out of steam in that regard. I think that's an entirely legitimate way of looking at things as well.
So, if I may, Tim, so if you look at Navalny, he is very much an imperialist. So he wanted to make the empire more efficient by cutting down on corruption. So he didn't threaten the basic foundations of the Russian view of themselves and of the state. And simply talking about democracy and peace does directly go after the foundations of the state. I don't think she's going to be House opposition.
Well, I think we need to be careful with this word anti-corruption in a Russian context, right? Also in a tanky context generally. Anti-corruption does not mean what we think it means in the West in Russian politics. Anti-corruption just means a change of management, right? It just means political disfavor, right? So you go back to the 1990s, Putin was the anti-corruption guy, right? So the narrative around Putin, as far as Russians are concerned, and I hear this a lot from Russians who live in the West, the narrative they've crafted was Yeltsin was very, very corrupt. He let the oligarchs run the show. He let them go too far. Putin came in, dealt with the oligarchs, dealt with corruption, and now we have Putin strong, Putin yay, right? That's what anti-corruption means. You look at Chinese politics as well. The people in senior positions in Chinese society who have fallen from political favor, they get convicted of corruption and they get executed or imprisoned, right? it's not about anti-corruption, right? This is just the political weaponization of something as a stick to beat people with. It's the same with a lot of words in the Russian lexicon and, you know, the tanky lexicon more generally. They have a particular meaning in the West, and the way in which they're used in Russia is simply not the same, right? So anti-imperialism is another one. That simply means Russian domination. Decolonization, Russian domination. Denazification, Russian domination. They have a different way of using these terms. And anti-corruption in Russian politics simply means out with the old, in with the new. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Can
that
I
make
jump
sense,
in
Raven?
quickly, Tim?
Yeah, sure, David, go.
Yeah, so I mean, the way to understand this is kind of difficult unless you've been in it. And I've said this a number of times, you know, don't want to sound patronizing about it, but it's difficult unless you know the system. But nevertheless, that, you know, when we say corruption, we mean that someone has basically, you know, for example, taken money in order to corrupt an existing system that exists. When a Russian says corruption, they don't understand anything like that, because that's the way the system works. You know, you do a favor for somebody else for some benefit, and that's the way the entire planet works from their perspective, right? So there aren't any rules. Everything is there to be bargained for. And corruption, in the Russian sense, is corruption or dereliction of duty towards the overall good of society. So in the Russian case, you know, that's basically what the party said in the past, or what the Tsar said in the past, for the goodness of the state. It's kind of a cultural norms by which you should behave, which, you know, in the case of Putin's Russia today, he's trying very hard to create this idea of, you know, what it means to be Russianness. Now, this idea of Russianness is completely abhorrent to any normal thinking human being, but that's what he's trying to create. So all of this stuff about educating children to be able to disassemble a Kalashnikov rifle and build a drone, and all of this stuff is aimed at exactly this, right? Creating the culture that understands that Russia's a great nation, and so on and so forth. So it's, you know, total fascism, in other words. So when you talk about corruption in that context, it doesn't mean to say that you're being influenced by some kind of outside forces necessarily. It just means that you're in some kind of dereliction of duty, which is exactly the kind of thing that they'll accuse Duntsova of at some point in the future.
Sure, yeah.
Yep. I think she's, with the talk about democracy, though. Voltaire, you may agree, disagree. I think she's coloring outside the lines. I think this makes her kind of legit, but I also think it means she's got an expiration date.
I think she's got a good few years in her left. I mean, look how long Navalny has lasted. He's pretty much rinsed now, but this is the new one. Thank you very much to you both. Let's go to Voltaire, please. Voltaire.
Yeah, I think that Duntsova is not Navalny. I agree with the the previous speaker that she's presenting a way of creating a new party that is around, as she quotes, peace, freedom, and democracy. So, is there any evidence that Duntsova is not Navalny? Is there any evidence that Duntsova is not Putin? And is there any evidence that she's not genuine? This is my question, really.
I would like to hear her take on whether Crimea is part of Russia or part of Ukraine. I would also like to hear her take on whether or not Ukrainians exist. I think those seem to be the litmus tests. But I'll go to David. David?
Yeah, I would say, what does it matter? I mean, whether she's genuine or not genuine. I mean, Tim, you're right. I mean, what she thinks about Crimea is a good kind of litmus test as far as kind of we're concerned in terms of respecting the 1991 borders. But in terms of being let's say, a credible democratic candidate for ruling the Russian Federation, it's totally irrelevant because, first of all, there is no democratic Russian Federation, and so her opinions this way or that way only matter in the sense that they act as a lightning rod for other people, and so it doesn't matter.
Yep. Okay, I'll go back to Bull Terrier and then we'll go to Jerome. Bull Terrier.
Sorry, yeah, I think that's that's not a valid question, David. I mean, when we say what does it matter, it might not matter in this upcoming election, but I think it does matter in the broader picture of things, in terms of Russian society, of terms of Russian opinion. I think it does matter that somebody might emerge and actually lead the Russian people towards a different direction, a better direction.
I'm kind of with David on this one, Bull Terrier. She's so far away from power.
I think you're projecting. Sorry if I jump in. I think you're projecting, Bull Terrier. I think you're projecting. So I think that, yeah, in any normal society, you would say that's the case. But we're not talking about the Russian society. Sorry, the background noise. I'm going to shut the mic.
Jerome, do you want to come in? We're sort of dancing round you. Go ahead.
That's okay. I like hearing. I'm talking about the same thing. So I just want to go back to. I want to rewind because it's kind of fallen in back. I don't even know when, but first talk of Russian collapse, I proposed the next leader would be a woman, given the fact how far away they are from the West, with sanctions and being cut off diplomatically and whatnot. What better way to get back in good graces than with a woman at the head who could seem to the Western folks to be understandable, because we know in Russian history, after great cataclysms in society, it's followed by a period of liberalization for a few years until the clamps are brought back down again. So as we see now with the war, with the Western delays, there's going to be another window after the war when Russia's defeated that we have to be on guard for the Russian way of re-entering into the world system. And what better way would that? She may be a trial balloon to find, would a woman be able, a Catherine the Great figure, to come back and bring Russia back to greatness? So what better way to thread the needle of sanctions and ill diplomacy and wars and evil, the face of evil? What better way to switch that off from a kindly, matronly woman who will just bring everything back? So I kind of see it from high. I want to bring in some of the theatrics from the background that I forget who maybe David mentioned. All these theatrics. Maybe this isn't the woman, but it is my contention that Russia will be led by a woman to reintroduce Russia back into the world stage. That's my contention. Who may last, maybe a Yuri Andropov figure who's there for 6 months and gets a few treaties signed and moves on. But anyway, just looking at it through those lenses.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I mean, I'm becoming increasingly of the view that when Putin dies, it's going to be Navalny. I think he's kind of being groomed for leadership at this point. For a start, he could be a lot more dead, and I think that's a big combat indicator right there. He's also still being allowed to run a political organization, right? He still has guys. He still communicates with them from inside prison. He's not being held in particularly harsh conditions. You know, there's nothing organically state terror about the way he's being treated. Like, you know, like, as I say, he hasn't been Nemtsov. So I don't know. I've gone from thinking that Navalny is just a whipping boy to thinking that actually this is the Kremlin starting to bring in the next bloke, and they'll make it look like a reform and they'll make it look revolutionary, but it won't be. Yeah, I'm kind of increasingly of that. But on that bombshell, I see the ever capable Tracy, our SB News bell is up. And this is my cue to get out of Dodge. So it's been a pleasure talking with you all this afternoon. It's been a fascinating conversation. Thank you to everybody who stuck around to have a chat with us. And don't forget, donate to the Maria Report. And we are currently supporting we are currently supporting our friend Scruff in his unit's acquisition of iStar equipment as well as FPV drones. So chuck us some dosh over. We'll ensure it gets to the right place. And as always, Slava Ukraini. Tracy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim, and thank you to the lovely mockers also, and of course to the lovely Tim. He is lovely too. We're all lovely here at MriyaReport, and of course all you listeners are too, because if you weren't, you would not be here caring about Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, keeping Ukraine in the news, dispelling and countering Russian propaganda, and any other things that we can all do together to help Ukraine. So good afternoon, everybody. Good morning to some of you even, and hello, Christopher.
Hello, Tracy. I'm in the middle of popping up, so my voice may go out. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. You're sounding better today anyway, so your voice is sounding good in that way. So you will, of course, be elevated very soon. Oh, there you are, sitting right next to me already. That was fast, Christopher.
Yes. And wait, is today the day or is tomorrow the day?
Which day would you be talking about?
Oh, you might know what day I would be speaking of.
Would that be the day when all our wonderful, lovely listeners are going to wish me happy birthday by donating to our fundraiser?
That's the one.
Yes, for any of you that are not aware, I am officially old tomorrow, because tomorrow I am the big fat 50. So there you go, 50 years old. So I hope you will all help me celebrate and make a donation to MriyaReport. Of course, it doesn't matter how much it is, 10 pence, a pound, $1, $100, whatever you can afford, I will be exceptionally grateful for. I don't usually celebrate my birthday, and I'm not one for receiving gifts. I prefer to give them, but I'm quite happy to sing from the rooftops if it helps raise money for Ukraine. So thank you very much to everybody that considers donating tomorrow. Christopher?
Yes, ma'am. And of course, then we have the New Year's Eve special, which we may have from the pyramid, I hear, but I'm not sure about that. I'm just sort of glazing over the stuff in the background. Anyway, that would be another birthday. That would be mine, and I am not 50. I'm a little older. 2 5s. It's the 2-5 year, which I kind of like 2 5s or 2 4s or 2 3s. They're kind of cool. Like, it's a very sort of even, kind of balanced number. But anyway, that's December 31st. Yes, I was born at 6:30 in the morning. If I had been born a day later, my mom would have received all of the gifts that the first baby born in whatever hospital here in the United States as a tradition on the New Year. But I think she was much happier to receive the $600 tax deduction for having a child within the fiscal year of 1968. For those people who remember 1968. Anyway, back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yes, Mr. Capricorn, along with me, we are Capricorns together. Of course, that's the absolute best star sign to be. Why would you be anything else? And yes, Christopher is 55 on New Year's Eve. So I think that's a good excuse to ask people to consider donating in multiples of 5. I think that sounds a good number. What do you think? And then people can switch that
Oh, that's
number
a
5
that's a
around
great
any way
idea.
they like.
That's a great idea. Love that.
Yeah, so let's all donate to Ukraine. I will be donating for my birthday. Well, I'll be donating for Christopher's birthday, actually, because I don't usually buy myself a birthday present. But I may, if I can afford to donate for my own birthday too, because this is what matters to me in helping Ukraine. So anyway, let's get on with today's show. We should, Christopher, shouldn't we? What do we have today? Lots of interesting things.
Yeah, I'm going to be I'm going to be the helping hand more today than the guiding light. Not that I don't know if that actually made sense, but because I am getting ready to move for tomorrow, and so there's packing going on in the background and other items. So anyway, I am here, but I may not be at a computer, but just at my phone. So back to you.
That's quite all right, Christopher. I'm working with just the one device over Christmas, so I know what that feels like. It's actually really slow, isn't it? You can only get like so many things done. I never realised the huge difference that it makes having a couple of devices to your hands, because obviously whilst one's sending or uploading or doing something, I'm typing on the other usually, and vice versa, or sometimes both together with one in one hand and one in the other. But never mind, we plod along, and you are always there to support me. So I always appreciate everything that you do, Christopher. Thank you. But I think we should move along to Hans, as you and I have been chatting away for a moment or two. So hello, everybody. And I think, I'm not sure actually who was first, because the hands were up before we arrived. So I'm going to go with the order that I see on my screen, and that's Ukraine war update.
Well, thank you very much, Tracy. Hi, Christopher. Happy upcoming birthday to both of you. It's really awesome to hear that you're that much younger now. Well, will be tomorrow for you, Tracy, and Christopher slightly after that. That's awesome. A lot of wisdom and knowledge that I can feel on a daily basis from you guys when you co-host this wonderful space. Thank you so much for doing this. So I raised my hand because there was a conversation with previous hosts about discussing some of the topic about Ukraine and obviously the fate of Russia and some of the political climate over there. And I just wanted to add two points that one that well, both of them, which wholeheartedly agree with Tim's observation as well. But one of the big things that I think we need to really keep in mind is that with Russia, even if political system changes in favor of the West, right? Because I hear some of the speakers in the panel, and just generally people talk about this stuff. Russia needs to change into the better way, essentially, right, to where it's actually becomes a productive member of the global society, right, and enjoys the wealth of its natural resources. Yes, it could happen, right? To where there's going to be a huge political, I mean, the big air quotes, positive change for Russia is going to make Russia stronger, but that's going to be a lull, and that's something that we really have to keep in mind because Russia will. I'm just very skeptical that Russia will ever change, or certain elements of Russia that are in power today will ever change, and even if they will leave political stage in Russia and as far as the leadership role, they will continue to be in the background. They will set up this facade of some new change, right? That would welcome Western collaboration, cooperation, economic growth, and all that stuff to let Russia become strong again. And then they will come back and hijack the power again, use the accumulated wealth, use the accumulated, whatever you want to call it, cultural, social, currency, essentially, right? That um, would help us to lose essentially vigilance in long term, and then turn around and pivot on a policy again to finish us off. Essentially, when I mean us, I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about the West, the Western culture. So even if we see kind of short term changes in Russia in a positive direction, that doesn't necessarily mean that those changes are permanent. And all of a sudden, the Russian people going to be like, oh yeah, this is for the rest of the our existence. This was going to be like we become adopted the same values and stuff like that. The reason I'm saying this because this generational brainwashing that happened in Russia while Putin was in charge, to where it's going to take just as many iterations of generation to pass before they can ever even consider to look in a different direction and adapt our values. So I honestly have zero faith in Russia changing in a positive, lasting, and sincere way where we can ever trust Russia again. And the second point that I wanted to make about Navalny, and this is something that we've already said so many times on this space, and I know Tim's just mentioned it as well, but Navalny is just an exit strategy for Putin, or one of the exit strategies for Putin if everything goes really bad, right? And that's the reason he's still alive. That's why Nemtsov is not, because I'm sure Nemtsov at some point probably said, you know what, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be your exit strategy. I am going to change things in a certain direction. And I think he actually had a working strategy. But I think that was the last chance that Russia really had to change in the direction that I just described earlier. With Nemtsov gone and there's no other political prominent leaders or whatever opposition that has any credibility, Navalny is just imperialist, again, has been said in this space, and at best, he's Putin's exit strategy. So that's just my take on things in Russia. But I really appreciate you giving the opportunity for me to come up to this space and share some of my thoughts, as well as to listen to other people. Thank you so much, Christopher and Tracy.
Thank you so much, Ukraine War Update. Yeah, I think I have to agree with you, I'm afraid. I can't see much chance of that ever happening either. Of course, you can always wish and hope, but that's for them to sort out, really. The way I see it is the first step to making any change, whether you're a person or a country or, whatever, whoever you are, the first step to making any change is to admit if you're wrong, and to be able to be open to be admitting that you are wrong. And I can't see Russians and Russia ever taking that step, let alone all the rest of the steps that would have to follow for them to make that complete societal change. I absolutely just can't see it. You would hope that one day it would happen, but like I say, if they're not going to admit they're in the wrong, then there's never going to be any change. So I think I have to agree with you there. Yes, my dog agrees as well. Bronson agrees too. Bull Terrier, what do you think?
I think that bull terriers are equally as favorite as pets. So I'm just curious about Yekaterina Deskonsa. She seems to be a presidential candidate whose paperwork was not accepted, but she didn't shut up. She got on the Telegram channel and told that she would start a new political party, quote, peace, freedom, and democracy. And this seems to indicate to me that she's not being manipulated by Putin. I don't know. There seem to be people here tonight talking about her being some kind of, manipulated shill of Putin or something like that. And I don't see her playing by the rules. And I think, to me, that's what we need. Now, maybe she won't play a big part in the upcoming election, but maybe she will maybe she will play a part in the opposition to Putin that will happen in the next few years.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. I think it's all staged. I absolutely am convinced it's all staged, and it's all with Putin's plan. It's his way of trying to legitimize these elections and make it look like that there's some kind of opposition, and that it's some kind of fair election process that they're following. So, but that's obviously just my own personal opinion. But that is absolutely 100% what I believe. Mete, what do you think?
Hi, Tracy. I think, Patrushev, the National Security Council, is pulling the strings. We don't even know if Putin is alive or if it's some of it doubled. And he will make sure that Putin wins whatever it takes. But I think the follow-up will be Patrushev's son, who is some kind of natural minister or something vague. But anyway, I think Patrushev is pulling the strings, even with Putin. So he's in charge. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete, and welcome. Thank you for coming up. Go ahead, Ukraine War Update.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy, and I agree with you. I think it is staged, but it's a little bit more sophisticated. At times when we really think it is, right? She may not. That Katerina, whatever her name is, the upcoming opposition, essentially, right? She might have all the good intentions, and they will let her to be genuine. They, meaning the Putin's apparatus or Patrushev's apparatus. I don't necessarily disagree with what Mate just said. But it's the system, right? They're gonna let her play her thing and be the useful idiot, essentially. It's the best case scenario if she's genuine about her intention. The most likely she's aware of what's happening and she's just been designated to play this role, not necessarily just to mislead the West, but inside Russia there are some pockets of resistance, essentially, right? And there are some resources and other things that some marginal groups are trying to maybe pull together to provide some kind of resistance. But um she could be used to really kind of provide a center of gravity for those resources in order for security system in Russia to identify them and neutralize them, essentially, right? So people like that could have many different roles, essentially, or be used in many different roles, whether they know it or not known, whether it's intentional or not. One is for the external um, audience, like people in the West, in order to create some legitimate sense of perceived legitimacy in the democratic process, saying, look, we do have opposition or whatever, right? But at the same time, by silencing her, Putin reasserts himself maybe also as a strong man, to kind of appeal to some other broader public, whether it's domestic or public or the audience outside of the country, whatever it may be. But there's just so many different layers of deception and treachery that could be happening with her being in power, essentially, or not being in power, but being perceived as if she's fighting legitimately for this power. So yeah, I wouldn't believe any of that, to be honest with you. As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure it's all staged, and we see what we are supposed to see, essentially, because Russian security services that protect Putin or Patrushev or both, whatever, they have all of this under control, and they've been preparing for this. This is not the same, they don't run those things the same way we do in the West as far as elections. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, you make some good points. It's difficult to say for sure, isn't it? But it's possible, I guess, that she does have some of the people that are involved with the resistance groups behind her, and maybe that's why she feels a little emboldened. You know, like you say, there are some pockets of resistance that are starting to be more visible now. So that's a possibility. But even if that was the case, of course, Putin has the power to step in at any time and make whatever changes he wants to get rid of that opposition, or, you know, make excuses for not to be able to run, or even worse things. You know, I mean, look what he did with Prigozhin. I was listening to Chuck Farrer the other night, actually, and he was saying, and I hadn't realised this, it was very interesting that he pointed it out, that Prigozhin and Putin had 32 meetings after all the incident where he had the sort of not coup, you know, the march on Moscow. So it's very interesting, isn't it? Because look at all those times when he was allowed to meet people coming from Africa, etc., and made to believe that, oh, everything's going to be okay, you know, you're back in the fold, you know, you're all forgiven, etc. But, you know, Chuck Farrer was right in what he said, and I believed him when he said it, that he's not going to let that go. Prigozhin, he will get him at some point. You know, I'm just reminded from, you know, how long Putin waited to do something to Litvinenko, for example. So, you know, he's not averse to waiting. So yeah, 32 meetings where he was made to look like everything was okay, and then all of a sudden his plane falls out of the sky. So it is interesting to consider, but I guess whichever way it is, the end result is going to be the same, and that's that Putin is going to win. So I guess that's the most important thing, really, is that we focus on that, because I do think a lot of it's noise and a lot of it's intended for international audiences, and I'm always really, really careful when talking about Russia, because I'm always conscious of, is this something that they've specifically put there to make us all talk about, which obviously they do that with everything. So of course we have to talk about these things. I'm not saying that we shouldn't discuss them, and you know, if in fact that it just makes us all forewarned, if you like. Forewarned is forearmed, as the saying goes. So we have to discuss these things, but I am always conscious of not having such lengthy discussions, maybe, or maybe not taking it too far, just because I always kind of feel like anything that comes out of Russia, that they're manipulating me into talking about it, and that's probably partly just my own cynicism, given that you know, you cannot help be cynical when it comes to dealing with Russia and the things that Russia and Putin will do, you know, and maybe I'm just being a little bit paranoid, but I absolutely always think that whenever there's anything that comes out of Russia, any news, I always think we should talk about this, inform ourselves, and then, you know, go out and inform everybody else with that information if that's what we need to do. But yeah, I always have that thought. Do you have that thought, Ukraine War Update? Does that occur to you when we have to talk about these very important things?
100%, and that's why I say this stuff. You know, when we start talking about Russia, you got to remember, like, these schemes, right? These psyops operations, information, propaganda stuff, whatever it is, manipulation. That stuff was developed like long time ago by KGB during Soviet Union. It came out back then and said, and basically made an assessment that democracy, essentially, right? When we change leaders and we have these, you know, when we exercise our rights to elect officials, right, all that stuff, for them that was laughable. For them it was the Achilles foot, essentially, right, to where Achilles heel, excuse me, that they weaponized and wanted to use against us. This is not something new, and they perfected this over so many decades, right? They understood how to integrate new technology. They understood how to integrate new messaging, how to appeal to different groups of people, how to compartmentalize and marginalize certain informational you know, channels in order to appeal to some groups, while you know, doing the same thing to very opposite ideological groups, but with the same message, essentially, right? So that stuff is not new. This is not, I mean, that's a protein that they have running over there. And you know, taking anything at face value is, you know, on our part, is just irresponsible. That's just my opinion on that.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a very good point. Like you say, I think we need to talk about these things and inform ourselves. It's interesting to keep an eye on for sure, because if there is any support from resistance groups and anything does come like that, that's the way that Russia is going to begin any kind of change. But I feel even if that was the case, that still would be many, many years down the line, if not decades. To change a whole society like that, as we've said, it's a huge task. And of course, you have to want to change in the first place. And if you don't want to change, and like you said, they see that our weakness is democracy. So until they get that idea out of their head, I don't think there's going to be ever any change. But that's, of course, just my opinion. John, welcome. What would you like to contribute?
Geez, it would help if I could find the mute button. That's great. I feel like I'm on a Zoom call at work. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone today?
Good morning. We're very well, I think. Thank you. I hope you are too.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this for quite some time now. This is really the beginning of the invasion, but I think there's this tendency for many people to compare Putin with Hitler. And Hitler was killed, and then magically all the fascism. This is a simple. I'm being sarcastic partially, but all the fascism and all the horrible mindset of the German people evaporated over 20 years. But you look at Russia, and Russia has been imperialistic for hundreds of years, and there's the assumption that it's going to be difficult to wean them off of that or to get them to adopt our values. And it doesn't matter who you are. If you're a human being, the moment someone says to you, your values are wrong, accept our values, the walls go up. You can be Russian, you can be anyone. And the moment someone says that to you, you say, hold on a second, whoa. I don't like the way that sounds. But think about this. Imagine you're a POW, Russian POW in Ukraine, and you're living there right now. And eventually, maybe you'll go home and you'll go to your family and you'll say, you know, it's funny. I lived way better in a prison camp than 90% of my family does here. Maybe there is something going on there. And I look and I think there's a huge opportunity when this is over to send prisoners of war back to Russia, because they can't stay in Ukraine forever, but to send them back, with the seeds of change that will drive what's happening there. And I hope that if there's prisoners on the ground in Ukraine, that someone is talking to them and saying, hey, what do you think life is like in the West? Really? Okay, well, this is what it's like. This is what it's really like. And, you know, we always hear about the KGB and the misinformation and the propaganda and the brainwashing and all that sort of stuff out of Cold War Russia to date. This is a prime opportunity for the West to turn that around and to use the people that are there to go back with a cleaner perspective on what's happening in the West. That's how you change things. If it wasn't Putin, it would have been someone else. The Russian engine will just crank out imperialistic mindset on top of, generation after generation. The only way you can change their values is to let them see it for themselves, to send them back and let them figure it out. Anything outside of that is a wall with maybe a century or two of isolationism, which isn't going to work either. I think we're all missing. There's a quiet opportunity here to export values back into their society and let them take that and let that grow over time. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, some of it makes sense. Mockers and I have had a similar discussion before. We do also believe that those seeds of change will come from places like that, because, as you said, that they're getting treated better in Ukrainian prisons, in prisoner of war camps, than they are in their own homes, maybe. And certainly they're going home looking healthier than when they arrived, that's for sure. and also, of course, there's the Free Russian Legion guys, the Free Russians, I like to call them, because I always get mixed up with the names. There's two different groups, isn't there? But the Free Russian Legion guys, they've been recruiting all over Russia. They're like, you know, a proper army now. They're not just like guys that got together with guns before. They've been fully trained. They've been going through rigorous training. The commander seems pretty strict. I think if change is going to come, it may be from something like that, and from somebody like him, because he's very far right, should we say, to be polite. You know, so he's not for me, but I think that's maybe the kind of person that it would take to change things in Russia, given the current regime as it is. However, I would ask you one question, John, that I consider. What about all these Russians that live in the West and have lived in the West and have escaped to the West since the full-scale invasion, but actually still, somebody's got a hot mic. But they actually still fully support Putin and still fully support Russia. They've seen a different life, and they don't think any differently, many of them. So how do they change?
Sorry, that was my hot mic. I'm walking the dog here, so I'm a little low breath. I mean, it's funny how when you benefit from a system, you support it, right? So if you're living in the West and you're living in a mansion, and your parents are buddies with Putin, you're going to support Putin. But it's a pyramid scam. For every one of those people, there's 5,000 people, 10,000 people that have moved out because they don't see a future for themselves there. So those people will be their economic engine eventually, right? If you can drive a value change internally, those people will say, you know what? I'd like to go back and help that country rebuild. That's how the country becomes truly westernized, is when they have an economy that can support a lifestyle. But there's going to be some heavy lifting for probably 30 to 50 years, and it's going to start with people that have nothing to lose and really everything to gain, as far as trying to purge out the current mindset that's been there for 400 or 500 years. There's no doubt. I mean, think about how sad that is, that you were thrown in the back of a van. All of a sudden you find yourself fighting in a war that you don't really understand. And over time you start to realize, you know what? Even still, here, I'm better off than what I'm fighting for. That's a very powerful thing. That's how it starts. And those people that are in the West right now will come over, and they'll be the second wave of economic prosperity that hopefully takes Russia and turns it into a legitimate democracy moving forward.
Thank you, John. You make some good points, but I think whatever, anyway, we have to just let them do it on their own, don't we? I don't want to give them any help anyway. I think other societies have had to fight against that, and it is very sad to think that that's what's happened. I wouldn't want to wish that upon any human being, that you're treated in such a cruel and horrible way. But of course, I can't do anything about that. I think we just have to let them get on with it on their own. I don't think we can help them, and I don't think that they would accept the help. And even if we were to offer the help from the West, they would just see it as interference, and it would just be twisted. So, that's just my opinion anyway. But you know, of course, I do think about things as well, and I do accept what you're saying, some of the points, and I agree with what you're saying. But I also kind of disagree as well, because I see so many things. I mean, I'm just going to use one example. It's not a very nice example, but it's the one that springs to mind because it's the one that I've seen most recently. And that's a video of a drone, a Ukrainian drone, targeting Russian soldiers. And one of them is in hiding and the drone doesn't see him, and the other one is out in the open. And so the drone, because the drone only has one grenade, this soldier then decides that he will direct this drone to where the other soldier is hiding, like his colleague, which I found that absolutely completely shocking. I think if you are so low in your values that you would do something like that, it's not just incredibly sad, but it's also gives you just an idea of why they behave in such a brutal way, I think, because that would be my last thought, would be to give up. And it's fair to say, well, I've not been in that situation, so I don't really know, and I've not experienced that fear. But I have been in situations before where I've stepped in to help people and put myself at risk in order to help other people. And I know it's not quite the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing. And of course, it's nowhere near the same level of fear. But I just think it's an interesting example to look at. Ukraine war update. Did you want to follow up with that, John, before we go to the rest of the hands? Oh, I think maybe we lost John. That's unfortunate. I hope he was able to hear my reply. Go ahead, Ukraine war update.
Right, thank you, Tracy. You know, John's bringing up a really, really good point, and this is one of the reasons I love this space, because of diversity of thought and ability to have the live conversation. It's a really good point, but I think it's slightly misplaced because again, we're basing some of the expectations on our perceived set of values, which I think do not exist in Russian society, and particular the foundational one that at question right now is the commitment to, you know, Russia as a country, Russia as a state, and appeal to patriotic, essentially, you know, movement, right, to make their country better. But they don't have that. For majority of the Russia is just a geographical place where they live. They're not really driven by some um, you know, ideals of sacrifice and patriotism. Let's make this country better and all that stuff. And the example that you brought up, Tracy, about the grenade and the drone, is a prime example of it, right? They don't care about the collective good. They don't care for each other. It's about me, right? Like the people that right now in prison, right? Those Russian POWs in Ukraine that are living well, they see this difference, right? They look around, they're like, wow, this is how normal people live. When they go back, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to try to change their country to look that way, to model it, right? To drive some kind of change. When they go back, if they go back from being a POW in Ukraine to you know, back to their village, to whatever the outhouse they have right outside the little wooden shack, and they see the family, they're gonna be like, pack your shit, guys. We are leaving. We are going across the border, whichever direction, because people there live much better, and that's where we need to be. They're not going to be all of a sudden, you know, taking up the arms and trying to improve their living conditions or whatever it is, right? Because that's not what it is. And those people who already left, they're not going back. They're like, we're not leaving all of this just to what? There's zero trust. They don't trust each other. They don't have a sense of uh, patriotism, that, you know, collective thought and ideal, you know, driven by the love of the country, and, you know, love to each other, essentially, right? Even if there is a competition, if it's a political competition we have in the West, in the West, based on, you know, different, slightly different sets of values and things like that, they don't have that. For them, it's a complete disconnect between the state of Russia, which for them, it's Russia, right? It's something very abstract. When you listen to some of the people, when they when I don't know, there were some bloggers walking around asking people in the street, you know, how you feel about war and all that stuff. Like, well, yeah, I guess there's war. Any war is bad, but it's not me who's doing this. I'm not the one, right? The regular Russian would be saying, I'm not the one who's committing war crimes in Ukraine. That's not me. That's government, right? For them, government and the country is something completely different than what they are, how they perceive their own world. Sorry for a long rant, but I think it's a very important point that we really need to keep in mind when we, you know, having these discussions and trying to paint certain expectations, because I don't think they were able to manifest into how we see them. Now, one last point, and this is again, Tracy, what you brought up, and I 100% agree with that, that any people who can possibly make any change, those are the ones that are fighting alongside Ukrainians. Those are the Russians. They can really go back and overthrow the government. It's probably going to be a totalitarian state for a long time. Otherwise, it's going to be pure chaos. So those are really the only options they're going to have, either pro-Western kind of leaning or whatever, totalitarian state essentially run by military just to keep somewhat order, the government that will agree that yes, we Putin essentially made a terrible mistake for invading Ukraine. We'll pay reparations and all that stuff, rebuild Ukraine, but we will focus on fixing our state, and it's going to be a very long and painful process. Obviously giving back all the occupied territories, not only to Ukraine but also to Georgia and other countries. But at the same time, the alternative to that is just pure chaos. Those are really the only two options for Russia, the way I see it right now. So again, thank you. I apologize for a long rant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and no apology needed. It was a very nice rant indeed. No, I absolutely agree with you, and I think we have to always remember these things, just those little things that you point out. Like you say, that those that have left, they're not going back, and those that are there, if change is going to come, it's going to be from those guys that are like fighting alongside the Ukrainians right now, or in fact, actually, they've started going into Belgorod again, I believe, just recently. I saw some videos that they put out maybe, I don't know, a week and a half, a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Time seems to go so oddly now because every day is the same. But yeah, I absolutely think, like I say, we have to discuss these things and we have to look at these things, but then, we have to let them deal with that. And absolutely, I think you always need to be watching out for these things, like that example I gave with the drones. And I'm reminded of something that you said then when you were talking about that they will, instead of making their country better, they will just be like, oh well, it's nicer over there, let's just go over there and take that, which is exactly what they do. And actually, that reminded me of some things that I had seen in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, actually, and I've seen several examples of this, where Russians are just absolutely disgusted with the niceness of Ukrainians' homes. They're appalled that the example I'm thinking of in particular that springs to mind was a house that had a jacuzzi, a hot tub type of thing, and they were absolutely appalled and disgusted. How dare the Ukrainians live like this? How dare they have such nice lives? So it was that complete and utter disgust, instead of looking at that and thinking, wait, what have we done wrong to not be in this place when they're in this place? It's possible for society to live this way, so why is our society not that way? Instead of looking at that, like you say, their instant reaction is just envious, to be envious of them and to be jealous, in a very not very nice way. Christopher?
Oh, hello. Hi. So yeah, this has been interesting. I will come down on a very realistic side and say that there's really no it does not benefit Ukraine to talk about what could happen with Russia. Like I heard last night somebody say, oh, well, they could be a great democracy. And no, they can't. There is 300, 400, 500, 600 years of manipulation, of oligarchy, of czarism, of single person rule, of, there is no, and the education that they're trying to give the children now is not bringing them closer to what would be mostly known as a liberal democracy. So, sorry, not going to happen. I will, however, read something from a Russian newspaper this morning, and it's concerning the election. The Central Election Commission has received documents for participation in the presidential elections from 8 of the 33 candidates. 8 of the 33 candidates have submitted documents. They were nominated by political parties or groups of voters to participate in the presidential election of the Russian Federation. This was reported on December 26th, and the quote is, as of today, 8 people have submitted documents. And earlier in the day, 33 people intended to run in the election. Party Congress and meetings of voter groups will be held in this regard. According to Peskov, the increase in the number of those wishing to take part in the upcoming presidential election is due to the aspiration of citizens that want, to which they have the right. Knowledge of power, who participates, political parties have nominated, and so on and so forth. Now, interestingly, Putin submitted his documents on December 18th, but he submitted as a self-nominee at the United Russian Congress in Moscow. The party unanimously supported his candidacy. More than 700 people have officially registered in support of the self-nomination of the incumbent leader of the Russian Federation out of 500 required. I'm sure people were tripping over themselves. So there's a 3-day voting period. The election will be held from March 15th to the 17th. At the same time, remote electronic voting will be held only in those regions where it has already been tested earlier. For example, no more than 30 subjects of the Russian Federation. I'm not quite sure what that means, that if there's less than 30 people in some remote town or village in Siberia, maybe they get to do it electronically. Anyway, thought I would bring that to you, and it's more fodder. Now, the other thing about the female that's being put in there, there's a lot of problems that Putin is having with women at the moment, and most of the people that are doing the protesting are women, mothers, sisters, wives, so on and so forth. And so I think to allow for a female to be part of this, because looking at the rest of these candidates, and you can go to Wikipedia, they have everybody there set up in a nice grid. And so that's not that I condone Wikipedia for anything scholarly, but at least in this case, somebody has collected all of these folks together. So I would posit that her ability to get as far as she has is a way for a deflection of what's currently going on in terms of the protests. And look, see, I'm it's I do respect women. I do take you seriously, and so on and so forth. So I would think that more likely it's a feint, and I believe the other people that have said that it's kabuki theater and it's very controlled. That's absolutely true. So anyway, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But that's a very interesting point about the female side of things in terms of the Russian mothers. I'd not considered that actually, but I think you're absolutely right. Let's go back to the hands. We'll finish off this conversation, and then I will tell you all about some interesting things that I have discovered today. Go ahead, Tony. Welcome.
G'day. Just on the subject, 100% what Chris just said. About a year ago on the space, there was a scholar, ex-diplomat, or just someone in high places who said, now I'm in agreement with him, that Germany and Japan had to be defeated and then occupied for the culture to change. Now, as we know, Germany and Japan also committed atrocities, as has Russia. And he said the only way that you're going to make change, this is his opinion, was that they had to be defeated and occupied for there to be a change in the culture. Now, I tend to believe that, what he said, but there's the question of nukes. I think that's the sticking point. So I don't know what's going to happen, how you're going to change that culture change, but I think something's got to happen at the UN. They've got to be removed from the Security Council. There's got to be a resolution where they pay reparations. I mean, to every last tile or faucet, to every prosthetic that they have to pay for. And as for the crimes they committed with, raping 6-year-old girls and castrating soldiers and all that, is a question probably for the ICC, but I would not be letting them back into the world community, or sanctions be lifted until reparations are paid, like I said, to the last coat of paint, to the last gardening that needs to be done in the East. It's just totally decimated. That's my point. And just on another point of how they are, if you remember the last time the Kerch Bridge was hit, I happened to stumble across RT.com, the Russian television, and if you had have seen, there's a chat section. If you had have seen some of the comments that the Russians were putting up, it was just out of this world. Just animalistic and savage, and that was just on the Kerch Bridge, because the West had hit it. So whenever something like that happens, I haven't been able to find anything on the recent ship bombing. I can't see any chat going on, but if you want to see the mentality of the Russian people, go on this chat and see how they respond and how they speak towards the West, us. So that's just my two, Bob.
Thank you, Tony. Linda, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Happy holidays to everybody. Happy Kwanzaa to, I don't know if that's celebrated outside of the US, but it is here. With regard to what John was saying earlier, I have a bit of a story on that. Back in the late 1960s, when my new husband came back from Vietnam and was stationed in Colorado Springs for about 6 months to wrap up his Army responsibilities, we were befriended by a couple that was, I don't know, at least 15 years older than us. And of course, Dean and Bill became, fishing buddies, et cetera, right? So that worked. But
Are we losing Linda?
Oh, can you not hear me? Can you hear me okay?
I think you were rubber banding then a bit, Linda, but I don't know if that was just for me or not. Carry on.
Okay. Hopefully it won't be. But anyway, so Bill was a Colorado Springs native, and he was telling stories World War II era, and German prisoners of war, who, according to Bill, so this is one account, right? But he was there. German prisoners of war were kept in, like what, Colorado and Kansas and Oklahoma, wherever, right? And they were so impressed by how they were treated in the U.S. that made a really big difference after the war when they went
Linda,
back
I'm so sorry
Germany.
we're losing you. We can't understand much of what you're saying.
Tracy,
Oh, no.
I can hear it clearly. Trace, she's
Oh,
coming through here for me.
everybody else?
Yes, same for me. I can hear Linda very well.
Okay, Tracy, you might be the one that I have to recycle. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and continue then. Bottom line is, it did supposedly make a difference, and it would be interesting if we could hear from a historian who specialized in that era and who knew the dynamics of that era, to know, again, this just came from one person, so it was one story, but I'd like to know if that were true, and it might have implications with regard to Russian prisoners of war and how they're treated in Ukraine, and it could be instructive, frankly. And then one other thing with regard to Russian culture changing, I push back a little bit on that, in that all you have to do is look at US society, and I would say British society as well, and culture that has changed literally over the past 100 years, because the whole area of public relations and marketing, etc., started around 1922, 1923. And we are now eating 3 meals a day because that was what was marketed to us. We're now eating bacon and eggs for breakfast because that's what was marketed to us. And we're now eating all kinds of snacks during the day because that was what was marketed to us. And we have all of these presumptions that we think that, that's just the way things have always been. Not so, because we've been subject to marketing and public relations and psyops. And psyops is just marketing only for political purposes. So, and what's going on with the polarization within the U.S. and other countries as well, that has been orchestrated deliberately. A lot of it coming, not all of it, but a lot of it coming centered from Russia, because they're like the world's expert in psyops. So our culture has been dramatically affected by that. So if it works one way, it works the other too. I'm not saying that it's easy or that it's simplistic or that it's 100%. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that, marketing works and it can have an impact that may be sizable. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda, and my apologies for speaking over you. I was having some interference problems. We have a huge storm here where I am in the UK that's been going on overnight, so I'm obviously having some connection problems, so I apologize for that, Linda. But I was able to keep up with what you were saying. Thank you to the captions. So wonderful captions are very useful sometimes. And that's actually, it's very interesting what you say. And of course, yes, marketing is propaganda of sorts, and it's meant to make you change your mind, and exactly as you say, I was thinking about that when you were talking about the diet and the way that our diet has changed over time, and that's because of manufacturers that make products, and then of course, as you say, want to push them out to be sold, and then they market those products to you, advertise them in a way that attracts people, certain demographics, etc. So absolutely, it's a very powerful thing, and I think maybe that's a really good point to mention to people when we're talking to other people about propaganda, especially maybe those who are, I don't want to say naive, or maybe naive, but maybe also just misinformed, or for whatever reason. There's many reasons why people are not able to engage with information as much as we all do here in the space. So I think sometimes when talking to those people, that's actually a very good point, and a very good example to use, because I do think that some people struggle to understand the insidious nature of the Russian propaganda, and just how much it's woven into the fabrics of people's conversations, and languages, and lexicons, and all of those things. So that's a really good, it's a good point to use, Linda, so thank you very much for that. I think that would be very useful moving forward.
Could I do one little follow-up that I forgot?
Please go ahead.
And it'll be really quick. One of the things that's really disturbing given the dynamics that were happening, in the Southwest with the German prisoners of war, etc., was this. Those German prisoners of war, this is embarrassing and really shameful. They were treated better than American Blacks in those communities at that time. That's unforgivable, and I'm ashamed as an American that has happened. But that's, I think, noteworthy. So, and I'll drop it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. I mean, I don't think you need to be ashamed. I understand what you're saying, though. I feel the same about some things that my country does sometimes, but of course you weren't responsible. And I think all we can do now, as people, is do exactly like you said, and just point out, and just recognize that how terrible that is, and that we strive to not be those type of people now today. Well, certainly not in the West. That's what we strive for, of course. Nothing's ever perfect, no matter where you are and no matter which democracy you live in. and there's always more work to be done in that regard. I think we always have to keep on doing things like that and keep on recognising things like that, because that's how we make sure that those things don't happen again as well. And it is terrible. It's absolutely disgusting to think that somebody's life could be devalued in such a way because of something like that, and of course something that they have no control over either. It is shameful, but I think hopefully we're a little bit further on now. But like I say, we have to keep that work going, and that's something that we definitely all do here, I think. Bull Terrier.
Sorry, I want to return to the issue of the Russian elections. Chris was talking about the fact that he hasn't seen Dunstova saying anything about Ukraine. Well, fair enough. But is there any evidence that Dunstova is not Navalny? Is not, I mean, her platform seems to be, as I quote, peace, freedom, and democracy. So she's lost the opportunity to participate in the elections, right? That's gone. We've been told that. The Russian government has said, no, she's not a runner. But she's persisting. So, look, I'm not some sort of advocate for her, but I'm just wondering whether, we have someone here who is potentially in the future going to be a leader.
So hi, sorry. What fun I'm having today. From France 24, so she says this is a pro-Russian peace party candidate barred from vote, will create her own party, and this is from Moscow through Agency Française Presse, AFP. The former city councilor and pro-peace politician, Tontosva, vowed to form a political party on Wednesday after authorities confirmed that she would not be able to run for elections in 2024. So, of course, the first line of the first paragraph is, the vote in March is expected to easily hand a fifth term to Russian President Vladimir Putin, with mostly Kremlin-friendly candidates allowed to run. The Electoral Commission on Saturday had rejected her. The Supreme Court citing mistakes in documents. I wonder what that is. I wonder what mistakes in documents means. A decision that was upheld on Wednesday. The Supreme Court turned me down, she says, but we cannot give up, and we will create our own political party. She said this on her Telegram channel. Even if she sets up a party, she would not be able to run in the upcoming election. But she says she wanted to form a movement with the tens of millions of Russians who wanted a peaceful, democratic future and simple common sense, but had no party representing them. Candidates from political parties lacking MPs in the national parliament, like liberal opposition party Yabloko, have a less arduous procedure to participate in a presidential election than independents. They have to gather signatures of 10,000 supporters by the end of January, while independent candidates have to find 300,000. And she said, Dunstova said that like-minded Russians could still support Boris Nazardin from the Civic Initiative Party, gather the signatures to be a candidate. Moscow has for years sidelined opposition figures, blah, blah, blah. So I think in some respects, again, she is female, and that's a rarity in this. Secondly, she's only asking for things that Putin has already said that Russia is, which is democratic. So she wants a democratic, right? Well, she's not being she wants freedom. Well, Russians have freedom, right? So, and she's anti-war, which is, as a female, that's a perfectly fine place for her to be. I really hate that I'm placing labels of gender or identity or sex on this, but I can't help but think that that's the way it's perceived in Russia. Certainly how we've seen over the last several years how Russians treat their own citizens, much less how they treat Ukrainians that they come in contact with that are female. I can't imagine that I'm too far off base. So I think she's able to do what she's able to do because she's espousing a lot of what already exists as the narrative that Russia has, trying to perpetuate that it is a free and democratic society, and the values of freedom and democracy she espouses, and of course the anti-war movement kind of thing works as because she is in solidarity, I think, in some ways with the somewhat protests that are happening and the women that are protesting against the war because of the loss of their family, right? So it could be wished away a little bit, like, they're grieving. They have, we must let them grieve. It's a sacrifice that people make for the fatherland, and their sacrifice is no less important than the, and of course I'm spinning this out of my, rear here, but at the same time, as I'm thinking it through, this is kind of where I would think that this is something that would be allowed from what I've been able to gather from just the outside observation and reading people, reading others who have written about Russia. Sorry, Tracy, back to you.
That's okay. No apology needed, Christopher. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think we've kind of gone full circle, haven't we now? And I agree with what you're saying. And yeah, I think we've kind of exhausted this topic. Plus, I would also say, I was thinking whilst you were reading that then about the Electoral Commission, and the question that sprung to my mind was, is this the same Electoral Commission that has fake referendums in annexed parts of Ukraine? Because I think it probably is.
Yeah, there's only one, I think, and I think it's central. And yes, that would be if it shows up as I think you're correct with that. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, that gives us an idea of what these people are like. And in fact, actually, some of these people are on the SBU list, are they not, Christopher? For getting involved with these fake elections and going around with these.
Absolutely. Naughty people.
Yes, naughty people indeed, going around with these boxes, knocking on people's doors, forcing them to vote, and all sorts of things like that. But yes, this is what Russia does, of course. So I think we should get back to Ukraine now. What do you think? Some news? I've got some interesting humanitarian things to discuss today as well. I've seen some very interesting things that have been happening. And I guess you've also been looking at some things, Christopher, although you sound like you're quite busy, so I'm not sure you will have had time to look at anything today.
Well, I always have ticklers out there that if I pull them up, they produce something, hit refresh, and the page gives me something new. So yes, I could find things, but I'll follow your lead, please.
No problem at all, Christopher. So let's get back to the some news from Ukraine and see what's happening. So as I said, I've got some interesting things to bring to you all in terms of our humanitarian topic of the day. There's been some interesting things happening around the regions, which I'm very, very pleased to see. And of course, there's been lots of news going on. I was just looking, getting up to date just before we came on as co-hosting with what was happening regarding, following yesterday with Russia attacking the train, the evacuation train in Kherson. I mean, what a disgusting, despicable thing to do. These people are many of them are having to be forcibly evacuated because, of course, they don't want to leave or they're not able to leave. And that's why Ukraine puts these trains on, as we know, to support citizens and get them to safer places. So I was trying to catch up with that and just see if there was any news on that. What I did notice is that they were showing some pictures of the train station, which is completely, it looks a right mess. It's just so sad. It reminds me of when they attacked Kramatorsk railway station, and that was for people evacuating. That wasn't forced evacuation. That was in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when actually people were trying to evacuate and trying to get away on their own. And there was lots and lots of people at the train station that day. Let's have a look. So Kherson military administration have said not too long ago, just quite recently, this is the latest post, there's not a single window surviving in the building of the Kherson railway station. The walls and roof are partially destroyed. Priority works are being carried out there, and emergency restoration works are also ongoing at critical infrastructure facilities. The city already had a gas supply, and energy companies continue to provide the light in Kherson settlement. That's in reference to the gas supply was temporarily cut off following the shelling. And so that was the latest update for them. I've not heard anything. I don't know if you've seen anything, Christopher, but I've been trying to find out about the number of casualties, because at the moment all we've been told about is that the very sad death of one police officer. I'm just going to check with the Minister of Internal Affairs, see if he's had an update. Let's have a look. So he's talking about pyrotechnicians there, because of course there was the sad news yesterday that a police officer had died. He had been unfortunately killed in that vicious attack. Because the police are there, what happens is when they evacuate citizens, if listeners are not aware, the police go and they have the White Angels, what they call the White Angels as well, and they have various support from NGOs and that type of thing. But it's all done, very, very carefully. So they will be there. In fact, actually 100 of those people from that evacuation train did arrive in Kyiv last night on time. I mean, can you actually even believe that, Christopher? On time, after something like that, Ukrzaliznytsia managed to get them there on time. I'm still waiting to find out what happened to the rest, because Alexander Prokudin, the head of the Kherson military administration, did report that about 140 people were waiting for the train. However, I did also see a report that 120 people were waiting for the train. So I don't want to assume that the difference between one number and the other is loss of life. It would be obviously irresponsible to assume that without verifying that information. But 100 people did.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think just to drop in and add to that is the fact that the train being on time has a lot of psychological, I'm sure, a lot of psychological importance, because with all of the chaos that happens in people's lives, that they have something that they can count on that is reliable and that is a service for them, essentially. And of course, the country as a whole, but I would think for myself, I'm putting myself in this, and there's no way that I can, but at least I can speculate from my own experience. When trains are working and travel is smooth and without interruption, I feel much better. However, welcome to New York City subways. Then I do not feel better when trains are delayed, when they have a sick passenger, when somebody decides to jump in front of a train. And, none of that makes my commute good. And none of that makes me feel happy, because I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do about it. And sometimes I'm underground with a whole bunch of people I don't know and don't particularly, it's not really my thing. Anyway, back to you. But I think that having that be there and be reliable and be on time is just such a testament to the priority that is placed upon that one aspect of trying to make sure that their lives have normalcy. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. It's a good point to add, yes, because these things do make a difference. And I think those people probably would not have been able to really breathe a sigh of relief until they maybe arrived in Kyiv, and then at least they know, well, we're finally arrived, we're here now, you know, we're further away, and maybe they just took a little sigh of relief then. So that's a very interesting point to consider. Thank you. I was just looking actually at the last report from the Minister of Internal Affairs was this morning. So before I go ahead and read that, I'm just checking to see, I'm just checking with the head of the Kherson Regional Military Administration, that's Alexander Prokudin, and so I'm just making sure that he hasn't done a more updated post. So let's have a look. The latest post from him. Oh, so he's looking at, they've got lots of things turning up there anyway, but certainly, no, that's, yeah, so what the Minister of Internal Affairs said, that was like 10 o'clock this morning. So I think that's the latest that we have. The only other post after that from the Kherson Regional Military Administration is talking about the damage. Yeah, so that's the latest information. So I'll just find this and I will read this to you. So this is from the Minister of Internal Affairs, and he said, oh dear me, the railway station looks like, so the pictures are terrible. I told you there's pictures of it all smashed up and all the windows are broken. A 29-year-old police officer from Kirovohrad region was killed. 2 police officers from Kherson region, aged 34 and 38, were injured. 2 civilians, aged 34 and 51, were also wounded. And the premises of the railway station, train carriages, 3 private houses, the territory of the base, a shop, a motel were also damaged. I'll post pictures out for people to look if they want to have a look. There's nothing graphic, it's just the damage to the buildings, etc. People should see these things. Of course, it's not something that we want to have a look at, but people should see these things. People should not be able to shy away from these things. And I think if we don't put those things out there and we don't share those things, then people can't keep on getting an idea of exactly what it's like. And sometimes a picture has more power than words, shall we say, when people look at things like that. So I definitely think we should all consider sharing these, especially as there's nothing graphic. So the centre of Kherson was also under attack by Shahed drones. As a result, 2 high-rise buildings and a shopping centre building were damaged. There was also a fire. A Russian projectile wounded a 56-year-old man in the coastal area of the city. And the Russian military also struck Zmivka, Mikil, these names I'm going to butcher, but I think it's important that we keep trying. Mikilsky, Tayinka, Shiroka Balka, I think, Antonivka, Chernobyevka. Over the past 24 hours, 4 people were killed there, unfortunately, and 14 others were also injured as a result of strikes from the occupiers. And of course, all the necessary services are working at the site. So it's just more spitefulness from Russia. Of course, we expect this because you know, they're very, very unhappy that they're not able to chuck these great big massive glide bombs as easily as they were doing previously, thanks to the fantastic new air defences and the air defence team. The air defence teams are doing an incredible job. So thanks to those guys again. And this is why Russia's been spiteful in terms of that area. Specifically, and really, since, to be honest, ever since they were Kherson city was liberated, that they've pretty much done this almost every day. So this is, of course, why these people are having to be forcibly evacuated, and then Russia just viciously and sickly attacks them. Okay, so I'm going to ask everybody to please give us a retweet. In fact, I'm going to take my own advice and do a retweet, and then you can also go and retweet that if you would like to. But it would be nice if you would all do your own tweets, or you can just reply to mine. You can just give us a wave, give us an emoji, write some questions in our message. our message boxes, oh, it's only got 10. That's because we had a crash not long ago, Christopher. So there's only 10 messages in there. If you don't know where the message box is, it's opposite the microphone on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It says 10 there now, if you look, and you can go and put replies in there. And that's where we keep up to date with things that you would like to talk about. If you don't want to be speaker, you can communicate with us this way, give us comments and suggestions or questions that you may like to be answered, or if you have something that you Ukraine topic that you would like the panel to consider discussing, please feel free to do that. If you would like to come up as speaker, we'd also be very happy to hear from you. We love to hear from speakers. And of course, this space is better when you all interact with us as well. And don't forget, if you haven't seen it, the egg challenge. Now then, I don't know you. I know you know about this egg challenge that's going on, Christopher. I think it's rather fun, this egg challenge. So Christopher will come and talk in a minute when he's able to.
Egg
Here he
challenge.
is.
Eggs, it's excellent. I'm thinking of all kinds of egg things. You know that there are a bazillion ways to make eggs, like 101 or more. I used to have back when I went to Johnson & Wales for culinary, in a moment of wanting to pursue my career as a professional chef, I had a baker there, one of the old school professors that was teaching the baking class, and he gave a whole lecture on eggs. And what I do remember from it is that he described about 101 different ways to produce eggs, from scrambled to sunny side up to over easy to poached to sheared eggs. And there's a bunch of different kinds of egg dishes that are baked in the oven in a variety of different cuisines, of course. And then there's there's one thing for Ukraine too, that it's like an egg in a bread kind of thing. I can't remember the name. I'm sorry. I'm not at my computer, so I can't look it up, but maybe somebody in the audience can help me with that. But please,
Eggy bread?
No, I don't remember. I don't know. I'll get back to you. But yes, eggs.
Well, I never knew you could do a whole lecture on eggs. That's fantastic. I think you possibly maybe mean something like we call it eggy bread in the UK. I've also heard it called French toast, but it's not French toast because French toast is crunchy. And I've also heard it called gypsy bread, which is maybe a little bit insulting. But those are the names that I've heard it called. I don't know why it's called those names, but we're very plain talking in the north of the UK, so you kind of get things called what they are. So it's made with bread and eggs, so it's eggy bread. People laugh at us because we call things bread cakes, which I don't know what you call them, a roll, a bap, a balm. Some people in the UK, everywhere in the UK, we call it something different. But in Yorkshire, it's a bread cake because it's round like a cake and it's made from bread. So maybe you're talking about eggy bread. But getting back to the egg challenge, if you have not heard of this egg challenge, one of our co-hosts, Will Teal, has a challenge for you all. You have to go out and buy eggs, take a picture of you with eggs, take a picture of you buying eggs, take a picture of the eggs in the store with the price tag on. That's a bonus point for that one, I believe. Take a picture of you cooking eggs. If you feel a bit more brave, do a video. Pop those answers there in our message box, or the purple pillar, some people like to call it, so that MriyaReport can see those. And I believe there's a little bit of a competition going on, and there's going to be, is it some kind of a donation for the winner?
In the name of the winner, yes, I think it's a $200 donation. Done by several different individuals that will, because people don't always have the means to donate, but everybody can cook an egg or purchase an egg. But no smashing eggs, no wasting food. Don't get any ideas about egg challenges, egg on face. Raw eggs though, like Rocky. If you do Rocky, I'd almost guarantee that'll make it. But anyway, back to you.
Yes, that's right, Christopher. So a donation will be made, a $200, and a donation will be made on your behalf to the MriyaReport fundraiser for the winner of the competition. So I want to see all your very best examples of cooking eggs, buying eggs, but of course, no wasting eggs. We do not advocate for wasting food. Absolutely not. If you want to smash the eggs, that's absolutely fine, as long as you make sure you eat the eggs afterwards. So don't smash them to the point where you get shell in them, unless you like a bit of crunch in your scrambled eggs, of course. But yes, it's definitely an excellent challenge, and now I'm expecting all the puns to come. So get retweeting, everybody. Tell everybody about our challenge, and let's see if we can have a little bit of fun. I think this should be absolutely wonderful to see. I've seen some great pictures so far, and you know what I find wonderful as well, is the price tag ones. Of course, the reason that we're doing this is because we're laughing at Russians, because they have no eggs and they're queuing for eggs, and we have to take every opportunity to laugh at Russians, given that they've tried to force this kind of living on the rest on Ukraine, and if they could get away with doing it on everybody else, they would do that as well, because of course we know they will not just stop with Ukraine. So they want everybody to freeze in Europe in winter last year. They want everybody to freeze in Ukraine. They want to cause fake famines and try and genocide Ukrainians. So let's all laugh at them because they don't have any eggs, and I want to see all your very best egg pictures. Of course, you don't have to put your face in the picture if you don't want to, but it would be lovely to see all your beautiful faces also. So let's get retweeting. Let's tell everybody about this challenge, and let's see if you can be the winner of the excellent egg challenge. I've got to get in on this as well, Christopher. I've not even done my own yet, you know.
No, I did one where I was cooking with egg whites, and then somebody matched me and said, "Well, I just did everything with egg yolks." I was like, "Oh, good, we're a pair."
That's what I always do with eggs. I only eat the egg yolks, and the dog gets the whites.
Oh, we'll be great together because my cholesterol is really, really low, and I like it that way. And so I'm not a fan of the yolks. Maybe it's just I'm paranoid, or maybe I've just gotten used to eating the whites. But I like the whites. Okay, back to you.
No, I don't like the whites, and Russians are not liking any of them at the moment because they can't get hold of them. Oh, and if they are, they're having to queue for hours and hours and hours in the cold. Oh dear, what a shame. No tiny violins today. What is it Mockers says? No F's left in the field? I like that saying.
No more F's to give. So true. But do we have hands? We lost a hand. We had a hand, we lost a hand.
Oh, I didn't see a hand. Maybe that was just my screen, but Marcus is coming up to talk to us. I bet Marcus pops his hand up. Marcus, have you been getting in on the egg challenge?
Not yet. I just wanted to suggest to people, if you don't have any reason to eat eggs, I'm sure you have a community kitchen, and there are lots of people over the holidays that need food assistance. So community kitchens are an incredible opportunity to do this and provide some assistance to people that need the help.
Thank you, Marcus. That's a great idea, especially in the holiday season. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Barney, please go ahead.
Okay, so I've just come back to space after the space crash earlier, and I went on to Sir Shaggy's fella's space. There's been some really.
Have you been cheating on us?
I have. I'm sorry, but so there's a lady in Kiev who works for animal rescues, whose house was basically firebombed last night. Two of her cats died in that incident. She got out alive. One of her cats escaped out the window and is now missing. If I put the link into the space, if anybody knows anybody in the Kiev area that could help find her lost cat, I think that would be amazing, because I don't know where else to share this at all. That people in Kiev would be able to help out. So sorry if that's really depressing, but I'm a little bit distraught about that news. Hearing that, I didn't know her, but I think most people here know Sir Shaggy, but he says she's the one person in Ukraine he trusts the most. So yes, I have sent funds to her directly. She has a link tree. I can post that if needed. But yeah, sorry for bringing this up, but I just this is what's going on in Ukraine right now. People that want to help are getting targeted, and no one knows why. It's less than 24 hours, and we don't know what's happening. So I just sorry for bringing it up, but love
Do
you
you want
all.
to DM it to me, Barney, and I'll see what I can do to help? And I'm so sorry that you've had to hear this news. It's terribly sad. It's absolutely heartbreaking. You know, of course, we all feel like this more when it comes to children and animals because they're so vulnerable, aren't they? And we just need them protecting, and I'm so sad about that. So, do you want to DM it to me, and then we'll see what we can do to get that out there and get that to as many eyes as possible?
I would love that, Tracy, and I would really appreciate that. And I think Shaggy would love that as well. And as I say, you know, she has a link tree where you can donate some direct funds to her while she's just trying to work out what to do with her fire gutted apartment.
Barney, we can recommend other places to donate to on MriyaReport unless it's somebody that we've worked with previously. I can't tell everybody what to do and can't tell anybody what to do. So I'm not trying to dissuade people at the same time, but just for legal reasons, as we're a 501c3 charity, we are only able to advocate for charities that we've been able to work with and been able to vet. So apologies about that, but certainly I'm happy to help get the knowledge out there and share the information, see if we can get that cat found, or see if we can help in that way. And I would just caveat everybody, as you would say yourself probably, and this includes MriyaReport as well, always make sure you do your own research, whoever it is that you choose to donate to.
Yeah.
Barney?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And as I say, the only reason that I donated was because Shaggy said he had known her for a long time and respected her. I wouldn't have donated otherwise. So I'll leave it there. It's just I just wanted to raise this, and yes, I'll DM you the details, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Barney. I really appreciate that. Robocop, please go ahead.
Yes, I just sorry, Barney. I wish I could help. The people that I knew in Kiev had to flee to Poland. So, but going back to a subject that we were talking about earlier, about Russia being changed by seeing how the prisoners of war have been treated. When it came to, and I'm sure that I'm saying something that most people all know, but I think that some Americans may not know. The countries, Japan and Germany, when they were finally, they had to be occupied and reverse brainwashed, which is brainwashing in a good direction, before the society really changed and they were brainwashed against imperialism and Nazism. And things like all citizens were made to walk through the concentration camps, some of them originally with the bodies still there. All of their media and all of their radio was controlled by the Allies and was there to was used to kind of brainwash. Anyone going into the military had to take an oath that Klaus von Stauffenberg was a hero of the of Germany for trying to kill Hitler. Just a lot, and I don't. There's no way that we can do all of that with Russia, and I don't see them changing it. Like we've said before, 800 years of this kind of having some kind of a despot leading them and being under authoritarian rule. They've got that drilled into them, and so I don't hold out much hope for Russia changing. And I think that the other candidates running against Putin, I don't see that there's any new leadership coming out of that. I think that we all know that that's just kabuki theater. Even the thing about the woman trying to start a new party and everything, I think that that's all approved by the ruling, the administration, and somehow is just fake. But I don't know for sure. But that's basically all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Apologies, guys. My mic would not undo them. It's not been a good day for technical problems, has it? Thank you very much for that, Robocop. Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I haven't been able to verify what I was going to talk about. So I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, if you want to DM me, Marcus, I'll be happy to discuss it with you in DMs if that helps.
Yep. Yeah. It's just something about ships in the Black Sea.
Okie doke. Well, I tell you, actually, as soon as we talk about that, there's a good time probably to go over a few headlines and bring everybody up to date, because you may not have heard all the numbers from Mockers this morning, and all the information coming from the morning. So we'll go over some of that.
Okay.
And then, was it a question about how many ships are in the Black Sea, or is it to do with some like damage or something?
No. Somebody, Jürgen Naudit, a German guy, said that there's 5 ships that have been brought into the Black Sea. But the photo he used, they look larger than the ones that fit in the little like if you skip the Bosphorus, then you can bring smaller ships in, right? Because there's like channels. It's just you can't bring warships in without going through Turkey. So I don't know whether the ships they brought in are large or not. Anyways, it's fine. We'll find out soon enough. It came from Ukrainian Telegram originally.
So marine vessel tracker is a good site. I don't know if you've used that, Marcus. I find that
I haven't yet.
fantastic. So that's a really good site. You can literally list warships. You can choose NATO warships. You can choose warships by country. You can choose civilian ships. You can narrow it down to specifically what you're looking for. Of course, you can only see the ones that have the responders on, the AIS system switched on. If that's switched off, of course, you won't see them. But that's somewhere that you can look, and you can narrow it down. You can actually look by each country, so you could specifically look for Russian ships. So you have various menus that you can play around with. So have a look at the menus on there, because I find those really useful. In terms of seeing what's going on other than that, I always follow what the naval forces say. Now this morning, they do a post every morning, actually. So I will just find that for you and tell you what that said this morning. And then there is one more place that I can check that often has updates, and that's the Southern Defence Forces. So this morning, what the Navy said was, translate, please, thank you. So 4 enemy ships in the Black Sea. There are no enemy ships in the Azov Sea. In the Mediterranean Sea, there were 3 enemy ships, including 2 carriers of Caliber cruise missiles, with a total salvo of up to 16 missiles. That was this morning as of 8 a.m. During the day, in the interest of the Russian Federation, passage through the Kerch Strait was carried out by, to the Sea of Azov, 1 vessel, of which 0 moved from the Bosphorus Strait to the Black Sea. 19 ships, 4 of which continued their movement in the direction of the Bosphorus Strait. But that was, of course, from 8 a.m. this morning. The other place that I can check, so I'll just have a look now, are the Southern Defence Forces. They very often make posts given the position that they're in. So let's just have a look. I don't think they've posted nothing to do with any changes from anything other than this morning. So let's have a look. Yeah, that's going back to first thing this morning. So I'll keep an eye out for that information for you, Marcus, and I will certainly be having a look. It will pop up if that is in fact something that's verified and it has happened, then it will pop up. So I'm sure we won't have to wait long for it to pop up again somewhere. As I'm on my travels, I will keep an eye out for it. So I hope that helps for now, Marcus.
Yes, thank you.
Oops, I'm going into the title here without meaning to. Oh, I'm all fingers and thumbs today, Christopher. Do you know that? I'm not having a good day today.
You need to get your good phone back. You need to get that back.
I will be getting that back very, very soon. Cena's post has begun again today, because of course it's just a normal day today. But whether it will be back in time before the new year or not, I'm keeping my fingers and toes crossed. Maybe that's why I'm struggling to do things today.
The audio has been doing excellent today. Usually it's dropping a little bit, dropping out. Today for me, it's been doing great.
Well, that's good to know. As long as listeners can hear us, that's all that really matters. Because, of course, that's why we all come here, to speak to all you lovely people, to bring you information, to get information from you too. Of course, some people bring us information here, some fantastic information. We have some great subject matter experts and some great speakers. And we also have some wonderful segments. It's New Year's Eve coming up, Christopher. So I wonder what will be happening on New Year's Eve in the space. I think there'll be some interesting things going on. I have a funny feeling there might be some just enjoyable things going on. And of course,
Behovna for all. Behovna for all. That's what I wish on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, that of course is what we all wish, absolutely. I kind of expected something happening on Boxing Day, you know, because they were very, very limited in their activity, military activity on Christmas Day were Ukraine, and you know, that's just goes to the sign of respect that they have, you know, and I thought that was really commendable. Of course, they have to defend themselves in certain places, but other than that, things were relatively quiet. Of course, Russia did not obey that same courtesy, but why would we never expect them to do that? Yeah, so I was hoping that something would come on Boxing Day, but I wasn't expecting something so spectacular. It was absolutely wonderful, wasn't it? I'm not sure that they could recreate that again for New Year's Eve, because those sparks coming from that explosion on that ship, they were just wonderful, all flying off into the sky like I don't know, like shooting stars or fireflies.
Like the 4th of July.
So we'll be looking forward to more of that. Now, we've got some exciting things coming up for the SBU show as well, the next SBU show. I've been thinking about some things that we can all do together. So as well as the SBU bingo, I am creating for all of you wonderful people an SBU quiz. So how do you feel about that, Marcus? Do you think you'd be up for answering questions? I think you might be the winner somehow.
Do I get to phone a friend?
Only if you use this phone here now.
Okay.
You have to phrase everything in a question.
Pardon?
You have to phrase every answer in a question.
Well, I was thinking about doing it multiple choice to make it a little easier for people because we have covered a great deal of information, and so I wouldn't expect everybody to remember it all. And the questions, they won't be too detailed because, of course, we have to have fun with it, as well as remembering some of the things that we've gone through previously. And I thought the SBU bingo could be quite fun. That will also give us a chance to discuss some of the things that we've discussed over the past few months, some of the interesting cases, and I just may have a few little tricks up my sleeve as well. So what do you think? Think that sounds fun?
Yeah, it sounds great, Tracy. I love that idea. I have another suggestion, which you probably already thought of, but have you ever heard of tier lists?
Of what, sorry?
It's like a tier list where someone will say, like, they'll go through a list of bands and they'll be like, oh, this is S tier, which is the best. Oh, this is A tier. This is B tier. Oh, this band is an F tier band. I would love to hear. It's essentially like a top whatever list. You're just ranking the best to worst of your favorite SBU cases.
That's a good idea. That sounds fun. I thought when you said tears at first, I thought you meant like, crying tears. I thought you were going to make some suggestion related to Vatnik tears, but I misunderstood you. But
actually, that's a brilliant idea. It would be the Vatnik tier list, but it's spelled TEIR. I love it.
Smashing! Seeing as we're having the egg challenge day, I'm going to be using all these things just to make you all groan. So yes, excellent, Marcus. I love that. It's going to be fun, isn't it, Christopher? I hope you're going to be there, or will you be out partying?
I'll be there. Listen, I thought maybe we need a free space, right? So I thought maybe it could be where MriyaReport could be the free space, but what about Budanov? Budanov could be a smiling Budanov as a free space. That'd be cool if we were going to just actually design the card. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah. You could also go with a bingo card that goes with like frequently said host things.
Oh, that's a great suggestion, Marcus. I love that. I think I might definitely have to incorporate that too. Goodness me.
Imagine if you write like, and I'll listen.
Brilliant. You know what? This is going to be absolutely fun. But I think I owe it all to you all because I have to make up for last week for not being very well. So again, apologies for that. So we will have some fun this week. So I will be putting out some posts and just telling everybody. So when I put those out, I would be very much appreciative if you could retweet them, and let's get as many people as possible. We'll have a good deal of fun, and then talk about some of the things that have happened over the past few months as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, actually. That should definitely be fun. Now, I think we better carry on with some news, Christopher, don't you? And I will not forget about my humanitarian topic of the day today, because I've been looking at some very interesting things, actually. In fact, I may send you some links so you can have a look at them too.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so whilst we do that in the background, I'm going to continue and see what's happening and bring you all up to date with some news. Oh, it seems like everybody's getting in on the egg challenge. I'm looking at pictures of eggs and shelves of eggs all over Telegram. I love it. I'm not sure that quite counts for our challenge, but nevertheless, I will take it. So the general staff report is in for the evening. There have been 49 combat clashes took place during the day, and the enemy carried out 67 airstrikes and fired 12 rocket salvo systems at position of troops and populated areas. That's down, 49 is down, I'm pleased to say. Kupian direction, the defenders repelled 8 enemy attacks in the areas of Sinkivka and east of Ivanivka. In Liman direction, the defence forces repelled 3 enemy attacks in the area of Sibrian Forestry in Luhansk region. Bakhmut direction, defence forces repelled 2 enemy attacks near Bodanivka in Donetsk. And Avdiivka direction, defenders repelled 12 enemy attacks east of Novo Bakhmutivka, Avdiivka, and another 15 attacks near Severy Pervomayersky and Nevelsky in Donetsk region. In the Mariinsky direction, the defence forces continue to hold back the enemy in the Mariinka and Novomykhailivka districts of Donetsk, where the enemy, with the support of aviation, did launch 3 unsuccessful attacks. They did not conduct any offensive actions in Shakhtarsky direction, and in Zaporizhzhia direction, defence forces repelled 2 attacks west of Verbove and Robotny. They do not give up the occupiers their intention to try and knock out units from bridgeheads on the left bank of the Dnipro, and during the day, the enemy carried out 10 unsuccessful assaults on the positions of troops. During the day, equally defenders, the aviation struck 10 areas where the enemy's personnel, weapons and military equipment are concentrated, and units of missile forces were hit in 5 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons, military equipment, 2 control points and 4 ammunition depots. So that's your general staff evening report. I was just looking at something earlier actually about Avdiivka, because there's been lots of talk about that. Have you seen some of the things that Zaluzhny said yesterday? I thought he had some very interesting things to say, Christopher, and I think he's absolutely spot on from what he was saying as well. And also, I think it's really, really clear, and that cuts out that ability for Russia to spin that propaganda. Did you get a chance to have a look in detail at what he'd said by any chance?
No, unfortunately, I did not. But please tell us.
So he said some very interesting things. I have to go back to the exact post and find it, but I will do that whilst I am looking at other things for you, because he was talking about mobilisation. He talked about various topics, all the things that have come up recently. Mobilisation has been a big one, and talking about these been some bills submitted to the Verkhovna Rada for consideration, and they will be voted on at some point, just making changes to the mobilisation system. But what I think is fantastic about this, what I find commendable, is the way that they've identified a problem. You know, civil society have been making some complaints, and there's been some small scale protests, shall we say, and various complaints about when people are going to get demobilized, because obviously some of them have been mobilized, you know, for the full, since the beginning of the full scale invasion. And it's a long time, especially when you don't know what's happening. So it's quite understandable. But what I think is absolutely fantastic is just the way that they take on what civil society is saying, and take on board their complaints, and look at the system and look at making changes. You know, you would never see that in the UK, even if they were in the wrong and they were going to make changes. It would be something that they would do anyway. They'd be trying everything that they can to not be transparent about it. I mean, they wouldn't necessarily be hiding these things, but at the same time, they wouldn't be making these things public unless they had to. And even when they're saying they make changes and considering it in the UK, usually all you get is, oh yes, well, we're looking at this and then we'll make changes, and then they tell you what the changes will be. Or, you know, they don't ever seem to really take on board what civil society are thinking and feeling. And I mean, I could be wrong. It could just be my perception. Obviously, it's hard to tell from a distance, isn't it? But I see it not just, you know, we talk about it in the SBU in terms of corruption and the transparency that they show. And we talk about it in many other parts of society as well. And I think that this is one thing that goes along with that, just to show that, you know, we are listening to you, we are paying attention, we are considering these things. And it goes to show that they care about civil society the way that they do when they're listening to them, and taking on board their complaints, and that type of thing. So I just think those things always stand out to me, Christopher. I just wonder if those things poke out to you as well when you see these news stories.
I just like to hear I know this is a bad cliche, but from the horse's mouth, right? I like to hear the news from the horse's mouth. And when I hear that, and it's regardless of what it is, we can pretty much be assured that they're not putting any spin on it. No one is filtering it. And it is something that is necessary from their standpoint for us to understand and to know. So those are always my favorite. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cliche, but it's only a cliche because it's true. So absolutely, and I like that saying too, from the horse's mouth. I think he was extremely open when he spoke, and extremely honest, and I can only have respect for that. You know, something that he did say as well is that who the state chooses to call, it's not for him to say. As he said, that's for the political leadership to decide these things. And you know, I think again that's very commendable, because he's like, look, this is my lane, this is my job, this is what I know about. I know how to, you know, do these types of things. This is my experience. This is my qualifications. You know. I come back to the quote that he said, I clearly understand that our soldiers are now at the front and in extremely difficult conditions doing their job, thanks to which we can now communicate with you calmly. Of course, I would like people who go to the army, and especially those who are already serving, clearly understand how much they will have to fight. The first factor is there will be no escalation at the front when they're considering these changes that he's talking about. To the mobilisation. The first factor is there will be no escalation at the front, and the second is that there will be someone to replace these people in 36 months, because that's obviously something that we don't think of, and you're not going to think of as a person, because when you're in that position, it's got to be incredibly difficult. Of course, you know, all you want to do is get home, and it's a long time, isn't it? Like 36 months. And of course, they're considering lowering the conscription age as well, which I think, I mean, what do I know? I'm not a military expert, but I think it's a fair thing to do, really. I mean, it's not as if they're talking going to, you know, completely youth age. They're looking at sort of 25. It's, I think, 27 now, I believe. So you know, it's definitely good that they're looking at all these things anyway. And the bills are being presented to the Verkhovna Rada for consideration. So these things will be discussed and debated on and obviously voted on, and that's definitely important. President Zelensky had a telephone conversation yesterday with His Holiness Patriarch Bartholomew to exchange Christmas greetings. Did you know that, Christopher? Did you hear about that at all?
No, but that's quite an honor. That
Yeah.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall, so to speak. More of those cliche things.
Absolutely, would it? There's a picture. He posted a picture, so there's no video, unfortunately. But yeah, he said this year Ukraine celebrated Christmas at the same time as the Mother Church, and he thanked His Holiness for the warm Christmas greetings to the Ukrainian people, prayers for the peace in Ukraine, and the participation of the ecumenical, I don't know how to say that word, you probably do because you're religious, Christopher. How do you say that? Prince Heather says it all the time and I can...
Ecumenical.
Ecumenical, I can never say that word. Now, this is a word that I can never say. This is not a word that my tongue just gets sometimes decides not to say, because I have those, as you all are well aware. But this is just a word that I find difficult, as some people do find some words difficult. So practice makes perfect, as the saying goes. And actually, he's invited. I invited his representative to the next such meeting in Switzerland. Oh, how lovely is that? I don't know when that meeting's supposed to take place, though, do you? But it's nice that he's invited him.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that the invitation was even sent out. So thank you.
Okie dokie, so let's look at some interesting things that have happened today. The State Emergency Service have received 8 specialised vehicles, and they, let's have a look, they've gone to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast thanks to the partners from South Korea. So there's been lots of lovely donations coming from South Korea and Japan recently. I saw a video yesterday of some Jeeps, some types of Jeeps that they'd sent over. But now this here, I'm looking at, in fact, I will post this. It might be on my profile already. I may have already posted it. Actually, all those fire trucks all in a line. That's just wonderful. These things obviously get damaged all the time, as we see. So that's definitely good news to see these things keep coming. And of course, Russia targets them as well. In fact, actually, it's not that long ago since they hit a fire station. I think that was in Kharkiv, if I remember rightly. Of course, we've had the good news from the Turkish Parliament today about them supporting Sweden's accession to NATO, but it is only the Foreign Affairs Parliament. It's a committee of the Foreign Affairs, so don't get too giddy just yet. We're not quite there. It is just a small step, but nevertheless, it's a step in the right direction. So I do think it's great news, and hopefully that vote should go through with no problems. I don't know. I have a good feeling about this now, Christopher. I've got a feeling that that's going to go through. What do you think?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, Orban and what's his face? They're basically trying to wring whatever cash they can out of the system for themselves. You know, so yeah, it'll get there. Couple of dollars, couple of things. But it's a disingenuous way to be. But hey, you know, we can't all be singing from the same hymnal all the time. Back to you.
If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. So let's look at demining. I was looking at this today, which I found very interesting. 228 demining groups of the units of the Ministry of Defence continue to clear the liberated regions of Ukraine from explosive objects. Now, I found this particularly interesting because when we look at the mine clearing figures, it's usually like civil demining in communities and in regions and that type of thing. So I was really interested to see this because this is from Lieutenant General Pavliuk, and this is obviously about military demining as well. So I think it's definitely interesting. He gives a really good breakdown here. So from the last week, the 15th to the 22nd of December, they've cleared 3,132 hectares of land, 3,307.6 hectares of agricultural land, 42.92 kilometres of highways, and 18.5 kilometres of power lines. So I think that's absolutely fantastic news. This is what we like to see. Definitely, we want to see more of that. You know, it's an incredible amount that they've got to do. As we know, we talk about that often. So I do like to keep up with the progress on that. And of course, winter's coming as well, so they're doing lots of preparation in that regard. The Prime Minister has given a bit of an update. He said the first winter month is coming to an end, and the Ukrainian energy industry is passing it successfully. So I think that's fantastic news. I've been kind of holding my breath, I guess, a little bit like everybody else, maybe, just, you know, with wondering about just how much damage Russia's going to be able to cause to the energy infrastructure and that type of thing. You know, we've seen lots of reports of them doing all this searching with drones and searching for air defense and searching for critical infrastructure. So I've been kind of concerned about that. I was hopeful because we've seen a great deal of things happening to protect the energy system and, you know, one thing and another to help them along the way. So I did have good hope, and I'm really pleased to say now that this report, since we get to the end of that first month, the generation is sufficient to provide light and heat in the homes of Ukrainians for the work of enterprises as well. And today they're extending the subsidies for electricity until the end of April next year. So, as promised, the price of electricity for household consumers will continue to be at the rate that they've been charging it at up to now, which is 2.64 hryvnias per kilowatt hour. And that will not increase the load then on the family budgets during the heating season. So, more things that they're doing to consider all the needs of the citizens, which I think is really important, especially, you know, given the winter season. So President Zelensky's been making awards today, Christopher, as well. You know, lots of awards he's been handing out today. Have a guess who he's been awarding today? Any ideas?
No, but I mean, what would he give? What's a good award to get at this time of year besides eggs?
Besides eggs. Well, what he's been giving awards out for today is to the workers of the defence industrial complex, which I thought was extremely interesting because a lot of this has shot up over the past year, you know, just over a year, when they've really had no choice but to do this. And I wasn't aware of the scale. It's not something actually that I considered before, but he said that the defence complex employs 300,000 workers. I mean, that's just fantastic, isn't it? 300,000 people in Ukraine.
And it's growing, and it's more
So,
more
well, I think that's
contracts and
fantastic.
more agreements.
Anyway,
Yeah. Back to you.
Christopher maybe has decided that he's not talking to me right now. He's decided.
No, I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear
Can
you
anyone
now.
hear me? Oh, okay. I was trying. The mic said I was on. Yeah, but the other thing too is to keep remembering that there are, as you know, as the days march on, that there are more agreements with Western companies to help build things in Ukraine that will help the Ukrainian war effort, as well as to be able to help the Western military establishment, the one that makes these things that go boom. I'm sorry, I don't like military industrial complex, and I haven't thought of something better to say, but I don't want to use that because I don't like that term of art. But anyway, more and more coming in. Rheinmetall, we've seen BAE Systems, we've seen, I'm sure we've seen a couple of American ones in there as well, coming in, making investments. They know it's a good deal. Get in on the ground floor. Back to you.
Absolutely, they would be fools not to. who was it the other day? I think that I was talking to. I think it was Portugal the other day that they were saying that they'd invited to join the defence industrial complex. I like that. I think that's okay to say. Does that work for you, Christopher? Defence industrial complex. It's better than the.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the defense industry, yeah, something complex. I don't know. Well, okay, I'll take that as a substitute until I can come up with something in my own mind that's better. But the whole idea, it's been a bit of a here in the United States, at least that's from my standpoint, and listening to people who pundit about these things, it's been a bit of a pejorative to say military industrial complex. It's a bit of a left wing kind of lefty sort of way of characterizing something that they don't believe in, and unfortunately I don't agree with them. It's not unfortunate, I just don't agree with them, because it is a business, it is necessary. Until we remove the world from people like Putin and genocidal invasions like Russia into Ukraine, we're going to need to have to protect ourselves and to protect our allies. So back to you.
No, I agree with you. I don't like military industrial complex for the same reason. And usually when I hear that, like, it sets my alarm bells going, like, oh, Russian propaganda, you know, that's usually where you hear these things from. So I absolutely accept what you're saying. A defence industry, I think that's a good compromise, isn't it? Absolutely. So, you know, when we talk about professional days, Christopher, guess whose professional day it is today?
Does it have to do with omelets? Eggs? No, I'm sorry. I'm making silly. No, I do not know. I'm sorry. Back to you.
Well, it is, of course, the SBU counterintelligence officers who stood up for Ukraine. And what they've said today is they've posted out with their motto. So their motto is, "The eagle does not catch flies," which I think is absolutely fantastic. Of course, we're just talking about the SBU here, not the Alpha Boys, because that's completely different. It's two different departments. Well, there's various different departments in the SBU, as you would imagine. We've spoken about them previously. There's the combat unit, there's the cyber unit, there's the intelligence unit, there's various different ones. So now I noticed somebody, so Zaporizhia Regional Military Administration made a post, Yuri Milashko. I thought this was quite nice. So what he said is, the eagle does not catch flies. This is the motto of the counterintelligence service of the SBU, which was created on this day, December the 27th, in 1991. This is also my holiday, he says, and I congratulate all my colleagues and brothers and sisters in the SBU counterintelligence officers who stood up for Ukraine and defend it every day from the internal enemy. With you, we will win. Glory to Ukraine. Now, I posted that out for people to have a look at. I can go on my profile, and I don't know how far back it is actually, because there's also like a badge and a flag as well. And I'm not sure if you've seen it, Christopher, but have a look at it anyway, because it's absolutely stunning, is the badge. I would so love to have one of them. I mean, I would absolutely treasure that. So I'm not sure how far, let me look how far down my profile it is. So if you would like to see President Zelensky awarding the workers of the defence industry, you can look on my profile there. There's some videos there as well, which I've put subtitles to as well for you, and I've also printed the text there so people can see that if they would like to. I'm just trying to go back now down my profile to find that. Oh, it must be too far back. I'll have to have a look for it later and repost it. I could probably repost it again. But I'll tell you what I will tell you. This I will repost for people to have a look at. Have a look at this graphic that I've just posted to the top of my page, and then go and tell me what you think about that, because I've just posted it for you to have a look at, Christopher. But I would be interested if you've seen that. And the number on the graphic is 3,333. So that's quite a number, isn't it? Are you seeing that, Christopher? Do you know what I'm talking about now? So for listeners, if you're not looking, I'm talking about a graphic that's been put out, and it shows the amount of Russian officers that have been killed in Ukraine, and the number is 3,333. I mean, I knew that a lot had been killed, but I had no idea it was that many. Did you, Christopher?
No, I didn't, and it's a nice graphic, 3333. It has a nice ring to it, kind of like 55.
Kind of like, yes, 5555. 5 donations of 5. That's what we would ask you to give. Donations of 5 to celebrate Christopher and I as birthdays. Well, they're not together on the same day. Mine is tomorrow. I am the big 50, and Christopher is 55 on New Year's Eve. I mean, what a day to have a birthday. That, talk about a celebration. But of course, I know what you mean. It's not exactly the same, is it? Because nobody's really thinking about your birthday. Although I bet you have some great parties to go to over the years, Christopher.
Well, one of the things that I did in my youth when I was doing that kind of thing, like going out and cavorting, I was working in the restaurant business. And so unfortunately, in the restaurant business, year-end inventory falls on December 31st, along with, of course, you're trying to get out a dinner to, however many people you've decided that you're going to let in the door. And, usually New Year's Eve is sort of a prefix kind of extravaganza. And I always worked in a restaurant that was, that believed in extravaganzas. So yeah, it's, they were different. But anyway, back to you.
Cornelius, welcome. Please go ahead.
Whew, had to run across the garage. Oh, so you guys were doing news. I picked up a quick tweet, about, well, it was 20 minutes ago. So about 40 minutes ago, saying 5 new Russian warships had entered the Black Sea. And I was wondering if anybody was tracking that at all. The source was Ukrainian Telegram. And that's when I sort of unplugged from that thing and got to work in the garage. So if there's any developments on that, that would be interesting to find out. Anything?
Thank you, Cornelius. Well, Marcus was talking about this earlier, but I'm not seeing anything about this anywhere. But that, of course, that doesn't mean it's not happening. It's sometimes a little difficult to keep up with what's going on whilst you're co-hosting. So I'm down to 1 device today as well. So that's no good. I can't multitask there. But I'm just looking now to see if I can...
Well, maybe it's just a call to the speakers panel for some input.
Yes,
some of those folks.
Tracy, you all right? Okay. So you okay there?
Tracy, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry, guys. I've got a slight injury and I just twisted a little too quickly, and I didn't want to be crying out in pain on the space. I'm so sorry. I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Oh, ameliorate. Anyway, so has anybody heard anything? Marcus, yourself, you follow things pretty carefully.
I'm not sure if...
Yeah, 1 second. I'll
He's
be back.
racing
I just gotta
across
look
the
at the
living room.
post.
Yeah, some of the comments were you've got the Bosphorus, and Turkey restricts passage through the Bosphorus, and there's certain rules that you can use to circumvent that. If, for instance, your warship was part of the original Black Sea Fleet, and that's where it was part of it, then Turkey would be obliged to let you through. But I'm sure we would have heard something if Russian warships were transiting Turkey's Bosphorus access, because 5 Russian warships are not insignificant.
No, so Marcus was talking about this earlier, but I'm not seeing anything. Like I said, it doesn't mean it's not happening though. It's just possibly that I've not had chance to look yet. So I'm just trying to have a quick look now at my best sources and to see if there's anything coming up. I am seeing lots of videos of Russian equipment being destroyed. And we've not had anything in the back channels either. I would think that that would something that we would get notification about, Christopher, because it's quite important, isn't it? But I'm certainly not seeing anything just yet.
Okay, could be entirely spurious. Sometimes this happens. People recycle news stories that are 1 year out of date, not realizing that the 22 should in fact have been a 23. So there's a number of reasons this could have come up and may have to fade away. Thank you.
Cornelius, do you get
Yes.
festive? Does your pumpkin get festive for New Year's Eve?
Oh, absolutely. You should see what it turns into on New Year's Eve. It's quite the magic pumpkin.
Oh, awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I sometimes wish I was that who's that guy that rode around on a horse and threw a flaming pumpkin around? Or am I mixing
The
Ghost
headless
Rider
horseman,
with
yeah,
the
the
Headless Horseman?
Ichabod Crane, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the Marvel Comics era burning flaming head guy. Oh no, that was a skull, not a pumpkin. Sorry about that. You've got me all confused.
No, but Ichabod Crane was chased by the headless horseman, and it was definitely a Halloween tale. I don't think
Yeah,
it
you
was
know what I
named.
like about my avatar? It looks sinister, but if you actually zone in on it, it's a children's drawing. The sinister, anyway. So, yeah, neither here nor there.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I have Bull Terrier came up, but he hasn't raised a hand yet. Barney, I'm going to raise you as the speaker because I see you're requesting. And let's see, what else do we have here in the panel? Who can I pick on? Oh, Barney has a hand up. I don't have to pick on anybody. Go ahead, please.
Hey, yeah, no, it's just that whole God, I just lost my train of thought. Jesus, I just came back in from a cigarette, so no, and my cats are now trying to attack each other, even after I've just fed them. I'm gonna drop down again. I need to remember what my train of thought was. I'm sorry.
Barney, it was either pumpkins or it was 5 Russian warships transiting Turkey's Bosphorus.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Turkey Bosphorus sea, that was it. So Joanna had a really good update today about all of the ships that were transiting in and out of Ukraine on Ukraine's own Black Sea deal and the way that Ukraine has basically driven the Black Sea fleet out of the Black Sea so that they can't even work. It's they have no ships in the Black Sea. They have no power anymore, and I think that's absolutely effing hilarious that they just can't produce the power to do that. So no, that was my comment. And thank you for reminding me of what I was trying to think about. But yeah, Russia has no power in the Black Sea anymore. They have, I think it's 4 to 5 ships in below the Turkey crossing, and Turkey are not letting them through. because they're not allowed to be in there because then they weren't part of the original military power. So I think, if I remember correctly, the UK reported that in the last 30 days or something like that, Ukraine has removed a quarter by tonnage of the of the Russian military fleet, which I think is hilarious, which I think everybody finds hilarious for a country that technically has no real physical navy to be able to take out a navy, also an air force with the SUs that have been shut down. I just think I am amazed and love Ukraine's just the way they think and work, and they've just done some amazing stuff. That was kind of what I wanted to say. But yeah, there's no Black Sea Fleet really anymore. And the ones that aren't in the Black Sea are blocked from getting in by Turkey because of that strait.
That the risk is too high to Russia. I mean, the Russian Admiralty must be thinking, how do we get back in there? And you're right, sticking 5 more warships through the Bosphorus effectively would just put 5 more ships at risk. Track record for Ukraine's been pretty solid so far.
Plus, also the fact that Turkey can just say no, fuck you. Sorry for the French. Not that I don't like the French, but it's just like no, f you. You're not coming through. You're not allowed due to this being our territorial waters. So I think Turkey have been a weird partner in this conflict. They've been very good with the Bayraktars. They've been weird with bringing Sweden into NATO. So it's really hard to rate them, but I rate them for them not allowing Russia to build their naval capacity in the area, because them not being able to do that has enabled, and if you go back to Joanna's update earlier, Ukraine are back to import and export via ships, to pre-war levels, whereas when there was the grain corridor, air quotes, it was very limited. So I think Ukraine have done a bloody good job, and that is a very British way of saying it. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, if nobody else is coming up, may I keep going?
Yeah, go ahead, Cornelius.
So I was intrigued today to find that Australia is scrapping an entire fleet of, I think it's MH-60 helicopters. If they're doing a full scrap, that's sad, but they haven't. Well, they've decided rather than give them to Ukraine, they'll just scrap them. And this is another one of those things where you kind of scratch your head and think, "Oh, son of a gun!" Now, we in Canada have experience with something called a Ross rifle. Back in World War One, we made a wonderful rifle that could shoot so straight and win all the target competitions. But when it came to the mud and the conditions in Flanders fields, it was a piece of junk. People would throw it away and try and grab some poor soul's 303 Lee Enfield, or what have you, because it was just too over-engineered to be reliable in the conditions they need to be in. I'm wondering if Australia made the decision not to give them away because there's some potentially deeply harmful bugs in that fleet. Anybody hear anything about that? Over.
No, I haven't. I'm seeing something about their MRH-90 Terrapin helicopter fleet started to dismantle them because they were troubled choppers. It says in the article is from the Eurasian Times. As of today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
I said the model number wrong. You're completely
That's
correct.
okay. That's okay. It's fine. It seems like your supposition that they were like the rifle was more problematic than that seems to be the gist of this. I haven't heard it yet. I do have it up, and I will review it and I'll come back. And it looks like Tracy's back after she exploded and imploded by accident, I'm sure. Are you here? Are you here now, Tracy?
I am here now, yes. Sorry about that.
It looks like Tony's coming up. Maybe he'll be able to shed some light from down under.
I have a bit of information that you might like to hear on the MH60s.
Go ahead, Barry.
So I saw this earlier today on a tweet. I don't have a link to it, so I can't verify it. But the MH60 was apparently, like the rifles, far too troublesome and far too dangerous. There were, I think, 2 identified accidents where it took out the whole crew where they crashed. So I think that they're scrapping them because they don't want to give Ukraine something that will kill Ukrainians, if that makes sense. That's what I saw earlier. I'll try and find the tweet that went into it. It might have been War Monitor or somebody like that. But there was a definite reason that the Australians won't give them those MH60s. I don't understand why they're not giving them the FA-18s that they have. That's a different story.
Thank you very much. Tony, would you like to go ahead, please?
Yeah, those Taipan helicopters won just recently in the last 6 months during an exercise where the US crashed, killing all its crew, and it had I think there are a couple more accidents that they had with them. But Mick Ryan has chimed in on it. I suggested also that they should be given to Ukraine, let Ukraine fix it. Even turn them into drones. Scruff could probably turn them into big, massive drones rather than pull them apart. But it's right. Australia's just scared of liability because of, they can't sort of like fix the problem. But that's just stupidity. Like Mick chimed in on it and said that they should be given. Australia seems to be the only only country that's had problems with them, and that the Ukrainians would probably fix it due to their ingenuity. And then who is it? Is it Barney regarding the F-18s? Same sort of thing. With it's just whole secrecy on the F-18s that we're trying to get to the bottom of it. You know, even Mick started to chime in on that also. So yeah, just stupid government decisions and evasiveness and just being quiet on the issue. But I think the Ukrainians not only have requested the F-18s officially, but they've requested also these Taipan helicopters. So yeah, go ahead, Bunny.
Yeah, no, I mean, God, I love Australia. I've spent a lot of time out there, but one thing that, as an Australian, maybe you could answer this question is, I don't know how to put this politically correctly, but why the fuck are you so just
Okay, can we
yeah? I'll
restrict the language, please?
I'll back off. Sorry. It's it'll be a very sweary fest if I continue speaking on this question, so I won't continue with it.
Thank you, Barney. I appreciate that. Did you want to come back on that, Cornelius? Okay, please go ahead, Robocop.
Just my question was, has the U.S. even approved sending F-18s to? Because I'm not finding anything that says they went ahead and approved sending F-18s to Ukraine, and that would be the reason why that Australia can't.
Did you want me to answer that, Tracy?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, the end user agreement, because it's American with regards to the F-18s. Yeah, that permission had to be sought, and I think that was given, but it hasn't been publicly stated. But it has been given. One air guy on here has said that, and if the F-16s, there's no obstacles for the F-16s that Netherlands gave, then there's definitely no restrictions on Australia to give the F-18s. It's just that the government's been just so quiet on it. I've put in a FOI request, and it came back all redacted and just unanswered. And Barney, what I think what you were getting at, why are we so silly, stupid, inept? That's just the way the Australian government has been. There's a reporter on it, on the story, and Mick Ryan again is chimed in on it. So we've just got to wait. They're all at Christmas break now, so there's something fishy going on. Why they haven't said it, haven't said anything about it. But we've just got to wait. And us guys out here or down here can only shame them and do what we can, via FOIs and letters to our representatives. So that's about it. I can't give you any much more information than that. You guys know as much as we do here. It's just ridiculous why we haven't given them, and there's no restrictions on the Taipan, the helicopters either, because they're not a US I think they come from South Korea. I'm not sure. I hope that helps.
Hey, Tony, before you go or before we change, before I miss you, how's your recovery coming, Money? How are you feeling?
I'm still sore. I'm sore mainly from I had a word with Language the other day when he was on, and I asked him about tourniquets, because it seems as if they've put a tourniquet on me during surgery, and because I've got a red mark of of like a belt up around my top of my thigh, and it's just really sore around the back there. And Language was saying I wouldn't leave the tourniquet on for too long, and that my operation went for a couple of hours. So I am a little bit sore, and all those muscles. I think is it not a jugular? What's the vein that goes through there, Chris? Up into your groin?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue, but yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Femoral.
Yeah, well, okay, femoral. No, I think would have been there to shut that bleeding off. But it may have had, and Language even said, may have had an effect on the muscles or whatever. And that's the problem that I'm having. They want me to bend it and all that, but I can't bend it because those muscles are just so sore at the inner side muscles, if you know what I mean. But I can stand on it, and I can walk gingerly. But it's just a matter of getting this swelling down, and it's going slowly. Thanks for your concern, Chris. But yeah, fingers crossed.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you're making some progress. I'm sure you will feel a world. You've had 2 other surgeries for knees too, so it's not your first paper route, so to speak. So good luck, man. Good luck. I'm thinking about you. Back to you,
Thanks,
Tracy.
mate.
Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher. Cornelius, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to hit Tony up for a bit of info. That helicopter that Australia is not offering but wants to send to salvage disposal, was it a fly-by-wire helicopter? Pretty modern ones usually are.
I'm just a concreter carpenter. What do you mean by fly wire?
Well, all the controls that the pilots use are all electronically connected to computers, which then in turn drive the various, rotor pitches and all the rest of that stuff. So it's all computer actuated. If the computer has a bug in it, you've got big problems. And that can crash helicopters in a heartbeat, unexpectedly too.
Yeah. Oh, look, I don't know if it's a fly-by-wire, but us here in Australia spare no expense when it comes to equipment, and I'd say it'd be a fly-by-wire, up-to-date, modern type of helicopter. It's just that they've just had faults, and recently the whole crew was killed. But Australia, they seem to have a problem also with Hawkeye, which Ukraine have requested the Hawkeye like a Humvee, which would have been good to have because it carried I think was the NASAMS and air defense equipment on top of it. And they've had problems for a couple of years with regards to the brakes, and the same reasons that were given why they weren't given to Ukraine was because it had brake problems. They didn't want to send something faulty to Ukraine, and for me that was a piss poor effort, because I used to work with cars as a young kid. Used to swap around parts and all that with Chevys, and Fords and
Yeah,
modify
likewise.
stuff. And I can't see why the manufacturer here, I think it's Thales, the guys that do the Bushmaster, why they haven't sought advice from a major car manufacturer like GM or Ford in America or Mercedes for that matter, or even a Formula One team. How do we fix this brake problem? You know, how can you have a brake problem, for 2-3 years? It's just ridiculous. So that was one of the reasons. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Those companies are so big, it's and also so legal department driven that to change something midstream, mid production is a monumental internal effort. I know it sounds, you and I, Ford 9-inch rear end, we'll do a trade party this weekend. I'll swap you a transmission and we'll have a few beers and have a good time. But these days with these fleets, forget it.
Exactly, and actually, we just as you mentioned that Ford 9-inch rear end, I've got a 1973 GM Tirana came out with a 6-cylinder. It's a Holden car. It's Australia's own brand, which now ceases to exist. But I've got a 350 Chevy in that with a Ford 9-inch rear end, and the brakes are from another Holden. Made to suit that sort of drive line, you know what I mean? So that sort of stuff we worked out on, trial and error sort of thing from 18 years of age. So yeah, you scratch your heads, give it to some, find some specialists, you know what I mean? There are specialists out there that can fix a brake problem, and those Hawkeyes would have come in really good because if they got about even 9 or 10 of them, they could cover the whole 900-kilometre front line, which would be ideal for the air support. For the guys to be protected from drones and stuff. With that, I think it was NASAMS or NRAMs or something like that that fits on the top of them. But yeah, a lot of technicality, and a lot of red tape, and a lot of political bull crap, that goes on here. Just not being transparent.
Hopefully they'll turn up, Tony. I'm still hoping. Are you? I've still got my fingers crossed. I still think there's a good chance that they may turn up in Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah. Same here. It's just so fishy with the no one's speaking about it, and I think same with the reporter that's brought out this Taipan helicopter thing. These reporters have got access to our politicians, in a doorstop press interview or wherever they are, and they can ask the question. They should be asking the question on behalf of us, because that's what journalists basically are there for. They're the gatekeeper or our gatekeeper to keep, to ask the question, keep the government honest. Why didn't they stop and say, so what are you doing with the F-18s? And don't take no for an answer, or, keep pressing on the question if they're evasive on it, you know what I mean? Live on camera. But they don't. I've never heard an interview with the defence minister where they've asked anything about the F-18s, And it's not a question about money either, because we're doing pretty good here. And just on the 8th of December, for you guys who don't know, I've mentioned it before. On the 8th of December, the Defence Minister signed a contract for $7 billion with a South Korean company, Han, who have a factory here, to build a redback IPV or something, and that's over 5 years, and it's going to employ 2,000 plus local people. So we're not short of money. And if you think about the F-18s, were sold, the contract's now expired, but they were sold for 257 million. So that comes to about 3 million each, or 5 million each, for 43 F-18s. So if you're signing a $7 billion contract on the 8th of December, it's not that you're short of money. So yeah, really curious and really weird why it's so secretive. There's got to be more to it, or there's going to be a surprise early on in the new year.
Let's hope
Fingers
there's
crossed.
going to be some surprise, Tony. That's what I'm waiting for. I guess you're waiting for the same thing too.
Yeah. Well, when me and Will, I can't really sit at a computer still for too long, but me and Will are going to get together and redo another FOI request, because the Department of Defence responded in email and suggested I do that rather than appeal the last FOI response that they gave. So it'll be a whole new set of questions, but when that may get answered, I don't know, because up until at least the 8th of January, they're all on holidays, or on a skeleton staff, if you know what I mean. But me and we're going to knock heads together and put all our questions down in another FOI and see what happens.
Thank you,
Is that
Tony. I
okay?
really appreciate that, and and we really appreciate the updates as well. I mean, you're doing incredible things. It was you that kick-started all these campaigns off from other people to be doing things and to be considering what they can look at from their country as well. So I have a huge appreciation to you for that, and it's definitely interesting to hear your updates. And I'm hoping, like you say, that there's going to be some good news for the new year. There has to be a reason that they're stalling us all. It just does not make sense. There's not, and if as we've said previously, if it's something that they can't tell us, then that gives me a sneaking suspicion. But that's just me. Let's hope for the best. Anyway, plan for the worst and hope for the best, and then we'll definitely keep pushing them.
Well, I think if the F-16s, there's rumours about them flying about and being in Ukraine now, then being a country of sheep, and second to the line, and a little brother syndrome sort of thing to the US, I think that if the F-16 thing is confirmed that they're in use, then I think that may tip the government here to come out and say something about it. Do you know what I mean? So they'll be more confident to come out and say, okay, we're going to give our F-18s. I don't know why we're scared of Russia. If that's what their problem is, I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, all we can do is guess at it, really. But I'm not sure that the F-16s are there either. I'm not sure how much of that is just psyops. I don't think, personally, it's something that they would announce. I think they would just not tell them and just let them discover that they're there. I could be wrong. I think there's a little bit of subterfuge going on, should we say, which is obviously clever coming from the good guys. We don't want to tell the Russians everything. We don't want to let them know too many things, of course, but maybe it's just they're saying that their F-16s are there because they want to hide with the other air defence. I don't know. It's hard to say, but certainly we will know for sure before too long anyway. And there's going to be a slowdown, unfortunately. Now we know winter's coming and lots of supplies and things have slightly changed militarily. And General Tanavsky was actually speaking about that today. He did an interview with BBC Ukrainian, so the Ukrainian version of the BBC. So go and check that out. If you haven't, I've got a link to that if you would like that. In fact, I will post that out shortly for people to have a look at, because I think that's definitely very interesting. But we're due to leave you all very shortly, in about 5 minutes. Christopher and I will be leaving you. So before we continue with the hands, I just wanted to quickly tell you about my humanitarian topics of the day, because I think this is fantastic news. I was so pleased to see these two bits of news. So today I'm going to tell you about power supply, and so obviously that's incredibly important given the winter conditions, and I think it's great news that the power supply has been restored in 2 more villages in the now let me see if I can get this pronunciation correct, or anywhere near, at least that would help, wouldn't it? So at least people know where I am talking about. So I'm talking about Degach, Degachev community. So this is in Kharkiv anyway. Specialists have managed to revive the villages of Lobanivka and Tokhanivka. Now, these places have been without electricity since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February. So that's a very long time to be without power. It's been a very, very difficult task for them to complete. It has now been completed, and it's been announced by the Deputy Chief of the Kharkiv Regional Military Administration. Now, in order to start the restoration works in these settlements, energy workers needed to restore the high voltage line, and so that's taken quite some time. The power engineers have now managed to complete that, and all the residents of these settlements now have electricity, which I think is absolutely wonderful news. To think that these places have been without power for all that time, it's an incredibly long time, isn't it, when you really think about the weather conditions throughout last winter. But of course, many places didn't have power last winter thanks to Russia, and I'm happy to say it's not as bad this year. Now they're going to be continuing doing this, and they're going to be continuing their restoration work because there are more settlements, believe it or not, that still have to be connected. The next settlement where they're looking to connect consumers is going to be Supivka. So the energy workers have actually already started work on restoration there as well. So again, that's fantastic news. And then the other part of the humanitarian energy news for today is regarding gas supply, because not only have they restored electricity supply in those areas, but they've also restored gas supply now this is to a village in the Izium district, the village of Vernopilia, that's what I'm going with. So now this place has been without gas since April 2022. So the community was left without gas due to the destroyed gas distribution system. And this was obviously Russia that did this. So that's, again, a very, very long time to be without power supply and without gas supply. In order to restore the gas supply network, routes had to be examined for the presence of mines first, and damaged infrastructure facilities also had to be restored. Again, this has been quite a significant project. Specialists of the Kharkiv branch of Gazmerzhi actually had to rebuild 10 kilometers of high pressure gas pipelines and 9.6 kilometers of low pressure gas pipelines. They also had to eliminate the consequences of about 10 projectile hits on the actual gas communications in the territory of the community. And the gas pipelines of the residential buildings have now been partially restored. And gas has been able to be returned to 25 households. Now, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but obviously they have to go a village at a time. And again, work on the reconstruction of the gas pipelines is something that is continuing to other communities. So I just thought I would like to pop those bits of news in there, because I think it's really important that people get to know these things. And then before we leave you, I will just tell you all about a couple of segments that we have coming up. We have Language Learner coming up later tonight for you, so don't miss that, because he has some great updates, as you're all probably aware, and many of us are really, really pleased that Language Learner has returned to give us these regular updates. He does fantastic updates and gives you just an idea of what's going on around Ukraine as well, not just in terms of the battlefield updates, but just a variety of different parts of news. I think his updates are really, really interesting, and I always enjoy listening to them. I guess you do as well, Christopher?
I do. I think he's, he's one of those very unique individuals that is very humble and is working his way through doing things and trying to figure out his way in life. He's a little bit younger than both of us. And so as someone who's of that age group that I think sometimes can get wrapped up in themselves more than they can see the value in helping others, it's very refreshing to watch him and to have watched him grow. I always ask him, what's Language Learner doing? So he's been giving us a little bit of updates on some of the accreditations and things that he's been trying to get himself through so that he can do the job of training training the trainer or training the troops or whomever, the medics, in a better way. And he has his own sort of projects based upon his experiences with seeing how the medicine, quote, no, that's in air quotes, how battlefield medicine has been practiced and what he would like to see himself try to get into. It was very interesting on his last, sorry to go on, but I'll just stop after this, but on his last visit with us, he was talking about battlefield live blood transfusion stuff that he was interested in ensuring that it sort of carried forward because he thought that it made the most sense because of the kind of situation that that the battlefield presented itself, and it was a good fit. Anyway, so he's really been like way off in I'm so supportive. I so love hearing and trying to be my best supportive of him, but he's got his fingers in a lot of pies, so to speak. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Well, I think it's time for you and I to depart just now, and I believe it's your turn to go first this evening.
Very well. Thank you all for putting up with my my lack of. I've got one more day before tomorrow is going to be a big move day. Big move day. Lots of people, big truck, and fortunately, I won't be doing the lifting. I will be having other people do the lifting for me, and that makes me happy, happy, happy. So, Slava Ukraini, everybody, and Tracy, I will see you tomorrow for your birthday. Oh, and Tracy, if the doorbell rings, you got to answer it because you might get something in the post that you know, you may not be expecting, but you never know. Bye bye.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. That's very intriguing. Thank you, Christopher, and thank you for joining me as always. We are having a great partnership, I think, and we've got some interesting things to bring to you all in the following week. So stay tuned. And just now, I'm going to be handing over to your very next capable co-host. Good evening, Axel.
Bonsoir, guten Abend, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Axel. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining me today, and thank you for staying with us. Please retweet the space and retweet the speaker cards. Let everybody know that we have Language Learner coming up, and of course we have our Middle East segment coming up later on today, in a couple of hours' time, in about 3 hours' time, or is that 7, 8, 9? Yes, about 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So that will definitely be coming up. So please join us for that, because that's not just very interesting, it's also extremely important. We all know that Russia is trying to export its terror around the world. And of course, this is one of the areas where they seem like they're thinking they're managing to do that. So we all need to keep informed, because it definitely all has all Russia's tentacles everywhere we see these things. So thank you very much, everybody, to everybody that's come and spoken. An extra thank you to you all. And I will say good evening. Ta-ta for now.
Alrighty, so we just have to be lucky that Nancy is around, but that should work. And in the meantime, Meta, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. Yeah, I just wanted to give some credit to Tony for everything he's done, and I hope that Finland is working, in the backgrounds with Australia at the moment to negotiate about the F-18s and the training program, but we will just see, because we are in the dark for most of things, but there's nothing that makes more sense than moving these F-18s to Finland and train the Ukrainians there. And because our defense minister said today that he's a bit worried that the war might drag out, but the support won't drag out. The support won't be ending. And it's like, Finland, I think, has given 12 or 13 packages, each 200 million. And the F-18s from Australia wouldn't be more than sort of one package, and training is sort of, I think our pilots would love to train these Ukrainian pilots. But let's hope. But Tony, thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you.
Yeah, same topic since I think the week when we all started here. Respectively, we started discussing here. I really have to check. It might be 4 weeks into the whole full-scale invasion when General McRyan came up. Somebody needs to fix up and check the date in the background, but I think it might be the end of March in 2022, could be beginning of April. When we had him up, interviewed him, and I flipped in the comment that it would be very nice if he could engage and help us get the F-18s, and why wouldn't Australia actually, now that the deal at that point in time, the original deal to transfer them to a civil aviation operator in the USA for OPFOR purposes, and that had fallen through already at that time, had not been completed as a deal, why Australia would want to continuously mothball, pay for them, maintain them, have them ready for whatever kind of sale, and not just give them to Ukraine. I mean, but then again, that topic has never really changed in that regard. In the meantime, good evening to James, who yet again has another name. James, this is confusing. Why is it dirty sidewinders? What is it with that dish?
So Axel, I'm going to recycle because my sound is out, and I'm dirty
I can hear
sidewinder
you.
today because I
can hear you.
wanted to mention some things about the book in book club, but I am going to drop recycle and come back since I can't hear anything you say. Thank goodness for captions.
All right, so our poor friend can't hear us. In the meantime, then we'll go to Barney.
Sorry, was trying to find a button. This probably will only resonate with either Australians or English people who know their cars. But Tony, as a spanner monkey, I have a Gen F V8 HSV. So I'm assuming you know what that is. So this is a car that's imported into the UK in very small numbers. There's only about 50 of them in the UK. Now,
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
yeah, mine is the most powerful in the UK, which is different matter. But I have to buy parts for it, and I have to buy them via Australia, which takes for effing ever. So is that the same reason that MH60s or Bushmasters are? Well, no, you're sending a shitload of Bushmasters, but MH60s, is it because of the routing of the parts is just a pain in the arse and they have to go on container ships? Because it takes me 6, 10, 12 weeks to get a part for my car because it is
It's a
Australian.
side load. I can help you there, Barney. It's very simple. It's a side load, given the fact that it's a small part and they do not produce. They don't do mass production. I mean, as much as we all love Tom Walkinshaw, but with very small numbers, these are side loads for say containers where they are flipped into, and that's that. So as a consequence, they are on the lower priority rank, which, by the way, would not be the case if you have say any kind of relevant IFVs, APCs, or God forbid, tanks or spare parts for F-18s coming from Australia, because they'd be flown in.
I love the fact you just mentioned Tom Walkinshaw, Axel. Thank you for that. That was amazing. It shows you what I'm talking about.
Petrol heads all over.
That is quite a shock, Axel. How do you know Tom Walkinshaw, the Estonian Australian?
I'm old. I'm just old.
It was the best cheater in racing that was ever found. I will say that. Honestly. Some of the stuff he did was hilarious. And yeah, you can't even reproduce what Tom Walkinshaw did. But I have what is possibly one of the best cars on English roads here, and one of 50. So, you know, I'm slightly privileged in that respect. So,
But Barney, then you can keep donating, say, the equivalent of one filling of your tank each week to Ukraine. How about that? Just joking.
well, no, I now run a Jaguar S type as a daily, which is a bit of a dickhead on the electrical front, because I still need to order parts from Australia for the VXR8. But no, I've donated some money to the wonderful lady who lost her cats earlier today. So yeah, that was my Christmas present this month.
Very good. I didn't follow today's discussions in that regard, but it's certainly helpful if it arrives at your preferred charity or your preferred charitable donation target. That's fine. Everybody should do their own due diligence, as you all know. But thank you very much for that. So, right, James, are you back?
I believe I am back, Axel. Are you still there? Yes, you
Splendid.
are.
Excellent. So you had something to explain. Why on earth we're yet again talking about some fries?
What is it that I'm to explain?
Dirty Sidewinder. Does it not include fries, or am I completely wrong? James, did you hear me? It seems James can't hear me properly, or I lost audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. Axel, I am still having some issues. You sound like you're at the bottom of the well. And my mic has shut off voluntarily. So I'm not going to quit yet, but I was trying to explain Dirty Sidewinder.
Your sound is great. Your sound is great. I mean, I only know that you make them out of potatoes, and they literally are like curvy fries.
I don't know about such things. I do know that this is just a name that somebody gave me during book club, and I liked it. That's all I know. Dirty Sidewinders. Side dishes are very good. I appreciate many side dishes. But Dirty Sidewinder was given to me because I asked a question unexpectedly of someone who was invited to help us with book club, and the question caught the person by surprise. So thus, I was a dirty sidewinder because I hadn't given the question beforehand, I guess. So anyway, in any case, that's why I'm here.
James's dirty sidewinders come out of left field. That's what you're trying to tell us.
Pretty far out in left field, unless I'm playing a different position. And today I am.
Alrighty, I can definitely tell you, we will have in just about 30 seconds our dear friend and one of the original co-hosts, Maciej Koszurek, with us from Gdansk, and we'll provide a little update as to what happened in the recent days and across the Christmas season with TVP World, given the fact that in Poland the reorganization of media and politics is still ongoing. I can see that Maciej is connecting. Maciej, dobry wieczór. How was Christmas?
Dobry wieczór. Christmas was nice. My dogs were, nice. Everybody was nice. The things that are happening in Poland right now are not nice, but some people treat them with satisfaction. Some others, like me, treat it with a lot of fear. What's gonna happen next? But the Christmas was the time where I said no Polish politics for me for at least 2 days, and I almost kept that promise till the 15th, till the afternoon of yesterday. I actually went to Twitter and did some writing, but uh, aside from that, it was very nice.
There you go. Yeah, I tried to be completely offline. That didn't quite happen. I think I managed to peek at something yesterday for 15 minutes about German politics and some other stuff, and retweeted one or two things. And gosh, it felt like Jesus Christ, I had just interrupted quite literally the only time of the year where I could really happily shut off and have the family with us. At least, say from time to time, a bit of a sanity check and a break is good. Christmas served that purpose, and I think the family enjoyed it. So very glad to hear. But now let's tell people a little about the background as to what happened with TVP World. That you've been giving some interviews. We've been talking about this here in quite some detail because it matters. And so for our American audience and for those who are not as familiar with Polish politics as well as Polish media, there are many, many good reasons as to why currently the TVP World, as part of the overall Polish, and then this is like the BBC. It's essentially government-inspired and general populist and taxpayer-wise supported media, and what we have the same in Germany with two stations, which essentially have indirect taxation to people. This all has been set up with a view to having a non-commercial station that often, of course, leads to political influence. No matter how you try to find ways to avoid bias, there always is, and from time to time, one or the other government, especially when a polarization of politics yet again happens, that has happened, of course, in European politics as much as it has happened in America, then this can lead to overreach, depending on how people move the goalposts, how they man the fort, and how they exercise direct and indirect controls. That has happened to an extent in Poland. But one segment of the government's, so to say, television setup, TVP World, has acted quite significantly differently. And TVP World also, during the night of the invasion, Maciej had a very illustrious guest from Gdansk. And why was that important?
I mean, yeah, I was at the night of the invasion. I was the guest in TVP World, and I'm from Gdańsk. I don't know if you refer to that, but yes,
yes.
I was. Yes, I was at the very. I would say at the beginning. Let me start with a story, right? So a couple years back, I was as my media correspondent with Polish Prime Minister at the European Council summit in Brussels. And usually there is a media buzz because all the journalists from Poland fly with the Prime Minister on the same plane, and they go into a bus and they driven to whatever the destination is, usually the building of the council in Brussels. And the team of the day, and it was like 3 years ago or something like that, and the team of the day was laughing at a smartphone of one of the journalists who was bringing up a YouTube stream of a station that was called Poland In, that was in English, and I think back then 3 or 4 people were watching that stream, and they were laughing at the amateurishness of that, and they were laughing at different things. And Poland In was the former version of what became TVP World. But TVP World today became, or a couple days back, because the future of TVP World is a mystery, became something of an important, influential voice, especially a voice of the Central Europe, right? And Central Europe meant also as a voice of Ukraine, because whenever I was there, commenting on the war, whenever I was there commenting on world politics, 50% of the time my co-guest was Ukrainian journalist, Ukrainian personality. So giving a platform to Ukrainian voices was really important, and reach that it was able to have during these difficult times was really, really important. And nations, and I think people from different countries who listen to this space know that is having an English language TV station that is broadcasted and received throughout the world, and that is credible to people that are watching it, is a real cultural capital for a nation, right? And what happened with TVP World, they just shut it down. And the problem with that is the fact that, of course, it's part of, as I don't know, different channels that are named BBC are part of the larger structure. So it's part of the TVP structure. But on the other hand, it was dealing primarily in last term, it was dealing with the war in Ukraine, other international issues, and in really small extent with Polish politics, and when it dealt in a really descriptive manner, and that is really important because people who are and I saw this discussion when you, Axel, wrote something about your worry about the means that were used to stop broadcasting on just on a dime. From 1 second you can receive the broadcast, and then it was just gone. And when you wrote something about your worries about that, people from Poland were writing to you, oh, there's no problem, it will be back soon. And the problem is Law and Justice, the former ruling party in Poland, propaganda. But nobody ever, and just let me stress that even one more time, ever has given one argument that TVP World was propaganda. Why they shut it down? Well, there are many explanations. Maybe they worried that they will tell the truth of what's happening to the media and how it's dealt with in Poland, that it will be an international voice, and the ruling coalition right now wants to control the international narrative by different means. And one of the means, and sorry for this is a polarizing issue, but usually when I was on this space, and you guys, those of you that remember me, I was always saying I'm a member of Polish conservative media. There are people in Poland that may disagree with me, but when I look on those who speak to English news broadcasters and channels from the other side, they never make that remark. They always present the objective truth and saying that things that I'm saying, for example, are disinformation. So, for example, Ann Applebaum retweeted a Twitter thread that basically smeared with what from my assessment, is incorrect facts. Smeared Sergei Sumlenny, who was often a member of this and a contributor to this space, and a great advocate of Ukraine case and anti-Russian case throughout the time. So the threats
and a member of the Dumb and Green Party, which cannot be construed as being conservative.
Yeah, and his only fault was the fact that he stood in defense of TVP World, and every time in every tweet that he wrote, he has written that, well, there is a difference between TVP Info, which was the most, yes, I would agree, you can call it really biased, pro-party, pro-ruling party TV channel. There's no discussion, I think, even in the right-wing media about that in Poland. But he always made a distinction between the inner Polish language channel and TVP World, right? And only because of that, he became the target of that smear. And Ann Applebaum, who is, and I used to just not talk about that because I felt it was just, contrary to my good taste. But she's the wife of a current and former also foreign minister of Polish government, Radek Sikorski. So that's a problem. But to go back to that, the last just 10 minutes before I came to this space. I saw from I think a veritable source, an info, that the whole team of TVP World was asked to remove themselves from the premises of the station, and we are a week from the time that the signal was shut down. I actually was a guest, I think, 3 days ago in TVP World, and I just had the assumption that the broadcast was returned. But some of the people from the inside just DM'd me and said that no, we were just working to show that we will work if they will let us work, because they cherish the work that they did and success of that work that they did, because everybody that works for MriyaReport, for example, knows that there is it's easy to shut something down, but it's really hard to build something that is credible enough to attract to you commentators from around the world who will comment on you in your TV station about world affairs, right? You have to have a certain reach, you have to have certain credibility. So they built that, and from, like I said, on a dime, somebody decided, because they wanted to settle the internal politics polarized scores, that TVP World will be a victim of that settling, right? And yeah, it's just it's brutal. It's part of the larger process that's going on in Poland. We have historical documentaries, not about politics, about history of 19th century, removed from the servers of TVP. We have a work of many people that written articles being removed from the servers. So it's really a feeling of a purge of some part of Polish media, some part of Polish heritage. And right now they went for the plan B, as some would call it. They say they will liquidate Polish public media broadcasting station, Polish public media together with radio station also, because the law is not on their side. I think that's the there is so much issues that we can go on into that, but
yeah, let's it's very good that you highlight this. It is, at the moment, it seems more likely the signaling from the Minister of Culture is that they will use, and this minister has shall we say very very long-standing intelligence and security background, is a highly capable, very intelligent person, no question about it. People may or may not agree on politics, but he is an intelligent man. And he seemingly has now seen that in the last few hours that there is no way to deal with the existing structure easily. Therefore, rather, they have to liquidate and rebuild it if they want to rebuild it. Correct?
Yeah, so I don't want to disinform you guys or present, I think, somebody that knows the law of liquidation of different, how do you call that, corporations. So this is a public corporation. So there will be some steps taken, and they feel that the steps will give them better control. I don't think the final outcome is full liquidation and reconstitution, but that's probably possible. But the problem with TVP World, as I see it, if you look at TVP World, there are videos on TVP World channel, YouTube channel, that have 500,000 of views, which is an impressive, which is an impressive result for a Polish constructed with Polish creativity English channel. We never had that, right? We never had that. Polish people were always bickering about the fact that we had such a rich history, but we never had an Oscar-winning movie about our history. We don't have a voice in international media. So we had a voice, and somebody said, well, it's I don't like that voice, or we will do that better, because I think the plan is they will completely change the whole team at TVP World, or maybe come with a new name and restart it. But after a week of you being down from the broadcast, you being down of people able to see new videos from your channel, it's really hard to rebuild something like that. This holds a real consequences when it comes to your reach. Like everybody knows that who tries to survive in this era of internet media, that being silent for some time is really costly, right? And this also damages the credibility, because people who will want to work, for example, together with TVP World, will they be verified, or will it be damaging to them that they worked with the previous TVP World? This is really maddening to me, because I understand. Let me tell you this. I understand people who said that there needed to be changes in TVP overall. But as we said from the start of this conversation, why do you target these TV stations that is unprecedented in Polish history? And just let me point, because everybody that's in this space knows that we are in a really peculiar, dangerous time when it comes to our region of the world, right? So if you feel like it's time for squabbles and settling of partisan scores from the past, well, you have to wonder if people who make those decisions have a good outlook on the overall reality that we live in.
Yeah, I think that brings us back to the to points of pragmatism and timeliness, and as you quite rightfully highlighted, the pendulum is swinging one way now, but it's not just a pendulum; it's essentially like, say, a destruction ball. So it is there, and whilst say reorganizing or resetting TVP info and TVP as such, it literally kills off one of the most important instruments of media policy in Central Eastern Europe, and that is a
Yeah,
spark. This
and
is
just
what has developed.
let me add one example, one hypothetical example. Just imagine you're somebody that watches TVP World or BBC World, whatever, in some foreign country, even not on the European continent. Let's say you watch it in the South of America, right? And then one day, this TV station that you used to watching stops broadcasting, and what you hear from the country that's producing the signal is the fact that, well, it was propaganda, right? So even if they turn that back after 2 weeks or whatever time they will need to reconstitute the new staff, and the new guys will have to learn the programming, the new guys will have to form new connections to the people that they can invite to comment on the issues and stuff like that. I don't know if the station can rebuild its credibility in the viewers, because I know that if you don't follow Polish politics, you don't know what happened. But the image in which a TV station just stops on a point and somebody says, "Well, we have to do something with it because it was no good." Well, you won't probably dwell into that too deep, right? You will find a different station. And if you look from a point of view of a Polish national interest, this TV station will be probably not Polish. It will be a different TV station, right?
The funny thing is, Maciej, is that we are currently arguing the pragmatic centrist case of, well, these things could have been done differently, could they not have? I mean, whatever you do domestically, even you said it, it's understandable that the previous biases to TVP info had to be, say, realigned and would not have been tolerable otherwise. But still, shutting down the most successful source of information on the conflict with Mordor, with Russia, the full-scale invasion into Ukraine, the disinformation campaigns. And this is the key thing. This is being now used and abused by Russian disinformation campaigns. And the void which has been created is immediately being filled with much more of the fire hose of disinformation. And TVP World had done great things with many, many speakers, many of whom we actually even have had here all the time. regular speakers of MriyaReport, whether it's Ben Hodges, Meg Ryan, you name it, John Spencer, have been interviewed. Chuck Farrer has been interviewed on TVP World many times. Peter Doran, live, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and there is an important issue here, right? The issue is so the issue is that we and the journalists of TVP World had the advantage of a real historical community and understanding of what's happening in Ukraine, because our view of what Russia does to its enemies and to its targets is much more rooted in our history, in our family experience, than the view, for example, of French or British journalists, right? And the closeness was also made easier, making contacts in Ukraine, changing facts, and I think that was also the source of the credibility, right? And the most irrational aspect of that, right, is so Sikorski and Tusk were during the political electoral campaign, were accused of being appeasers towards Russia and also some more things, but I don't want to get too deep into Polish politics. But I just want to keep you for you to keep in mind this one fact. They were accused of that, right? And the first thing, and Sikorski is said to be the one that will be making decisions who will have the power to rebuild TVP World in the future. And the first thing that they are actually doing, a few days after the new government was sworn in, they're destroying one English international reach of Polish voice, and this voice was credibly and all the time anti-Russian, anti-Putinist, and everybody who was a guest on that channel TV shows would attest to that, right? So if you want to make a different case, you would make different moves, I would say. But to be fair, I think that the international outcomes of that were given less weight to as I said, settling internal partisan political scores. It's like this TV station, and I mean TVP, was attacking us for a really, really long time, which I think is legitimate for them to say, yes, they were attacked. Tusk today, during a press conference, said that Law and Justice, if they didn't have the hold of national media, they would never win any elections, which is clearly untrue because they had control and they lost elections. And in 2015, they didn't have basically any media. 90% of Polish media were under, left liberal control. And Law and Justice in 2015 won the election. So that's just, but that's probably he presented his way of thinking about that, right? So that was their main goal. But the question that I and ask, and I may be repeating myself, but you have to ask yourself: is those internal, settling of scores is really suited for every time in history, especially for a country like Poland that really enjoyed for last couple of decades a really good because of the because of our joining NATO and our joining European Union, enjoyed good fortune. But anybody that knows Polish history knows that good fortune is never eternal, especially with geography like ours. So that's my worry, and I think as a nation we also have to find a way past those squabbles and way past settling scores, because many people on the right, on my own side right now, are forming a myth, and I'm talking about myth in terms of forming a driving political narrative, like they did us wrong, they broke the law, meaning the other side. So we can have, we have to fight with them with all the means that we can, and we cannot take a step back because they will destroy. And this type of thinking will lead us nowhere. That is my deep concern.
Yeah, no, very good point. That we always stress this here, that people with a bit of pragmatism and common sense and a historic arc as to their education and views will probably see easily that it makes no sense to radicalize and for the sheer sake of political means to use any method which seems at your disposal. On the contrary, methods matter. Style
Yeah, and if
matters.
if I can make just one more point here. So I know that there are many. It's a really divisive also issue, the internal politics of US. But there were many people, and I think this situation is similar. So many people, after an reprehensible acts of 6th of January, they felt that they have a basis for super legal means of stopping Trump, right? And they did use many of those means. But the final result might be that in 2024, Trump won't be disqualified and he will come back with more vengeance and more, disposition to say, well, they didn't respect any rules. Why should I? Well, he is even saying right now, right, that some articles of constitution should be, taken away because there is so much of the steel and stuff like that. So I don't want to start discussion in that, but what I'm saying is removing of the backstop, removing of the checks and balances, and this in case of Poland, I will be first to say some of the responsibility falls on the right of the Polish political center, on the law and justice, right? But whoever does that, those checks and balances are really, really hard to rebuild after that, And sorry to be a little bit coarse, but Silvio Berlusconi famously said this joke about Adolf Hitler who comes back. And the punchline of the joke is the Hitler says, well, I will come back, but this time I will be really evil, right? And the the implication of that joke for me is that whoever you're fighting in national politics right now, the means that you're using to fight him may lead to somebody taking reins that will be really evil, because that person or that group of people will use all those loopholes, all those laws that you've broken, and they will really, really use it, right? That's the danger that we have to always take into account.
Yes, and the enemies of democracy, the enemies of those free maritime republics which currently still uphold human rights and law, those enemies are the ones who need that radicalization in those maritime democracies. They require us to polarize. If we fall into the traps that we allow ourselves to use nihilistic, approaches, if we follow the Saul Alinsky Marxist playbook, we end up in deep trouble. It is called Weimarization of politics for a good reason, because that is what happened in the 1920s in Germany. And that's why you had communists and fascists fighting in the streets, Maciej.
Yeah, and just to say, because I would like to hear other voices. I don't want to dominate this because I think it's an important discussion, and I hope our listeners find it also interesting. But I always, when polls say, but we have to stop them, right? So for me, the benchmark of pragmatism that me and Axel are talking about was Al Gore, which politically I disagree with him in almost all the cases, and I don't think he's a great politician, whatever. But that's my opinion. So after Florida, the whole Florida debacle with counting the votes in 2000 and Supreme Court making the decision, he said, well, I don't agree with that decision. The decision that gave Bush the presidency, so the highest stakes in the world. But Al Gore said, I don't agree with this decision, but I accept this decision because what we need right now is acceptance. And I fear that in our politics today, we have more and more people who say, whatever the means, whatever the methods I will find to not accept, to contest that decision, to maybe form my own Supreme Court who will give me other opinion, is the real danger, because the next guy coming after you will have more precedence to not accept those decisions that should be final rulings, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. James.
Yes, Maiksek, thank you for coming. I was with Jason J. Smart, listening to him talk about the kind of downfall of TVP. He stuck around, he was there and then stuck around as they kind of marched people out. And it was very disturbing to almost hear it, in real time. And it made me think that first, the good signs might be that they are appropriately cleaning house, right? But the bad signs would be that this just goes away and never comes back and no one speaks to it. Since then, I've heard that, oh, this was part of clearing up after the PIS, and this stuff. But it's very alarming to hear that documents are disappearing from servers. And I hope that people have found a way to recover and save those, because without that, this looks very much like the classic fascist move of making inconvenient facts disappear so that you can roll out new ones. And it also worries me that an English channel, which then has global reach, disappears, and it makes me wonder what the motive is for diminishing the reach of the Polish press. And whereas America has almost anybody can put almost anything, no matter how crappy, into our airwaves, and they do. And we have many Russian voices in the U.S., which are to our detriment if you listen to them. So it is a very troubling situation. And I would just say that, so I'm hoping you'll comment on that. But before I go there, I would just say that there's a great comparison to be made between the treatment of Trump post January 6th and the treatment of Yanukovych after he left to go to Russia, go home to Russia, let's say. And the likeness is that in many ways um, the democratic functions of the governments in both states reacted in similar ways and began to address the issue without carrying on a coup. Now, in the United States, we're faced with a Supreme Court that is stuffed up by the right with a 1-year holding of any appointments by the Democrats. And then immediately, and then they said, oh, yeah, well, within a year of the election, we can't possibly appoint anybody. And then we had a beautiful Supreme Court justice pass away, and they appointed a new one, so fast when there was election coming right up. So making a mockery of their reasoning. And we had another Kavanaugh who did not get an appropriate, consistent review by the FBI. His and you can ask the
James,
FBI
I would be
director.
careful.
So
I would be
my
very
point
careful.
is,
I would be
Axel,
very careful on this one.
that
They had
my
three
point
big
is,
piles of
Axel, that there are things to learn here in the comparison between the two, and how Poland responds to this press shutdown, I think, is in a similar vein interesting. Will it turn right? Will it turn left? Will it continue to keep open democracy, or will it slide back into some sort of fascist state, as Mr. Trump promised on the first day of his new term, if he gets one? He said he would violate the laws on the first day only.
Yeah, so James, I would not go into actually interrupted you there. So when it comes to the nominating process of Supreme Court in the U.S., I wouldn't go into that. But for me, the one key issue here, whoever is responsible for that, right? For the process that it went, who removed the filibuster in the Senate, and how it went. The one important factor is that many people after Roe v. Wade said to Joe Biden, well, what you have to do right now is pack the Supreme Court, because we cannot stand a decision of Supreme Court that is not to our liking, right? And he could done that. He could have done that, but he didn't. And that's the remaining part of conserving, and I'm using that word knowingly, conserving the constitutional system. Because if he did that, what would stop the other president to add new, whatever the number would be required to add new Supreme Court justices? And that didn't happen in Poland, because there were criticisms of how Law and Justice reformed the judiciary in Poland. Some of the politicians of the current coalition are saying, well, we have to act outside the law because the law is faulty, and you cannot you cannot just sit on your hands and do nothing. Well, sometimes if you really cherish the system of rule of law, the only thing you can do is do nothing and be patient, because the TVP would go into their hands sooner or later, in a couple of months or maybe a little bit longer. But the process of reforming will be probably started by other means, right? But they wanted to make it really fast, really decisive, because that's why police, and the police is not a problem here, because police was called. The situations were that some men that were claiming they have the authority of the new authorities of the corporation, was saying they are here to clear something, and there were just scenes, maybe not of violence, but of pushing and shoving, blocking doors, and police was also called to keep the calm, which I understand. But this is not a scene that you want to watch, and nobody probably of people that believed in returning Poland to the rule of law, and the divisions of power and stuff like that. I don't think any of those idealists believe that they will see scenes like that, and that is a problem, right? But for some, those scenes were satisfying. And I wouldn't go into calling whatever happens, because one of the things that I'm really against is inflating the meaning of the words, right? I wouldn't call anything that happens a coup. I wouldn't call anything that happens a fascist or a fascist direction. It's just really irrational and really petty, and we may pay the price in the end. And when I say we, I mean the Polish nation. I hope it won't happen. But the times are not great. So that's the main problem, right? In many other eras, in a better era, probably a couple years from now, people would say, "Oh, remember this crazy show with people shoving each other on the corridors of public media and nobody knowing who is actual CEO of TVP." But these are not times that
Let's
make.
highlight this, Maciej. These are there are a couple of vignettes, a couple of anecdotes which matter a great deal and which people need to understand as to what is happening at this point in time. Under the commercial code, the Public Broadcasting Corporation can, when its previous CEO has resigned, which seems to have been the case. I haven't seen the document, but I'm told that whilst he was about to be forced to resign, he had resigned, the previous CEO. Based on that, the relevant minister can now actually proceed with a process to elect a new CEO. That he has done. However, at the same time, there is a commission which had been set up beforehand, which is supposed to actually affect that. Could you just highlight this for our listeners so they understand what actually is happening? Because at the moment, we may have a resigned CEO who supposedly has still lagging obligations, which he should discharge and can't, and has been actually prohibited from doing so. Then there is a new appointed CEO from the minister, albeit that he has not been appointed in sync with applicable law and the commission itself. And then there's a previous
TVP. What is he? What was he? He wasn't. He was an editor. Was he a producer? I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
don't
he was
get
a
it. But
journalist and anchor.
he was a
of
journalist in TVP
yeah,
beforehand,
yeah, and some
who
functions
has now
also.
been appointed. Yeah, he has been. He has been appointed as CEO. So we technically have one CEO on the out and two new competing CEOs. One of whom is legal by means of what is the applicable law for the broadcasting company as such, and the other one is applicable only under the commercial code, but which cannot be fully applied easily without breaking the media law in place. So who's actually now running the thing?
Well, nobody. I mean, everybody and nobody. So yeah, it's for me, and I say that all the time, and I'll repeat that because I deeply believe that. Michael Lind, one of my favorite, and he's actually you can call him a liberal leftist, whatever. But Michael Lind, one of the prominent U.S. thinkers, wrote in his book *The New Class War* something about Southern American banana republics. That sometimes the oligarchy rules there, sometimes the
Which is
society.
really unfair. Can we say this is really unfair to the banana that it has been associated with
Yeah,
such
that's
disingenuous lack of institutional, lack of procedures, lack
yeah,
of rules, kind of
yeah,
Caldeo kind of governments of the 1970s.
yeah. So, but that is really true. But so, but let's go with the metaphor. So sometimes the oligarchy rules. Sometimes the society is angered so much by the injustices that populists win. Of course, populists don't solve the injustices, and then oligarchy regains the power, and the cycle goes on, right? But the key here is not that if populists rule or oligarchy rules. The key is that the republics still are banana republics, which means the institutions are not serious. And choosing steps like that. So a guy that has been new CEO, that has been nominated by the Minister of Culture on, as you said, on the basis of the how did you call it? I don't know even know the English the
Commercial
law
code.
about, yeah. So he has been nominated. He just went into TVP and said, "I'm the new CEO." Nobody took him really seriously. He talked to some people, and the scenes were generally surrealistic, right? Then the old CEO resigned, which can happen in any situation, but in this situation, just added to the fuel to the confusion, right? And the I think a legal body that was set in Polish law to nominate new CEO, which is the National Council of the Media, that has the power, according to the Polish law, to nominate the CEOs of the public media, nominated a new CEO, the guy that we were just talking about, the Michał Adamczyk. He's the journalist, right? But the problem here is not if who in which camp you want to be, in which camp, with which camp you identify. The problem is we are making a laughing stock of an institution, right? Because one CEO says just you have to follow my command, and people say no, but we have our own CEO, and according to our interpretation of the law, he is the legitimate CEO, right? So that will go. The interesting factor is that so TVP Info, which is the 24-hour channel, is off. TVP World, which is 24-hour international English language channel, is off. The new powers that be are controlling the signal, probably, and they are creating every day uh, the flagship of Polish news for many decades, which is the 7:30 news, which are called now 1930. Right? They changed the name. The new journalists came in and they created new news. Uh, Technologically, it's a little bit rough because they don't have all the technical means, which are some of the old people controlled some of the equipment, as I understand. But that just as I'm saying, that just adds to the confusion, right? The way it would be done in a serious circumstances, for me, you say, okay, this TV stations is too biased. Yes, we have power right now. Yes, so we have power to change that TV station, and the TV station keeps on broadcasting. And in the meantime, new powers verify the journalists. They change the programming. They change the the tenor of the narrative and so on. And that thing happens and happened in Poland time after time again when the power when the authorities were changed because of the elections, because every Polish political epoch had its own public media that were more or less pro-government, because that is the rule of the land. Not the rule of the land, but that's how it worked in practice in the past, right? So yes, so the chaos is just overwhelming, and the fact that they chose a different legal strategy right now, which is the liquidation of the whole enterprise, just adds fuel to the confusion. And my problem is, and this is the accusation that people put on Tusk often, that he doesn't care where Polish public corporations lose its value, right? And I think in some terms people would counter argument that, but I think in some terms this is actually understandable accusation in these circumstances.
Well, he said so when he was acting now more than a decade ago. He said so that essentially the ends justify the means, and thereby quoting literally those who we've always opposed, meaning those who have been running under the banner of Marxism, meaning the nihilistic approach to politics, quite literally. And yeah, well, let's disaggregate this briefly for our audience, Maciej. If people watch the news in Poland up until 2 weeks ago, where did they get their news from? Which channels would they dial into in the evening?
Okay, so there were three big TV stations, right? TVN, which is owned by Discovery, which is U.S. capital, but it was built by Polish former. Sorry, but that's a rightist narrative, but it's somewhat based on real facts that the former people of the secret communist services built that station. But that's just they built many things in post-communist countries, so let's not get too picky about that. But that's
TVN is a child of the transition. Let's put it this way.
Yes, that would be enough. But right now it's under under U.S. capital, so that's one important TV station, and it also has TVN 24, which is 24-hour channel. Second source would be public media, which before PiS took power in 2015 were also mainly liberal, because many of those journalists after PiS changed public media went to TVN or other websites or radio stations that are liberal in their outlook. And third big TV station is Polsat, which is Polish, and it's during Law and Justice times it became more and more centrist, right? So, and I think their coverage of what's happening right now in Poland is the most fair out of the big TV stations. So that's where people would get the news. So the right side argument, which I don't think is totally legitimate, was always that the fact that the right side of the political aisle controls public media creates just pluralism in Polish media sphere, because we give voice to those electorate parts which voted 30 and something, 35, 38% of people in Poland voted for Law and Justice, that gave them 2 times the majority in the parliament, right? So we give them voice, but of course the problematic thing about the whole solution was the fact that public media have different mission than giving just voice to one side of the political spectrum. They're supposed to serve all the citizens. Did they serve always? Of course, that's another discussion. But so the solution was deeply faulty. That's my personal opinion. And building pluralism via rightist public media was never a long-term solution. But nonetheless, taken back by the right now ruling coalition, um, the public media will create a situation where, well, my TV station, which is TV Republica, I work for it because I never believed in working for public media, because I always believe that they will always change, the authorities will always change, and it's not a long-term plan. So my TV station, TV Republica, actually enjoys a spike in viewership, and actually it actually runs in some days of the Christmas time. They had better results than TVN 24, but that's only part of the uh, of the logistics here, right? But the overall, after that, if they finish the regaining the control of the public media, we'll have three big TV stations that will agree on many things, right? So you'll have a media monopoly to some extent, right? That's the problem.
And yeah, it matters a great deal because, as you said earlier, and I think we've been highlighting this from the very first moment when this came up, this topic needs nuance, clear-sightedness, and focus, because TVP World is too important for Central Europe, for the fight against disinformation, and for the support of Ukraine as part of a very, very small universe of live audio and visual media tailing this war and reporting on this war and bringing voices on this war to the forefront. This is why the Marxist nihilist approach, which has been taken here quite literally, it is the playbook. You can say fascist just as well because it's the same thing. It's evidently the same nihilistic approach to how to change power structures, has had such collateral damage, which some people in the domestic debate may forget and may disregard, but we may feel in this fight against Mordor, against Russia, so much more than many other things which could have gone wrong. It's good that Rad Sikorski has stressed and highlighted that Poland will support and fight alongside Ukraine and will do everything. That's wonderful. Absolutely great. I think both you, March, and I are happy to hear this. It's good that Donald Tusk, his first international visit was to Kaja Kallas here in Tallinn. It's good that Donald Tusk in his first speech highlighted and stressed that Poland will continue its commitment to defense investment over the coming years, and that it will be a strong ally of within NATO and to its Western allies with a view to protecting the Eastern flank. That these things are all good. But the fight vis-a-vis Russia is not just that. It's not just the words of two leading politicians. It's not just, and of course it's important that we have defense investment, but the fight is also for the hearts and minds of the people. And unfortunately, in this instance, that got lost. And that's why we're reporting on it.
Yeah, and you know, the one of the great experiences of that space from the beginning of the war was the fact, you know, there was a funny story here. Anna Kalczynska, who's actually quite a popular TV personality, she doesn't even deal that much with politics. She's more of a, you know, the morning shows star. But there was one occasion when she actually came here to the and she's from the TVN camp, let's say, right? She works for that TV station simply. And she came to the space and we had a nice chat with her. She supported all the things that we are talking about here. And we were able, me as a part of a more niche media and she as a star of a more liberal media, we were able to have a common ground, because deeply in my heart, and that's part of conservatism as I believe in it, is the fact that when we walk the streets of our nations and our cities and our small towns, we see people who might have voted for other people, but we believe in the fact that those people will stop on the red light and won't run us over, because we all share a common comfort that we as a Western civilization were able to build. We share a common prosperity, and whoever is the it's easy to say, well, let's get out of no, people won't get out of politics. And listen, I'm from a side that believes that Tusk government won't be good for Poland, but at the same time, one thing that I really deeply believe, and Ukraine, and sorry for anybody that will be hurt by that, but when you look at Ukraine, why, of course, it did heroic things during this war, but at the same time, if you look at the story of Ukraine, political history after 1991, when it regained its independence or gained its independence, you wouldn't say the cause of the ills of the Ukrainian economy and society can be subscribed to one politician. It's not because Poroshenko was a president for a time. It's not because Yushchenko was a president for a time. It's not because Zelensky was president for last couple of years, and it's not even because Yanukovych was a president for some time, and not even because Kuchma was a president for some time. It's because the whole political class was not up to par, and the challenges were great. Let's be clear, the challenges were great. Russia was always looking towards Ukraine with, you can read it in the memoirs of Ukrainian politicians, as they were always in awe, but the fact that the Ukrainians didn't want to be under Russian boot and they wanted their independence. But that is the challenge that the political class of Ukraine had to answer, and the fact that they didn't deliver all the results that could have put Ukraine in a better position is not a problem of a singular politician, but it's a problem of the whole system. And the smart approach to that is, of course, you have your political views, and that's what makes you a thinking person. But at the same time, you have to understand that creating narratives in which the other side winning election will mean apocalypse, it means you don't understand, and you actually make a laughing stock of what history shows to be a real apocalypse. Because it's not liberal leftists ruling your country, it's not conservative having control of your media. It's an outside power coming to your house and murdering your family. And sorry for using language like that, but we're talking about war here.
No, but that's the point, Maciej. We've been discussing this here many, many times, that essentially the suppression, it's called a suppression effect, of the infiltration of Ukrainian society on literally every level, but specifically economically, so that because the economic position then wield power over, or the economic positions and the economic changes and the oligarchies created in various segments, whether it's natural resources, industrial production, whether it's the infiltration of the weapon system manufacturers. Motor Sich, good example, by the way. You remember we discussed it here when it happened that the chairman and one of the main shareholders of Motor Sich was actually taken into custody by the SBU because it had been found out that he had been dealing both with the Russians and the Chinese, and that he had been delivering key elements to the enemy as well as supporting the Russians. And that, as someone who sits in Zaporizhia and who should have known a lot better. We've reported this many, many times, that the suppression by Russia has led Ukraine into the conundrum it was unfortunately subjugated to. And Western society had failed to pick up how strong the wish for liberalization in the population was, how strong and intense the wish for freedom was, despite the Orange Revolution, despite the Maidan. And that is on us as much as it is on the failure of the institutions and the politicians in Ukraine, because it's only together that we can make this happen.
Yeah, Just James, just let me say one thing. Philip Styczynski, who was the CEO of TVP World, just 8 minutes ago tweeted, and he DM'd me the news that he was relieved of his duties as a director of the TVP World. So that's a known fact right now.
Okay. Is there a chance that we can talk to Adam?
Sorry.
Do you think that we can talk to one of the new? I mean, we currently have two contrasting CEOs. We have two contrasting setups. Do you think we can talk to them?
Well, I can write to Philip. He was the director of the TVP World. I don't know about the others.
Okay, maybe we can. I'll get you. Maybe Jason, you and I should try to get in touch with people, because I think it would be very interesting to follow up on this, because this is one part, one specific module, one specific node of history at this point in time. Whether Central Eastern Europe will have a voice, whether it will stand fast, whether the institutional, the building of institutions, that is what our American friends often have said was the key success after the Second World War in Western Europe. If you look at France, if you look, albeit that it had its different culture, if you look at Belgium, the Netherlands, rebuilding previous institutions, integrating different concepts, the complete rebuilding of institutions in Germany, the somewhat muddled up and failed rebuilding in Austria, the rebuilding in Italy, all over Western Europe has been a success because of exactly that, the rule of law and rebuilding institutions. If we start failing at this front line and on this topic, and media ownership, public media ownership is one of them, that is a bad sign. James.
Yes, indeed it is. And that was my worry very, very early. As soon as I heard it, I was worried about the state of Poland, whatever was going on. I was worried then, still worried now, but I'm trusting that you guys will pull it together for now. But I do see the shutdown overnight or during the day, in a second, without a good explanation is a very bad sign. So I'm very supportive of there being more voices up to a point. I think you've seen probably some of the stories in American press about where some companies have gone a little bit too far, and it's taken tort law to kind of straighten them out. But I am very supportive of these stories that you guys have created and stored online, that they not get lost, and that the voice not be displaced from the airwaves. And I do believe that an English speaking channel coming out of Poland is a really powerful thing. It's not the only one in the world where there's an English channel coming out from different countries. So very supportive of that. Certainly do agree with you about the collective responsibility of nations and not hanging the fate of nations on single individuals. That is almost never the case. But when it comes to ascending to the very top position, that's the closest you get to that situation where one person can determine the fate of the nation. So there we must be very careful about what we do, and shy away from those who promise that they will, violate the law in the future. So I'm with you, and I just think about the nations such as Hungary, for example, who pretty much, when there were protests, we heard unofficially there were no stories of protests in this last year there, but I believe that there were from pictures, but no stories coming out. And so we saw an example where virtually any open voice was shut down, and we see the consequences of it. And so, I don't think that is happening in Poland. I don't think it's the same kind of thing, but it is a worrying sign. So I'm very hopeful that they will come out and explain it more clearly, and that those stories that are on servers somewhere are saved, and that kind of history not be lost, because then it's easy to paint other narratives, and that's not helpful to the future to hide what history has happened. It is helpful to the future to maintain history and learn from it what we must do better.
Maciej, often the comparison, just as James highlighted, is drawn between Hungary and the developments under Orban and the developments in Poland to an extent under Kaczynski and the previous government. These may not be fair to Poland or to the Polish political context. The country is significantly larger, completely different culture. But because of the once existing Visegrad association, the relationships between Poland, the Polish elite, and Hungary over time, and cooperation within the EU to an extent, as well as the fact that both countries have had their fights with the EU Commission, people have often associated with it. How would you contrast to an international audience these, especially in regard to the media control?
Yeah, so it's in terms of media control, it's quite easy because Orban actually perpetrated a purge of private media also, and he also formed oligarchic, I would say not as in Russia, but somewhat as in Russia, oligarchic class that took control, and these are his friends and political cronies that took control of many private media stations. And that might have been easier because it's a small market probably. And in Poland, Law and Justice basically took control, which is I would say lawful, over TVP, which is public media, but we still had the dominance of the opposition narrative in Poland. When you look at the biggest web portals, how you call it in English, I always have a problem with that. Like big web pages, news pages, right? Was just tremendous, and Law and Justice makes some, I don't think, too sane moves on that front. When it comes to their trying to counter that state, but the fact was that the dominance was still there. The TVP was important for the right wing electorate, yes, but also it played a role of a thorn in the side of liberal left, right? And that's probably why they so determined to solve that problem.
And TVP itself only had 9.5% of total media reach.
Yeah, exactly, right. Plus, we have technological changes, and you have independent news sources which are growing like mushrooms in the forest. So that's the case. When it comes to more, so the things that you talked about, yes, there was actually a dream of creating an alternative version of politics. Visegrad, which is Poland, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, and Hungary, was the premise was to build a camp that will have a unison voice in EU, which would give us more power. But there is just one important thing. When it comes to relationship between Poland and Hungary, between Law and Justice and Orban, it all went away really quickly after Orban turned out after Orban showed his cards when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Because there are some differences in interests when it comes to Hungary. It's a smaller country, differentially positioned but also ideologically, he seemed more inclined towards some form of cooperation with Putin, using that as a leverage in his dealings. And there were moments when Poland and its government could use its position as, for example, being a key logistical hub in the whole process of arming Ukraine, and they could use that as leverage. that would be stupid in my opinion, but they could do that. That would be Orban style, but they never did that because they understood our position in the whole NATO alliance, and also the closeness of our interests geopolitically with interests of Ukraine and Ukrainians fighting for their independence and defending themselves from the Russian aggression. So that differentiated largely the position of the law and justice government and the position that Orban had. So there are not many common interests right now. And let's be fair, right? Let's be fair, because that was one of the when Anne Applebaum and people like that were painting the overall global picture of democracy being in twilight. They would say Donald Trump, the Brexit vote, they would say, then they would go law and justice in Poland and Viktor Orban in Hungary. And if they were really, emotionally driven, they would also say, and Vladimir Putin in Russia, right? But, first of all, these generalizations like that don't give a good, I think, a view of what really happens in different countries that have different constitutions and laws, and ones are democracies really, like Poland, I believe, is, like US is, and ones are autocratic, regimes like Russia is, and Orban is slouching towards that direction, right? So those comparisons were given to put everybody in the a camp that can be criticized, right? But at the same time, the history of Orban in European Union is a history of different countries like Germany, for example, using his coalition with him for different measures and different times, right? So he was an important part of the biggest fraction of EPP, European People's Party in European Parliament. And he was used, and he was really a loyal servant to them. So saying that at some point Poland worked with Orban and other countries of the Visegrad I think is
he also,
yeah.
he has also had a tremendously changing trajectory since he was an activist in the EPP for, a consolidation of the European People's Party's kind of profile. And the discussion he brings, Orban himself constantly highlights his change of attitude after 2008, the big failure at that point in time in Bucharest, when NATO failed to allow, or when actually at that point in time, the US, France, Germany could not find a way for themselves to understand that they need to actually deter Russia comprehensively. This is at a point in time when things really went bad. And we failed. The West failed. And as a consequence, he then supposedly decided that he would have to, find some rapprochement with Putin. And it's extremely interesting for a Hungarian politician coming from a nation which had such horrible fighting against a Soviet occupation army in 1956, which had to fight so hard and has grown such a large diaspora all over the world. People who have, in their family history, had the same kind of suppression, torture, killings, and the likes as the Poles have had. It is astonishing that he would take this political failure of the West in 2008 as a pretense, or as a reason, as whatever you want to say, as an argument, a good grounds for rapprochement with Putin, which he then did. And that evidently these are the things. I mean, he in 2010, 2011 became extremely active in this field. And since taking power, he allowed Hungary to be quite literally energy colonized, and by Russia. Russia had very little influence over Hungary in the years prior, despite its hard left. Don't forget, it was the Hungarian left, and the people under Gyurcsány, who beforehand had the power in Hungary and were driving the country
despite good interaction with, say, industry from Germany, from France, from Belgium, from the Netherlands, and the likes, still in a collective kind of power-based oligopoly. It is quite insane if you think about it, what kind of a say trajectory this man has been on.
Yeah, and I would just add, I don't know if it's even I think Hungary is of course central too, because now I think Sweden joining NATO, which is important for all the countries that are at the Baltic Sea, but up to the whole Europe for me, and it's an important issue. But it's as I understand, it's basically held up by Hungary only right now. But I don't know if we should. But I think the problem is, the many people in Poland say, well, Orban is such a smart player because he's so pragmatic. He doesn't have alliances because he always works towards the Hungarian interest. But I think the truth is that he can theatrically show independence because the nation is so small. And sorry for anybody that's Hungarian. It's a great nation that has a great history of friendship with Poland, but nevertheless, it's small enough that it can play this game. But when the push comes to shove, and actually, once it came, because at the beginning of the war, Hungary didn't oppose of NATO divisions being stationed on its territory, so he believes that the West will save him if the push comes to shove. And that's the game he's playing. But people in countries like Poland have to understand that we don't have this comfort. And I think it was smart on the part of Law and Justice that they didn't even try for 1 second to emulate any of the crazy proposals of Orban.
Yeah, it was a decent cut to make.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to take too much of your time. This is
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo. It was a real pleasure, Maciej. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope we didn't bore you with Polish politics. Keep the candle burning. And I just, every time I'm here, I have greater and greater respect for people who not only who keep this space going, but who keep coming here, because you are the negation or falsification of the belief in human nature, which is so fickle that it cannot stand focusing on one important issue for more than 6 months, and then people have to find something new. Well, I believe there are people in this world that understand that important is important, no matter how much of a sacrifice and how much of time it takes. So thank you so much for listening to me. And as I always say, remember the other sides to the story. I always try to be fair, and I always try to remember that. So thank you, guys, and see you soon, I hope.
Thank you very much. Dobranoc. Very much appreciated. James,
Thank you.
there you go.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a wonderful review of what's going on there, and it is so important because the free press is sort of our window on the world, right, Axel? We get to know only what we hear, unless we can see around the world ourselves. So it's critical that we do keep lines of communication and news open. I'm deeply disappointed by my news and its focus almost exclusively on Gaza for 2 months, and at the expense of the exposure of Ukraine and what's going on there. So these are critical issues, because where the world looks is important to the outcomes in the world, because people do in fact have control through their votes, through their asking their representatives to do certain things. And so we do need to attend to this issue. And I'm not particular about who gets on the air too much. I think that that there are many valid voices, and we do well to listen to a balance of them. And so this TV channel shutting down as it did is an alarming thing. But I'm looking forward to hearing more about the news itself in Poland, which I think if a country is willing to kind of expose its flaws and address what needs to be fixed, then they're on solid ground. And when they tend to hide those things, then I really worry what's actually going on.
Alrighty. So what else is new today? James, have you been following our program during the day when I was working?
Well, first, I think that the main thing that in the last couple of days, you know about the NDAA containing some provisions that does keep the forces firing in Ukraine, and there's an extension of the president's ability to draw down equipment, and we don't know what's going on with that, but we're not sitting on those councils, so it's not a surprise that we don't know it. We know that that the port of Feodosia is not safe for Russian vessels, and to our great delight, it is not safe at all. And so the explosion of the troop ship, and boy, what was the name? It's got ass in it at the end, but I can't remember the. Thank you, sir. That's great. That ship is no longer, and that is a great thing. And then the 5 airplanes, the 5 jet fighters that, or whatever they were, that were shot down in the last week, really, really is new on the calendar, because we haven't seen that in a long, long time. And that was made possible by apparently moving Patriot a bit closer to the front, which extended cover. And in fact, it's sort of the chess move that we've kind of been hoping for, and it seems likely that with the just continuing destruction of the special equipment at the rate it's going at, that more and more of that kind of forward moving of air defenses to protect, in particular, the military rather than just the cities and towns, the civilian targets that Russia likes to hit. That coverage of military forces will eventually lead to, I think, a very advantageous position for the destruction of troops on the ground and further airframes from Russia, and which they would love to hoard. And I'm pretty sure they feel the same way I do. They would like to keep some in good action after whatever conflict is over, so that they can rule the skies. But I think that is Ukraine's objective too, is to have a large and functional air force after the conflict is over, so that they can deter Russia in the future. So interesting times, and the ammunition shortage is real. People are not firing as much as they would like, and I think that is one of the great concerns. And we are seeing some production increases, and other people could speak better to that than I could. But those are some of the top things out there and around the world. Many hot points, you know about them as well as I do, and certainly the Middle East is top there, but not the only. And so there are many challenges to handle.
Well, which brings us back to and when we talk about ammunition challenge, the challenge is predominantly still the 152. That is the Soviet legacy ammunition. We've been talking about this here for quite some time. Yes, Europe needs to produce more 155. Absolutely, no question, and there will be more purchasing ongoing from South Korea, delivery onwards to Ukraine, but the frequency with which the Ukrainians have used their existing storage, respectively the previous purchases of 152 legacy ammunition, that cannot continue, and they know it. So, which then triggers, of course, greater demand for Western artillery systems, which in effect can only be delivered by the US, because that's the only real storage capability for that.
And so you know that the U.S. signed contracts to produce more 155 shells, and I believe that was directly from Ukraine's order. So that is a big thing, and it will start up. I know that production facilities in Britain have expanded and can ramp up by adding additional shifts, but fewer workers because the automation is much greater there. So there's a promise, at least on the horizon, that the shell situation will improve, but it's not a good picture right now. What I do think is good is that the forces of Ukraine are still numerically, I should say, while numerically inferior in number, they are superior in quality and therefore are doing a huge job of maintaining at least a 3-to-1 ratio of losses, and that means the Russians are losing 3 and the Ukrainians are losing 1, and that's not something that I am happy about at all, because Voltaire, your mic is open. Thank you. Not happy about that at all, but it does show the power of Ukraine's military on the ground and their experience. And I think what it also shows is that they've found out some ways to consistently defeat Russian troops, and they're working. And while Russia is learning, they're not learning fast enough to change that curve enough. And is if we can improve the supply of ammunition, then we could see that 1 to 3 change quite a bit, because if they can use more long distance, more artillery to take
Yeah,
out
but they don't.
Russian
The
targets.
thing is, they
Go ahead.
don't have supply. What they fail to have a sufficient amount of, let's say, systems for that. That is the critique, and that's also the real problem. The Ukrainian armed forces need to be able. First of all, they need to have commitments from the West, and this means in this case only America, because nobody else produces as many systems or has as many systems in stock as the US has. So you would have to deliver more M777s, more Paladins, and the likes in order to be able to, for the Ukrainians to use the 155 ammunition now delivered in greater numbers. That's the whole point. The Soviet legacy equipment will not be there for a long time, and it will not satisfy the requirement you just set forth, meaning more precise hits, as the Ukrainians have shown that they can benefit from. Of course they can, because if you can take out your, say, enemy with greater precision at a greater distance, and you will be more focused, and you will be more successful in defining, shaping the battlefield, and pushing the enemy back and breaking through. And we are failing on the supply side of the equipment. And when you further on said the continuation of the NDAA, yes, that was expected, which is why the whole drama about they are going to run out of everything was a little bit over the top. It's good that Ukraine should receive additional supplies and ammunition. Absolutely. It's good that it will receive additional supplies also for the aid in regard to Ukraine as an entity to survive, which is, by the way, what predominantly a large amount of the European assistance is for. So Europe provides a lot of financial assistance. Actually, if you want to put it this way, the US is geared to a ratio of 2/3 military and 1/3 financial assistance, whereas it's the other way around for the Europeans. It's not quite correct, but it's very close to this. So as a consequence, it's a completely different balance. And the Europeans cannot, with their current political will, cannot upgrade as quickly as possible, as quickly as necessary, their industrial capability. That's the whole point. And this is where America comes to play, and this is where we need America to act.
Well, I told Joe he ought to get on the ball. He's ignored me so far, so I'm hoping his leadership will help. And it is something that it bothers me extremely. It was disheartening to hear from Chuck last night that he got a briefing from somebody, and fairly high level briefing, and heard things that disturbed him about the willingness to disrupt Russia, such that you might think maybe it's going to become destabilized, like worries about that, which one could see that when they're outwardly faced disturbances, like for example, the I don't know, another sort of October 7th activity, another place somewhere in the middle of Africa or somewhere like that, that could be lit on fire. You can understand why they're a little bit hesitant about those kind of things. But I am all about not worrying about Russia. They're going to do what they're going to do at some point, and I do believe that they should absolutely rush aid and new weapon systems, and do it as soon as possible, and that would be good. And along those lines, Japan, of course, that they have increased their military budget greatly, and they, in fact, are working out a way to get a Patriot system from Japan over to Ukraine, and that Putin is, well, I don't know, was it Putin or was it Lavrov? I forget who. A Russian official spoke about the Japanese moves to get that Patriot to Ukraine in very disparaging, kind of threatening terms about what would happen if that, were to go forward. So, um, absolutely, United States sadly has this because of its policy choices and its alone to maintain this highly deterrent force. It does remain as sort of the sole superpower in the world, which I welcome other superpowers, not just Superman, Aquaman, get them all up here.
Which is why we try to be realistic here, and which is why, as you just highlighted, what Chuck indicated already, there is more than enough indication that the National Security Council surrounding Mr. Sullivan has a completely different worldview than many of the former generals and many of the former Cold War politicians you would know. And they're not quite in sync with the majority opinion of Americans, funnily enough, who would actually, when asked, would rather say, yeah, well, what? Russia's military reduced massively? We can win against Russia? Oh, let's go. Yeah, well, what should I say?
Well, there are a lot of people
in a long series of appeasement policies, be it towards China or towards Iran or towards Russia. Current president and his national security policy teams surrounding him have had that view. They are they're not necessarily in favor of forcing change. And they haven't declared or haven't shown that they want to win.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. I think that the questions are they are very complicated, and we will not get to the bottom of it all because we don't know all the things that they know. But what I do know is that Joe Biden doesn't want a nuclear weapon to go off, so I'm sure he's aware of that risk. But I don't think there's much risk of that. I think the destabilization question is primarily about the nuclear question, but the other thought is that there's a real possibility that part of the Muslim world could flare up in a much bigger attack that could further destabilize things. So there's some real risks.
Yeah, but so what? I mean,
yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
so
exactly,
what?
Axel.
So what? Let them
exactly.
flare up.
Yes.
They don't have the power, just like the U.S. Navy, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army have. They do not have the power NATO actually can present when getting into motion. So we should not be constantly living in fear of the Wizard of Oz. We need to simply say, it's here and here we stand, and thank you. I mean, seriously, follow the advice of Ronald Reagan.
Just follow the same advice. Go out there,
counsel not your fears.
declare, exactly. Declare the aim, communicate the target, the objective to the population, highlight why the current policies and the future steps in this policy are in sync with culture, history, tradition, and the general common sense of the population, and then do it and be strong about it. I'll formulate it in very simple terms.
How's about there's nothing to fear but fear itself, or something like that. But we don't need to fear. We don't need to fear
into this, but that, by the way, was if I'm not quite mistaken, that goes back to the FDR's times.
Yeah, well, but that's still recent history compared to some of the history we've got. So, but I think that you and I really do agree about the need to be willing to break the eggs, as it were, and not worry about it, because it's the right thing to do. And especially if we want to poke Russia in the eye, this is the egg breaking season, by which we say, na, poo poo, we've got eggs. You guys are short on eggs.
Exactly, because we got the eggs, they don't.
So we agree, and I do think that there'll be some things that'll happen here. I do wonder who's going to benefit, but I think that Russia cannot benefit in this, and I do think that, in fact, if Joe were worried about political things, then he would act boldly and do the thing that wins the war the fastest, even though it will not probably come before the election date. So, but I feel like I've said my side, you've said your side. We should probably hear some other people's views. What do you think, Axel?
I was just about to say, let's have a word with both Marcus and then Lexicon.
I think I was first, Axel.
Sorry, apologies, Ghost.
You don't see me, yeah? I'm a ghost, huh? You won't want, you do not want to see me, yeah? Did you have the 3 ghosts on your visit this year? No, I just.
I'm so sorry, Ghost. I only glanced sideways at the screen. I apologize. Carry on.
Just a quick update. There is a new package from the USA. It's 250 million. There will be additional ammo for NASAMS, ammo for Stingers, components for air defense system, ammo for HIMARS, tow missiles, more than 50 million cartridges for small arms, javelins, and AT-4, and more. So, because you just talked about aid, there is again something coming from the USA.
Absolutely, that makes my point. The United States of America has provided a lot of military aid, albeit that it's not enough, albeit that more military aid in specific segments is missing, and that the long-range precision-guided missiles and missile systems, which the West can and could definitely deliver, that's the focus. That is what Ukraine needs in order to make Crimea untenable. As General Ben Hodges and Mick Ryan and others have said so here, this is what is required in order to change the calculus.
And coming back on the joke about the 3 ghosts, this Christmas some people who are in charge should have had the visit of 3 ghosts. Maybe they would change their mind, but that's just, yeah.
What kind of gifts are the 3 ghosts bringing?
A lot of ammo for Ukraine. At least enough to kick out Russia totally and to preserve their borders back to 1991. Keep Russia in the place where it is. Return all the people that they kidnapped and deported. All the children. Repair everything. That's what they need. That's what they should have gotten.
Absolutely. Well, how about we go to Marcus now?
Yeah, so you have to forgive me, but fearing the USSR, or sorry, wrong decade. Fearing Russia breaks up into smaller republics and not having control of their nukes is two things. One, from a foreign policy perspective, it's kind of the ask a classroom full of grade 9 students answer to what America's priority in Europe should be. It's incredibly infantile. Two, it belies a fundamental misunderstanding of risk assessment, which I've gone over in the past with you guys, but specifically of America's place in the world, which is not world police, or specifically world primary mitigation police, but rather as an ally of Europe that supports democracy, because this fear would be the same if Russia attacked everywhere from England to Ukraine. And it'd be the same fear if Russia attacked Canada. So Russia attacks Alaska and then sweeps down into British Columbia. Same fear. Oh no, if they lose really hard, they'll break up into little republics with nukes. It's juvenile, right? It's a piss poor understanding of what America's supposed to be doing right now. And it's the kind of mental gymnastics you pull if your only priority is the status quo in your own borders, and your own borders are not yet threatened. So it's disgusting. It's what we've seen, and it's clearly originating at the White House. But they're not the only branch of the government, and the other branch that isn't judiciary is equally stumbling around with their pants down. So as much as we'd like to blame it all on this one old guy, Senate and the all of Congress is
Since when
stumbling
is Jake Sullivan so old?
Well, touche. But the buck stops with him, with his daddy, who's probably older than his dad. So that's all incredibly crappy and problematic. The second part, I have to hope that industry is gearing up into serialized production of things, because the Russians are doing serial production of drones. And of course, I don't know that we're not. I don't know that NATO countries aren't helping Ukraine with that right now. Who knows, right? I shouldn't know. I don't have classified clearance, right? However, it appears like they're not, because the G20 is much bigger than Russia, and has no limits on their manufacturing, import, export rules. So technically speaking, we should have been able to flood Ukraine with drones. And we're getting to a point where we're past the engineering lead time being the answer. It's not that, because the Russians have already done it, and they didn't even come up with this technology. They're copying the Ukrainian stuff. And they're going to continue to. On Russian Telegram, there are open boxing, essentially, videos going over the components inside the Ukrainian drones, the newest ones. Because like all weapons of war, some get knocked down and recovered by the enemy. Now, I think there's bigger national security questions about this as to whether China is aiding and abetting this serial production by Russians. We shall see. I hope the Americans are investigating this, but if Ukraine loses, it's just pushing the bill you have to pay forward another few years, and it's going to be a more expensive bill. It's very distressing and frustrating. So serial production of things Ukraine needs should already be ongoing, and it should be ongoing with the level of urgency of a group of countries that knows they're next, because we are, as soon as Poland's borders are threatened.
Thanks,
Well,
Marcus. I don't
Poland,
think that's
Poland
the
did
only
take,
risk.
yeah, Poland did take the right decision in ordering as quickly as possible from sources where they could get deliveries as quickly as possible, respectively, create their own local content under license with as quickly as by any means possible. They took that up. Others, you just mentioned, obviously cannot affect that easily in themselves, with a few exceptions and variations. Let's just go through this quickly. The 3 Baltic nations can do a lot with robotics, and they do. And they can do a lot with drones, and they are doing it. Yes, but there's no large military industrial base for the whole remainder of it. They have to actually acquire that. And as they are small but exposed, they may even need assistance in acquiring it, albeit that they have saved a lot of equity. And they, for example, Estonia is now increasing its value-added tax for the first time in a long time, in order to be able to, make sure that it can continue its otherwise very, very conservative household and its very conservative budget. Now, Latvia has different issues. Lithuania has different issues. Finland has industry. Finland produces some of its own weapons. Finland also has sufficient capital to acquire Western weapons to complement it in segments where it doesn't produce itself. And for example, the F-35 program it has entered now into is, say, a key element to that. The F-18s Finland took on in order to replace previous, by the way, Soviet legacy aircraft, were the first step in that direction many years ago. But if you look into Romania, Romania has ordnance production, lots of ammunition, small ammunition production. Romania can produce, say, anti-tank weapons and the likes. Romania can even produce and license other pieces of equipment, can potentially do the same thing, which is now being done by Rheinmetall in Hungary, funnily enough, and building one of the best IFVs on the planet, and in as close to the same quality as you would build it in Germany. But Romania does not have a fully integrated weapon systems manufacturing complex, including missile technology, main battle tanks, and the likes of others. So this needs integration. It needs an integrated planning effort. It needs integration between nations. And we have to make sure that our Western politicians understand that this is absolutely vital.
And I just want to add that, Marcus, there are many drones going to Ukraine from around the world. So there are many supply lines like that. And the risk of Russia breaking apart into separate nuclear countries is only one risk of destabilization. I don't even think that's on the board for me. There are so many potential risks. But I think a bold hand is required. So I think that when they decide what to do, they should do it big and get on with it, and that'll be the answer. But I see that it is in fact at the hour. It's 2 past the hour, and that this means that there is the potential that we will shift the focus away from Ukraine for a little bit to a related issue in another part of the world not so far away from Ukraine. So, there's Yehuda, who could probably explain further about what that part of the world is and what the heck is going on there, which is deeply troubling. But I would say for the state of Israel, it isn't going so badly. The war itself is going fairly well, but I leave that to greater experts than myself. And I see we've got another one. And so, Axel, I will bid you adieu and good day. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your Christmas season, which for me is going to go until January 6th. And so I have Christmas cookies enough to last until then. So I'm going to sign off first, if you don't mind, sir. And you take care, and everybody have a great day.
Thanks, James. And yes, I know
Thank
a bit
you,
about
James.
the region. In fact, it used to be the Near East, but then the actual East moved to the west a bit, so they called it the Middle East, and not to be confused with the Far East. I'm just kidding. It's just
That's far out, Yehuda.
Get it? Near East, Middle East. Who knows? The Levant. It's called the Levant. All right. Thanks so much, James. Axel, I'd love to hear. I should have heard. I couldn't. What on earth happened with TVP World? That's weird. And I guess I'll call you for some updates because I'd like to know why that's not on.
Yeah.
And Matcha. Did I miss Matcha? Is that our Matcha?
Yes, yeah. This is our Maciej. We've done a program last week on the day when it happened, and Maciej and Jason were joining us on that very evening, and we had some info directly from while Jason was still on site, as well as later from some of the people who remained on site from the editorial staff. And then today we just wanted to do a little post-Christmas wrap up as to why a company now has to have two CEOs, a third one resigning, who actually tweeted and mailed Maciej whilst we're on. And when on earth TVP World or whatever it shall be in the future may actually be back online, because it isn't, despite all the promises by the current and new government. So we probably have to have Mr. Radek Sikorski on and see how this is going to go, because Anne Applebaum's promises have not been actually have not come to fruition.
TMI, Axel. I didn't mean to get into that much right now. No, I'm just kidding. Sikorsky, is that the helicopter fella? Or someone else? Just curious. I don't know. It could be.
Carry on,
All right.
Yehuda. All righty.
Thank you. That was a lot. I need to sit down and think about it. Please welcome M from the shade of the pyramids. In fact, it's so shady there. It's nighttime. It's dark, so it doesn't really make sense. I always say he's in a shade of a pyramid, but in the night, we're all in the shade. Where he's in the shade. He's on the wrong side of the planet right now. All right, do welcome up. We need to have co-hosts. If we could have them, that'd be grand. And thanks for being here and listening. Retweet the space. We're gonna have some sad news for us. This will be the last, or maybe the second last installment because of family obligations of a certain Egyptian and fun stuff to do. So we will be reconvening after the New Year's break for M, and but we will do what we can in the meantime to dissect what is going on. If M could help out with the title, if people could let people know we're here, and we shall be here for the foreseeable 2 hours at least. All right. Thank you very much. And away we go. M, welcome. He's doing something. He's probably changing the title. We have a Marcus. I know him. He's unhappy most of the time. And we've also got What? Wait a minute. Is this a joke? Both of you are furious. That's strange. Well, you guys need to chill out. Anyway, speaking of chilling out, let's go to Marcus. And yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
I have my hand up still, responding to something Axel said, but it's okay. Although I can explain, the Furious thing was something some of us did during a space when Furious George was mad about the procurement issues from the U.S. Senate, and we all changed our name to Furious whatever, and then I changed mine to Marcus Furious because it was getting confusing for hosts right after this event when there was like 7 Furious people. Anyways.
All right. Sounds curious. All right, thanks.
I
if
just
you have a question,
my name to copy Marcus.
I see. Well, there you go. Now there you have it. The mystery is solved. So someone call Sarah McLaughlin and tell her it's fine. We don't need her to build anything. All right. And welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Yehuda. Thank you. It's currently 11:08 p.m. Kiev time, 21:08 UTC, and we're about to start the Middle East update.
Any updates from Egypt? What's in the news? Al-Haram. Anything going on? Worries about Hezbollah? Worries about, what's going on there? Definitely curious to hear your take, and we can break into what's going on in Israel. Some fighting words from the Turkish president directed at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It looks like a strange, It's not a strange day. It's a normal day in the Middle East. Go ahead, Em.
Indeed, it is a normal day in the Middle East or the Middle East. Middle East, middle, no, of what? I don't know. What's going on in Egypt? Well, we're still trying to revive the deal that's being negotiated. Hamas and PIJ are not interested in relinquishing power over Gaza, and they're not interested in stopping the fighting. Apparently, for some reason, their calculation is that they will not discuss releasing the hostages until the IDF starts a ceasefire and withdraws beyond certain lines from the Gaza Strip. Of course, this is done, or they're asking for this to save the organization and to use that as a victory, sell it to the Palestinians, and try to market it across the Arab world that the resistance managed to succeed in resisting, right? Because resistance is not about victory, resistance is about resisting, the act of resisting. And you don't stop resisting and you continue resisting until, no end. So we're still trying to revive that deal, and we're still trying to pressure them to accept it. But so far, there's nothing coming out on that front. When it
Some
comes
people
to
say, some people say resistance is futile. I'm not sure.
it's not just futile; it's just an exercise in idiocy. Regarding the statements by Erdogan, so Erdogan apparently accused Prime Minister Netanyahu of being worse than Hitler, or just like Hitler, something stupid like that. And Prime Minister Netanyahu responded by, saying that Turkey hasn't the right to preach anything, given what they are doing against the Kurds. I
But I
mean,
was waiting. You know what I was waiting? I was waiting for him to say Armenia.
exactly.
He
I
didn't
was
go there
about to wait
though.
for that. Yeah,
Sorry, go
yeah.
on. Yeah, so what did he say? He said so Turkey accused him of being like Hitler, and then Netanyahu said for a country that commits genocide against Kurds and imprisons all the journalists that oppose it. And I don't know what the last one was. He goes, it's pretty rich of you to preach morality to us. And he could have even gone further, but I think there's a reason why he didn't. He goes, maybe that's too much for Erdogan to accept, right? I don't know.
Well, the state of Israel and Azerbaijan have good relationships. 60% of Israeli oil imports come from Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. So there's
Good
another,
point.
another neighbor not
Do
to
you
piss
think
off
that
to.
would piss them off? Do you think if they'd mentioned the Armenian, why would
Yeah,
the Azeris be pissed? Just because it's
because
recognizing
because the
people are
Azeris have
petty?
they've just settled the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, and hundreds of thousands of Armenians have just been, you know, um, they've just left their homes and evacuated the province and went into Armenia proper. And there are tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan right now. Maybe it's a one step further, maybe further down the line, but certainly it's not for the lack of people the Kurds tried to genocide and oppress and rule over in this place.
Yeah, so stuck to what's safe, I guess. Anyway, sorry, go on. I interrupted you. So Bibi said that obviously Erdogan's not going to do anything. It's just, this is a man who loves to speak to his far right base, doesn't he?
He wants to cater to his power base. He has certainly radicalized his power base over the years since his rise to power. Not Germany. Turkey is more or less doing the same thing that Nazi Germany did when they started talking about the living space concept. So Turkey first wanted to join the EU, but they didn't join the EU for several considerations. So they turned to face the Middle East, and they tried to prop up the Muslim Brotherhood governments across Arab countries for 10 years between 2011 and 2021. And now they're trying to broker peace with their Middle East neighbors, but at the same time are focusing on Asia Minor. And in one speech, Erdogan was seen saying something along the line that Turkey needs to expand all the way to the Great Wall of China to the east and all the way to Vienna to the west, or something like that. I think it was someone translated it and posted it. So obviously, every single time he's giving a speech, he's trying to inflame the feelings of his power base and further radicalize them and further galvanize them to support him and support his party, thinking that they are helping him revive their dream of reviving or achieve their dream of reviving the Ottoman Empire.
It's crazy. I'm surprised someone hasn't trolled him, like pretending to be the president of Romania, to call him up and say, "We'd love you to take over. We miss the good old days." That would be funny.
I think that's why they made the movie Vlad anyway, just to piss off the Turk.
Maybe, could be. All right, let's grab some hands and put your hands up in the air. Put them up in the air. Let's go to Marcus. A question that's relevant. Please don't tell us about a question that's not relevant and that you're not going to ask. Go ahead, Marcus.
Is it fair to say the Turkish state wants to eradicate a certain group of ethnic minorities in Turkey and Syria? The Kurds.
Well, it's the Kurds. Okay, so I'm not sure if they want to genocide all the Kurds. I mean, are they? I think the Prime Minister of Israel was referencing the attacks on Kurdish people because they're Kurds, so that technically counts as genocide, right? I'm not a genocide scholar, but yeah, I mean, what's the word on the street in the Arab world, and do they care? Like who and like here's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, you have Arabs in the Middle East, you've got Kurds, you have Armenians, you've got Assyrians. There are a lot of groups in the Middle East in the last 30 years, which have been there historically for millennia, have only come to the fore, and a lot of them, are exercising their rights in Israel. I think 10 years ago, when the first IDs were issued with a certain type of but they don't like to be called Arabs, but Arameans, Christian Arameans, and they have them on their ID cards. You have different people, Kurds have obviously been expressing their self-determination for a long time in Iraq, and obviously in Turkey. What does the Arab Street, I'm just a bit of selfishness here, and what does the Arab Street in Egypt, what do they think of when they think of Kurds? Vis-a-vis especially Turkey, or I know that obviously I understand that there are concerns in parts of the Arab world that Turkey is trying to pull a fast one over everyone and support forces that are retrograde forces that attack governments. Do they side with the Kurds? Do they feel is there kind of like a nostalgia for Salahuddin, who was a Kurd? Do they think of Kurds as just another group in the mix? Do they like the Kurds because Erdogan persecutes them? What can you give us an understanding of what the view of the Kurdish cause is in the Arab world, or specifically the Sunni Muslim world?
Well, I can speak about Egypt specifically. So our educational curriculum teaches about Saladin, and it teaches that he's a Kurd, but it doesn't teach that much about the Kurdish minority across Asia Minor, like Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, and Near East, like you said. So another thing, and this is right from the book of Nasserism. When Nasser rose to power, he nearly bankrupted one of the biggest production studios in Egypt, the Asia production studio. It was named after a woman whose name was Asia, or Asia, to produce a movie about Salahuddin. And that movie was starred by an Egyptian actor who was a former army officer, Ahmad Muslim. So in a way, the Egyptians kind of co-opted and appropriated Salahuddin, and everyone thinks that, oh, Salahuddin was Egyptian. Even Tim Sinnott thinks that Salahuddin was Egyptian. So there is a complete, I would say, ignorance when it comes to the Kurds and their cause, and the fact that they wanted to establish their own land, or still dream of establishing their own homeland. When Saddam Hussein used chemical weapons against the Kurds and those crimes were made public, there wasn't enough support for the Kurds. They were seen as traitors who were aiding and abetting the Americans against Saddam Hussein, the great Ba'ath Party leader who rules over Iraq and fights off the Persian danger, blah, blah, blah. Because Saddam Hussein and Muammar al-Gaddafi, both of them, after the death of Nasser and after Sadat signed the peace treaty, made sure that they spend a sizable amount of their oil revenues to build an opposition against the rule of Sudan and then the rule of Mubarak, and it was all centered around the peace treaty. They tried to compare the Kurds to, quote unquote, the Jews, that their state will be Israel 2.0, that it's all the Western conspiracy to divide Arab countries into smaller countries based on ethnic fault lines and other fault lines that can cause countries to split, just like South Sudan and Sudan, so on and so forth. So I'm afraid that there isn't enough awareness and support for the Kurdish cause in Arab countries. And everyone recalls the 80s and the 90s when the Kurdish factions, the armed Kurdish factions, were operating against Turkey. And Turkey was seen as an Islamic country, and those Kurds were seen as like hardcore Marxists supported by Russia and other players to be trying to destabilize another Islamic country like Turkey, and also destabilize Syria and Iraq and try to create their own state. So, nope, sadly, there isn't much awareness or support for the Kurdish cause across the Arab country, even though they are Sunni Shafi'is, basically, most of them, if not all of them. And this goes back to the whole concept of selective rage and why pan-Islamist and pan-Islamist organizations focus on certain Muslims and not others when they are being slaughtered. Yeah.
No, perfect. Sorry, but let's go to some hands. Sorry, we go to some hands.
Sure, let's go to Benjamin.
What's going on, guys? I guess you guys are talking about Kurdistan, and that's what I've been talking about all week. And it's just been crazy. I made one post about free Kurdistan, and the replies I got were just blew my mind away. Images.
Did we lose Benjamin?
Yeah, I think so.
we did.
Yeah, Benjamin, mic check. Okay, let's go to Robocop.
Trying to remember what I was going to say. Yeah, come back to me.
All right, well, we're going to try to get some hands up. And yeah, no, the reason why I asked is just because it's becoming an issue, and obviously it's a unique situation in the Middle East, and obviously because Erdogan mentioned that Netanyahu was like Hitler, Netanyahu went for the Kurdish point. So I was just kind of curious what the concern on the streets was about that. Listen, there are a lot of people that want to come up, and we don't have a lot of people speaking, so I might just cycle some people through. Don't take it personal, and do retweet this space. We're going to try to get some more speakers in here, and go ahead. All right, we've got a Camileo wanted to talk.
All right, let's go to Camilio first. Camilio, you requested the mic. Go ahead.
Camilio?
Camilio, you requested the mic, bottom left corner. All right, Benjamin, do we have you back?
We are talking to me. It was.
Yeah, your mic cut off. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, phone died in the middle of that. But yeah, no, I made one free Kurdistan post, and the replies I got, the messages I got, images of naked women killed in all kinds of ways, people beheaded, burnt, dismembered. I mean, like a straight atrocity propaganda, and they're like glorifying this. Like, this is what is going to happen to you if you dare try to free the Kurds or talk about a free Kurdistan. And this has gone on. I just I shared Bibi Netanyahu's post about the Kurds today. I'm sure you guys all saw it. And one of the guys that have come on our spaces out from Turkey, his reply, clear as day. He said, as soon as we're done finishing off the Kurds, we're coming for the Jews. And that's what I'm trying to get everybody to realize is it seems to me the one thing I've learned is it's the Jews and the Kurds.
Who's they? Who does he say they is?
He was speaking on behalf of Turkey. Yeah, he was speaking on behalf of Turkey. Although, I mean, Iran is another part of this story. So we spoke to a lot of people in the Free Iran movement, and we've asked them questions that their answers that they give back to us very disturbing. We asked them things like, if we could wave a magic wand and give you everything you ever wanted about a free Iran, and nobody would get hurt because we're waving a magic wand, but the only thing that we would ask is that you would give the Kurds in Iranian-occupied Kurdistan a referendum, just the opportunity to vote, to show the world that they either want to stay with Iran or they want to be part of a free Kurdistan. And they wouldn't even give them a referendum, even if we were to wave a wand and give them everything they wanted for a free Kurdistan. And that's the beginning of it. Some of them have gone so far as to say that they would fight alongside the IRGC to prevent a free Kurdistan. I have lost all faith in this free Iran movement. I mean, I could go on, but I don't want to hijack the space. This is a lot to be said here.
Absolutely. The other statement that came out today is from Iran. Apparently, the IRGC took responsibility for the October 7th attack by saying that it was carried out in revenge for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the former head of the Quds force of the IRGC. Did you see that statement, Yehuda?
Sorry, go ahead. I missed that. Just give me about 2 minutes. Cooking some rice.
And after that statement, after that statement, Hamas issued another statement saying that they deny this connection. But since we have Camelia back, Camelia, go ahead.
Hey, how are you? Good evening. Let's start from here. I'm Arab from Israel, and I'm with the Israeli nationality and with Palestinian roots. Like I have conflict between myself, okay? Because if I'm going to the Arab, they say, go, you are Israeli. And if I go to the Israeli, they will tell me, go, you are Arab, okay? And today I lost some friend. He was soldier. I met him in Colombia before 1 year, and we enjoyed together something like 5 days. And today I saw his picture. And he was so sad. He was so angry because he's a very good person. And why he did? And I asked myself, like, I have to cry about this person, or no, he went to kill my people, the Palestinian, or no, he was the best friend for me in Colombia when I was alone. I just met him and I just asked him for help, and he direct helped me. And now I can say just one thing: Israel lose this war, and just we have to do one thing to win this war: to kick Bibi Netanyahu out, to send him home, because he sent all these guys to die there, just to stay in his place and just to keep his government, and that's it. This is all the story. Hamas make the same with the Palestinian, and Bibi Netanyahu make the same with the Israeli. I'm so sad. I'm so angry. I don't know what to say, to be honest. Thank you.
Yeah, we're sorry for your loss, Camelia. Let's go to Nicholas and then Marcus. Nicholas?
Yeah, I think it becomes more and more obvious every day, even when these countries are set free, that all we end up with is terrorists and leadership or terrorist groups taking it over. So I think there's got to be some kind of new strategy, going forward. You have the majority of the people in Gaza and the West Bank both supporting what Hamas did, both supporting Hamas. So even if you put down Hamas, then what? You have the people that supported them right behind it. You have the same thing happens again. There's got to be some kind of new solution. And as uncomfortable as it might be, we all have to admit to ourselves that maybe this is who these people are, or at least a big enough majority where you keep ending up with the same result over and over.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick, and then we'll go to
No,
cover
I
off
was
for like
saying
5 minutes.
there's only one Israel, and at a certain point, to be politically correct about it or to feel good about it or whatever, the risk is just too great. How many examples do you need to see? There's not a single country, not a single Muslim country that wants to take any of these guys in. Back channeling, all of them want Israel to take them out. All of them, all the Gulf Arab states, they want to, go spend their billions and have a good time and get back to business and have successful countries where you have everything that Iran's tentacles touch. Just.
But it's not Hamas that people are curious about. It's what happens to the fate. What's the fate of the Gazans that live there? I think that's what everyone's thinking about, right?
No, I understand, but if the majority of the Gazans stand behind Hamas, what are you saving? And at what risk are you trying to save it and to re-educate people that haven't changed in 80 years? You're doing it at the risk of the Israelis.
No, but they haven't changed, or things haven't gone better because they've been controlled by a terrorist group, right? So
they haven't been. No, they haven't been controlled by a terrorist group the whole time. This is the last 15 years.
Yeah, well, that's when it's been the worst. So
who they've elected. Yeah, look.
Yeah, one second. So Israeli Arabs have undergone huge, phenomenal changes in outlook and acceptance and the way they view Israel. That can happen both ways. I think you're wrong.
At what risk?
What's the alternative? Committing genocide and expelling 5 million, 6 million people?
No, no, not genocide.
What is the alternative?
You force other countries to take them in. None of these countries were a part of Israel to begin with, and if they don't want to take them in,
you can't force Egypt to take 2 million Gazans. Come on, man.
You don't have to force Egypt. It doesn't have to be Egypt, but they got to go somewhere. You can sparse them out. They did the same thing after Syria. They did the same thing with a lot of people, and if nobody wants to take them in,
the people in Syria wanted to leave.
Israel's problem.
Yeah, I think this is hokey pokey, my friend. M, what do you think? Force them, take them. They can live in the pyramids.
Well, it's first of all, it's the announced U.S. policy that there will be no displacement of the Palestinian people outside of their territories, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and that the two-state solution remains in the best interest of the United States of America and the best interest of the state of Israel on the long run. The Arab countries also rejected notions of displacing the Palestinian people outside of their territories and liquidating the Palestinian cause. The best possible scenario is getting rid of Hamas, getting rid of PIJ, getting rid of the armed Palestinian factions, demilitarizing both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, then rejuvenating the Palestinian Authority, getting rid of all the corrupt leaders and politicians there, and freeing Gaza from the control of PIJ and Hamas. Only then, after a security mission is put in place and controls placed on funding and reconstruction, you can rebuild a Palestinian Authority of sorts, the same framework that exists, but just clean it up and establish a two-state solution after peace negotiations. There are some plans being discussed right now about allowing Palestinians who wish to leave the West Bank or wish to leave the Gaza Strip to go on to do so through either Jordan or Egypt, but only if they have visas to their final destinations. So it's a compromise that some people are discussing right now. You saw the Canadian government announcing a program for allowing people who wish to leave Israel and Gaza and go live in Canada to do so. But there will be no mass deportation of 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza or 2.7 million Palestinians in the West Bank. It's not going to happen.
Fair enough. Okay, let's get some other hands. We can circle back to you, Nick.
Sure, let's go to Marcus first and then James.
So I have a question for M about pluralism. At first I thought that the issue with the Kurds might be an issue of a lack of pluralism, but then I realized I don't know much about it, but isn't tribal governance kind of pluralistic in that you have to satisfy a bunch of competing groups of people, whether or not they're the same race doesn't really matter in this case. Yeah, so I'm wondering, how do we get to a place where ethno-nationalism goes away? How I need you to solve that, M. Thank you.
Well, it's not going to go away. I don't think that will go away. You get the concept of a nation state, and a nation state that can accommodate races, that can accommodate certain cultures or subcultures, and can accommodate certain, ethnic backgrounds specifically. And then you get the concept of an ethno state or the concept of an ethno religion. And if the Kurds want to consider themselves an ethnicity that wishes to establish a homeland for itself, and that's their right, the right to self-determination, given the fact that
Host
they were
connection
actually,
issue. Host connection issue.
given the fact that they were oppressed both in Syria and in Iraq, and they're also being oppressed in Iran. So they're being oppressed by the three nation states that supposedly should have provided them with equal rights and equal prospects, but that's not the case. I don't know if that answers your question, Marcus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a tough one.
All right, let's go to Marty.
Hey guys, how are you? Thank you again for letting me up. So let me ask you, I see a real big difference between how Israel's conducting the war in the beginning till how it is today. For example, like bombs are not going down. Is there ways that we have changed in the last few weeks where we are, the reason is now we're seeing more deaths of soldiers? Is that the reason why we're seeing it more now than before?
No, the IEF was active during the first phases of the war, and they are still active. Israeli troops on the ground still call on the Israeli Air Force to provide close air support and strike certain targets. But you're seeing an increase in the number of casualties in the IDF due to the nature of the operation. It's urban warfare, and the Palestinian factions fight like guerrilla groups, and they're using the rubble of the neighborhoods the IDF is operating in to stage harassment and ambush operations against them. And they're using the subterranean infrastructure in place to conduct raids beyond or behind their lines as they conduct clearing operations. And that's why you're seeing an uptick in the number of casualties in the IDF.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, let's go to James.
Hello. The two-state solution is being pushed, and it seems like a viable one because it keeps Palestine with an identity. Because if it was a one state, it would dissolve into Israel. It could happen, but I don't think that's what either one wants. So, with the two-state in mind, the change for Palestine in relation to the UN is to change their status to a full nation state. And then I would say to anybody that is an emerging leader in Gaza or the West Bank or anywhere in the world who's a Palestinian is go study what Ukraine has done. They've already put together their own Marshall Plan. And it's not just for, you know, de-radicalization, it's to rebuild your whole economy from the ground up. And so go study and go plan and go do things for your country that don't involve blowing up other people who are your neighbors. So I think that's where we're getting to. And the UN has got to be also responsible, I think, for weaning them from consistent aid. I don't think that's a healthy relationship. I think there's got to be an end to just aid without reason. And just over the course of the many, many years that's been going on, I don't think that the aid has gone up and down that much to be accountable to the situation on the ground. In other words, if there's no risk of starvation or whatever it is, then don't give as much aid. And I'm still worried about this, that there's this inequitable situation because there's another aid agency for everybody else. And I resist strongly exceptionalism among nations. And so if Palestine's going to be a nation next to, you know, somebody they don't like, then they still have to abide by the law, and they have to be served, I think, in the same way by the world community through the United Nations. That they should be on the same list as everybody else, not have a special, position in the world relative to this. So I'm looking for a two-state solution where they can, figure out how are they gonna farm the land that they should probably do? How are they gonna have tunnels that make sense, right? That take people to grocery stores or take people to airports or whatever it is. And maybe there's underground markets that beat the beat the heat of most of the weather underground, and lead a life where you can be happy without hating on someone is your central concept. So I'm waiting for Palestinians to grow up, and I think it's this weaning process. And what I think is most important here is that the IDF cannot be stopped before there's full kind of, prevention of future genocide.
I would
It
say,
cannot
I
be
would say that,
stopped.
I would say that at some point the Palestinians will have to start governing. If they have fallen in love with the cause, quote unquote, and they keep perpetuating the cause because they want to enjoy the struggle, not enjoy the peace and reap its benefits, then at some point the Palestinians will have to start functioning as responsible peace partners and responsible parties interested in governing their own people and giving them peace and giving them prosperity instead of just perpetuating the grift and allowing the situation to remain as is in order to keep the grift alive, basically.
Hello, everyone.
Go ahead, Gavin.
I think you're.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi,
So
everyone.
I just want to pause it. I'm going to throw something out there in everyone's mind. We could discuss like Linda Richmond. So what does this really all mean when we talk about cats? When we talk about Hamas being destroyed? When we talk about there being a change, Salam Fayyad, Mohammed Dahlan, Abba coming back, whoever is going to quote unquote run the Gaza Strip, right? We keep talking about it as if it's something that is our choice. And we all know at the end of the day, it isn't, right? But people say it's the Palestinians' choice. And then there are people that say, well, this is the same group of people that voted for Hamas. What Saudi Arabia and UAE said is, we're not going to give you money if we don't have a say in how things are done because you kind of suck so far. What does this really look like? Let's address the hard question, right? Like, does the PA come in and say, look, Mahmoud Abbas is gone, we have Palestinian Prime Minister, he's going to take over, he's going to have all these advisors from other countries. What does a government of Gaza look like post Hamas destruction? And is it practical what we're saying? I don't know if everyone's thinking like this is to me the biggest question. How do you do a switcheroo? Hey guys, 2 million Gazans, You had terrorists running you. Half of the Gaza Strip is destroyed. You got tunnels everywhere. But don't worry, we got some guys from the West Bank coming in, and they got their friends from Saudi Arabia and UAE. Don't worry, Israel's not going to be involved. Netanyahu's gone. So it's just going to be a family affair. Let's do it. Is that going to work? I'm not being facetious, but it's a good question, Em, isn't it?
It is. One of the main talking points that Hamas tried to push over the last few weeks is that no peace will go without going through the Hamas, without going through the resistance. No agreement can be brokered without going through us. They want to be part of the political solution.
Okay, but forget them. Let's say they're gone, okay? Imagine, right? They're going to be destroyed. So then what next, right? Who has the authority? Is there any leader on the Palestinian side of the Arab world that has the authority to say, it almost sounds patronizing and condescending, which and it kind of is, and perhaps it kind of should be, right? It's going to be, you guys, maybe no fault of their own. Maybe the Gazans are going to come out in the streets after this is done and say, oh my God, thank you. Hamas was horrible. We hated them, and we'd love your money, and we'd love to be, integrated into the Palestinian Authority. I hope they do that. I think that's a win for everybody, right? But is it likely? Is that the solution? And I'd like
So
to hear.
a couple of weeks ago, I proposed something that's very cynical: holding a referendum. You create a referendum where you put them against a couple of choices, and you just hold a referendum. And it's a political risk, but if they vote for a certain peace plan, let's say a 2-step, 3-step peace plan versus another choice, if you get a vote, if you get a referendum, and you get a majority win for it, then there you go. The Palestinian people responded to a referendum held by the Palestinian Authority, which is the internationally recognized body representing the Palestinians, and that gives you the mandate to carry out the change that you wish to see, and also plays out Iran and Hezbollah. If the Palestinian people are deciding for themselves in an internationally recognized and monitored referendum, then no one can interfere in their own
Okay, but
affairs or say that
what
they
is
are
the
fighting on their
referendum?
behalf.
What's the referendum? Let's be serious here. What are we talking
Do
about?
you accept this 3-stage peace plan towards a path of nationhood and statehood and a 2-state solution? Yes or no, or do you wish to continue the struggle? I mean, that's it.
Fair enough. I don't think they'd want to wish to continue the struggle, but let's get some opinions from maybe Eric wanted to jump in. Iris, Ben, tell a friend.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
what's
interesting
up?
because
So much going on.
yeah, there's so much going on, and we were just
We
talking.
just finished the space of how many hours?
Yeah, I mean, I
Eric?
joined in a little bit later once I woke up,
No
but
whining.
Yeah.
but
No
the
whining.
numbers have
Iris,
jumped on the Mariah because we brought all of Sean's face, and here he is. Brought Sean's
Exactly.
face
Everyone
over.
is here, Yuda and M, because of us.
We decided to combine forces. We were talking about this earlier in the space about the potential scenario planning for not only Gaza but for more broadly, and this idea that Saudi and the Emiratis and Egypt obviously in the background trying to sort of box out Qatar from being involved is one part of it. The other is putting in place someone that can be controlled, someone that isn't Hamas, and someone that frankly is not Fatah and the Palestinian Authority traditional, the militant element, people who were, someone like a Holocaust denier that is Abbas. So Salam Fayyad is an interesting choice. And then we've seen the earlier rumors, I think like a week ago, about the Saudis pushing a potential plan through, over to France, reviewing a UN-backed Arab security force for Gaza. So sounds very familiar to me, and to a lot of people. I think that there are a lot of interesting options, a lot of creative options that are being talked about. Simultaneous to, of course, Israel being pressured. I mean, there was the political security cabinet has authorized the war management cabinet to decide on the phases of the war. So you've got a lot of internal discussions taking place right now in Israel as well, of figuring out what is the next phase of this conflict with Gaza. How do we approach the conflict in the north with Hezbollah to either de-escalate or achieve the political and military goals that we have there? There's a lot going on, and I could speak to the ideas that I have and the opinions and analysis I have, but I'll let Iris also chime in.
Yeah, I just want to chime in because I'm just getting reports that the drone that was sent to the south of the Golan was sent by the pro-Iranian
הם לקחו
militias in
אחריות עכשיו.
Iraq, not
They just
from Syria. Comes from Iraq. It's very, very important to state because this is the right news. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Okay, and I want to, if I may, and you that just elaborate a little bit on what's going on in Israel in the last 24 hours, media-wise, and so basically most of the stuff that we're seeing are the battles in Khan Yunis and all those areas there. There's a lot of footage that I shared today coming out of there. Basically, the chief of staff today said, and the IDF spokesman, that Israel readiness is on high alert regarding the north. There's a lot of stuff that's coming out of there. I think that what we're seeing now in the last hour with this Iraq pro-Iranian militias is really interesting. More so, we're seeing that the war is going into stages now. So basically, more surgical work in areas Al Burej and around Khan Yunis. And this we will need time for that. And Herzi Halevi said yesterday that it will take many more months to move forward with the operations. They will be very, very different than what they used to be, and we're seeing already some kind of different operations. They'll be more surgical. And just for the space to understand that the area that we're talking about, the battles there are very complex. So that's why the IDF is using special units, like, again, I'll say it because we talked about it in the other space, like Yalom and Oketz, and the dog unit, it's called the Sting unit in English, and some others. And yeah, some people that understand, combat warfares and all this kind of stuff probably will also enlighten me more. And that's what's going on. Of course, they talk about the hostages, and Blinken is coming here on Thursday. There's also talk about the issues with the humanitarian aid to Gaza and Hamas, what they're doing with it, and lots of other internal stuff that's going on here. But we're not going to talk now
Okay.
about internal politics.
That's good for an
And, yeah.
update. We're way too much. We're going to pick at it and we're going to go through each point. We want to stick to the other one. I want to hear your take on it. How are you going? Listen, Israel's going to win against Hamas. I think everyone knows that. That's not a question, right? Israel's going to smack down Hezbollah if they do act up. Not a question. Where do we go next? It's a tough question.
Yeah.
What happens next? Fusilier, like Liberty, Eric. I wanted Eric. Okay, guys.
Okay, so
Guys,
Yehuda, I'll answer your question.
And specifically about Gazan franchisement. You understand what I'm saying? Right? How do you get their buy-in? Do you get it? Does it matter?
I don't know if you get it
does.
initially.
What?
And Yehuda, I outlined this in the article I penned on November 1st. Again, I maintain the same position with some slight, changes because of realities on the ground. And what I penned then and what I maintain now is what you need is twofold. First of all, the base of everything is the disarmament of Gaza and the destruction of Hamas's military infrastructure. You're not going to destroy Hamas the idea. You're not going to destroy the idea of resistance tomorrow. That's not going to happen. You're going to need an education system that de-radicalizes the population. That's number one. Number two, you're going to need regional ownership. And what I have proposed is that you have the nations that are involved in the Abraham Accords and those that have current peace agreements with Israel, Egypt and Jordan, to have regional ownership over Gaza so that it's not Israeli boots on the ground that are there anymore, and it is not the perception or even the reality of an Israeli occupation over Palestinian people anymore. You need regional ownership. You need people that can ostensibly be trusted by the local population, speaking the same language, some overlap in culture and society and religion, okay, in a situation where the Palestinians are brought to, the reality that they can no longer have any sort of arms and that resistance is not the answer. Not anymore. We need to maintain a security belt around Gaza so that even if there's some semblance of an attempt at an attack, it can be thwarted easily. But at the same time, you need to be able to funnel the trillions of dollars, trillions, by the rest of the world, by the United Nations, by whoever it is, by these various countries into what it needs to be put into, which is educational systems, infrastructure, and giving the Palestinians the one thing they haven't had in decades because of their own failure of leadership, dignity. That's what I have proposed. It's pinned to my profile. It's the a new security paradigm for Gaza and the state of Israel, and it's essentially a situation where Israel can at least have someone that is accountable in Gaza that they can turn to and say, hey, what's going on with this? What's going on with this? And we detected that there's a cell of pre-Hamas or post-Hamas or whatever it is that might be attempting to have dual-use weapons. No more rockets, no more weapons, no more attacks, and give the Palestinian people what they actually deserve, which is dignity and a sense that eventually on the pathway to their own. Does that make sense?
Eric,
Sure,
I think nobody would question. I don't think anybody would dispute your end state. I think your end state's a changed Palestinian community through education and prosperity and the rest, which you so eloquently described. I think the issue is how you get there, and I think the idea, whilst I think it would be ideal if Israel could outsource the problem to Egypt and Jordan, I think both of those nations have made abundantly clear that they're not interested in that particular solution, and there's they have very good reason for not wanting to own that particular ship pile. I think what one has to look to is how do you get to the end state you described without outsourcing the problem. And I think there's some guidance that one gets literally from the law of armed conflict. There are some things, there are some responsibilities which, whether we like it or not, Israel is going to have to take on. It by the law of armed conflict, it becomes the occupying power. M can describe those responsibilities far better than I think where your concept of regionalizing the problem, however, is probably the way to go. I think once Israel has done the world a favor and removed Hamas and its operatives from the face of the earth, I think it's those surrounding and more stable neighbors will see that as a favor. Certainly, the Kuwaits of this world, the Saudi Arabias, the Egypts, Jordan will see the removal of Hamas as a positive. And I think it's that point which Israel then calls, or maybe one of its allies, probably the United States, or even an interlocutor that's seen as friendly to both sides, if that could be found, calls a sort of conference, an international conference, a coalition of the willing, if you wish, that thrashes out how security, because the first requirement of any state is security. So the first thing that needs to be defined is how do you secure Gaza going forwards? It cannot and should not be the IDF indefinitely. So first and foremost, how does one provide security? I know M has some views on that. Once you've got security, then you can start to change the other outcomes: education, health, prosperity, and those they're all problems which can be solved. But I think they need to be solved correct regionally. But I don't think you can. It's not as simple as saying to Egypt and Jordan, or even bribing them. I don't think they want responsibility over 2 million radicalized Palestinians. But M will have a different view. So to sum up, absolutely agree with your stated outcome. I think the key issue, and Yehuda quite rightly says it's the elephant in the room, is how does one get there from here?
That's a great point. Again, a fantastical idea, but the practicality behind it is tough to go through. I defer.
All right, we're going to bring down some people and bring up some people. Nothing personal. There's a lot of people that want to come up to speak. So if we
I actually have to run, Yehuda. Thank you very much for allowing me to at least share that.
All right, well,
Bye,
thank you for
Eric.
sharing.
Thank you.
Just before you go, Eric, yes,
Yes, sir.
your idea is good. It's really good. The president of Egypt expressed willingness to accept either the presence of American troops, international troops, NATO troops, or Arab combined troops to stabilize the Gaza Strip and provide security guarantees to Israel. But the prime minister said that the IDF will have to maybe do the job at least for like 1 year, stabilize the sector, and then other troops will go in and provide guarantees. The president, expressed willingness to accept that.
And this is something that the Israelis said right at the beginning, and it's the first time in Israel's history that they've ever agreed. They said, bring in international, no problem. We got nothing to hide, right? And it's the first. I think it was the smartest move they did. It is the actual roadmap. I think we've been saying it here for a bit, but it's nice to see other people come. I think to the same conclusion, Eric. That's just my nice way of saying you copied us. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Good points, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
Bye,
no
Eric. Thank
problem,
you.
Eric. No, and all jokes aside, it is exactly the solution because it can't go on like this, and it's not fair for Israel to shoulder the burden alone. And there are a lot of responsible people in the region who are willing to step up. This is a win-win. All right, we're going to start bringing other people up, and hopefully we're just going to take the plunge and invite and accept a few requests. Please don't scream on the mic if I've not seen your name before or yell profanities. M, who was next?
I believe it was Scully.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. I have mainly a question. It's a little bit off the topic we're speaking right now, but I saw a report this morning. I'm Iranian American, and I saw a report this morning that said Iran claims that October 7th was revenge for Soleimani, and it just sort of like made me laugh, and I don't mean that in a offensive way at all, of course, or on the events of the terrorist events of October 7th. But I'm just curious what people's thoughts are on that claim. I don't know who said it. I don't know if it has any meaning and how um, the world will react to that, is reacting to that. To me, it seems like just like a way of them trying to some random person trying to save face because Iran didn't do shit after Soleimani was killed. I think some of the leadership wanted that to happen, but that's just my personal opinion. Thank you very much.
So there are a couple of points to consider here. The first one is the recent assassination of another IRGC commander in Syria. It could be that Iran is saying this today, or said this today. It was an IRGC source or spokesperson who made that statement. Maybe Eris can comment on that as well. But maybe this is pure speculation on my part. If Iranians or if the Islamic Republic of Iran and the IRGC were connected to the October 7th attack, and of course they are, whether they provided training or logistics or other types of support, or even provided them with the attack plan and helped on the planning level, then what they are saying is that every time you kill one of our generals, we will respond in kind after a while. That's how I see the statement, whether they actually mean it or not, or just they're using it to continue to escalate what they are doing across domains, right? So they field terrorism and proxy warfare, and also they field disinformation as well. So a statement like this in the information space now will provoke certain reactions from the Israeli society, will provoke certain reactions across the Arab world. Or maybe Eris can comment on this.
So just like in one sentence, like what I saw this morning, it was there was a post something on Israeli media. They didn't talk so much about it, but one of the things that was written that Hamas has denied this. So Hamas came up with a completely different. They said that it's not true and everything. So I thought this was interesting, but I didn't really look more into it because there was so many other things today. But yeah, Hamas has said that it's not true. So yeah. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you both for that. And I'll go ahead and drop down, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Scully. Let's go to Grosnick.
Hey there. A couple of the people I was going to ask this question to aren't up here anymore. But basically, how are you going to bring peace into Gaza, regardless of the form that you bring it in, when you have a set of religious leaders that are proclaiming war all the time, and now proclaiming war in places throughout Europe and North America, to the point that we're getting warnings from security services for terrorist attacks around the world. how do you bring peace to a religious war that's centered around religious differences?
So this is a very good question. It's a question of how do you separate the populations from extremist leaders? How do you separate the populations from those who wish to leverage religion and use it as a tool in order to perpetuate their own agendas? Good question. A de-radicalization program. And there is also the possibility that once the Palestinians can be given a clear path towards nationhood and statehood, and maybe if a two-state solution is finalized, that will help deal with that radicalization across the Arab world, because then the Arab populations can see that the Palestinians finally got a state and their struggle is over in a way. So no one can continue to use that situation to galvanize their feelings or inflame their feelings or even radicalize them. So it's a catch-22 essentially. The war is preventing the peace from taking place, and the peace may stop the war from continuing, but it needs acceptance when it comes to ideological beliefs and religious beliefs.
Well, when
There
the
is no.
when the
Go ahead.
religion, sorry, when the religion is the source, then the political solution of an isolated or Palestinian state is not going to remove the religious source of it, nor is it going to remove the source of incoming money that supports these and supports the entire process. And so you've got a multi-stage thing that's been put in place for the
I would,
last 80 to
yeah,
100 years
I would,
that
I would
has to be
differ on,
tackled.
I would differ on this. It's not the religion itself per se, because although there are 1.9 billion Muslims who are not interested in a holy war against the Jews or against the state of Israel, it's rather the radicalized, pan-Arab, pan-Islamist groups that have been doing this for decades, if not almost a century. So the
You
problem
mean
itself is.
you mean things like the Wahhabists?
No, Wahhabism is a strict interpretation of the religion. It's one school of thought within the Hanbali school of jurisprudence. Wahhabism is a Saudi construct that served certain political objectives for quite some time, and right now is being parked and shelved. What I'm talking about is pan-Islamist organizations, mainly the Muslim Brotherhood and its offshoots. They are completely different the from Wahhabism. In a way, the Muslim Brotherhood is an elitist Salafist organization that wants to establish an Islamic caliphate throughout the Arab and Muslim world. That's the ultimate objective. And their offshoots embrace a more extreme version of Salafism, which focuses on the concept of Salafi jihadism, which is waging jihad in order to achieve those political objectives of reviving an Islamic rule. Whereas the Wahhabism is more involved with how you lead your life as a Muslim, and it's one of its main pillars is not opposing the ruler, not rising against the ruler. Whereas the Muslim Brotherhood, as a Salafi organization, and other pan-Islamist organizations don't find problems with rising against an Arab or a Muslim ruler in order to achieve a better or better conditions for Islam back home before Islam takes on the world. Again, this is not, in my opinion, this is not a problem of religion per se. It is the problem of those galvanizing leaders who use religion as a tool to control the masses in order to pursue their own political objectives. But maybe Brian can say something about this. Brian, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I wanted to combine a couple of these threads. I started thinking about this earlier when the question was raised of, how do you de-radicalize? And as somebody who's been absolutely shocked and directly affected in my family by how the decolonization narrative has taken over American universities, I can't even imagine what a young person who comes out of 18 years of these UNRWA schools is like. It seems on the face of it hopeless to de-radicalize. But then I remember conversations we had early on in this space and our other spaces, to your point, Em, about the Saudi essentially abandonment of Wahhabism and sort of the retooling of their educational system to create more moderation. And then I think about what Eric said in an earlier space, that shockingly, although maybe not surprisingly at this point, a Jewish person might feel safer living in Dubai than in London right now. So here's the question I want to put to people that know a lot more about this than I do. Do we think that this Saudi sort of deprogramming has actually worked in Saudi Arabia, or is it more of a myth than a success? And if it did work, how can those techniques be used in the future Gaza? So I just throw it open for a discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, and this is again my opinion here. I believe that Wahhabism inside Saudi Arabia was already failing, as the population was more or less doing everything that they wanted to do, but not doing it in public. So the again, this goes with what I was saying earlier, that it is just a tool of statecraft or a tool of political tool. So even though Wahhabism was being preached hardcore for more than 4 decades in the Saudi society, you got many strands and many elements of the Saudi society basically rejecting Wahhabism, but in secret, and practicing their lives the way they deem fit. And now that the younger generation wanted to be emancipated from that control, and MBS came forward and gave them that, you can see that the Saudi society is changing. The problem with the hardcore Saudi jihadis, for instance, across several groups, is that they never represented the majority of the Saudi society, in my opinion. The Saudi society is being deprogrammed, and I think it will be quite successful going into the future.
Right, but what's the mechanism of the deprogramming? Is it just generational change, or are they actually changing what's taught in their schools, or both?
Both, but definitely education plays a role there. For instance, they said why the control of Wahhabism over the Saudi society kept getting weaker and weaker, even before the intervention by MBS. Prosperity, economic opportunity, standard of living, access to technology, access to the information, access to social media. It was a generational shift also in Saudi Arabia. When the ruler went ahead and took a step to limit the control and limit the influence of the clergy, the people welcomed that, because they never submitted to it anyway, because they thought it was all bullshit. But they didn't say that because it's a conservative society, and there were laws and controls in place to prevent such displays of opinions and lifestyles even. But now that's changing. When it comes to the Palestinians specifically, it will be more focused on the educational curricula, of course, and preventing foreign access to the population to radicalize them or to continue exploiting their emotional perceptions of the current situation and the conflict itself and its arc of development and its milestones and events that happened along the way.
Brian,
that could be an element too. Go ahead.
very, very quickly, I think a more direct analogy, Brian, would be how the Western Allies de-radicalized, de-Jew-hated the youth of Germany. As Yehuda's regiment found out in 1944, the most vicious of German formations was SS Hitlerjugend, the SS Hitler Youth, young 15 and 16-year-old boys who'd only known Nazi rule and had been indoctrinated into, a Jew-hating, hard-right Nazi philosophy. And one would have thought those individuals would be very, very difficult to turn around, and I'm sure some of them were. But the policy that the Western Allies employed in denazifying Germany is probably a better analogy, and certainly denazifying the youth. And if I recall correctly, and others will probably be more knowledgeable on this, was they decided that appealing directly to those individuals was probably not the way. They effectively denazified the youth through their parents, and that was one of the reasons. For example, you've probably heard that they marched, entire German towns through the concentration lager, the concentration camps close to their cities. they forced people into cinemas to watch films of what had been done in their name, and they de-radicalized the youth through their parents. So I don't think it was as clear cut or simple as that, but I think the more analogous situation would be how the Western Allies denazified young people and children who had grown up and only known the Nazi ideology.
That's a
If I
great point.
can I make a point there?
Of course.
I don't not only do I not I agree with you entirely on what happened in the entire process. In fact, my wife was German, went through that entire process as a second generation person to sit down and do it. But looking back on things, have you heard of the Frankfurt School of Education?
No, I haven't.
And
Is it in
and
Frankfurt?
followed that. I would suggest you Google Frankfurt School and its
Yeah.
history and see how that went through, because I'm terribly afraid that much as large groups of the hated, Jewish, so forth that you're talking about, were done. Unfortunately, I think a very intelligent, very smart group of people were not, and created an entire school system which has infected the entire school systems of Europe, North America, and Canada, where I live, with the educational process that is basically a socialist process that we're suffering through right now. And
What's
if you
that?
go into my profile and look at the pinned page, it's a video that a minister put up some time ago in 2000.